Chapter 1: A Night at Graveyard, Encountering Ghost King's Wedding? In Thuriel Mushwanwu, at outskirts of Jinghai City, lies the desolate Mabotown's graveyard. The graveyard sprawls extensively, with countless tombs rising like sentinels, creating a dense thicket that stretches beyond sight. There are no fewer than 10,000 graves. A thismid neither, an eerie atmosphere envelops the surroundings, with the wind howling as if going the cries of restless spirits. Thebrin Kesov several ancient Twiloswayan thegists, resembling malevolent specters with outstretched claws. Perched upon an old tombstone is a solitary figure. With striking good looks that could make even a star weep, he could reduce a heartthrob to tersen causerenan adactor tonilan reverence. These individualists known other than the protagonistica fortelli Hakuin. Hakuin squats atop the tombstone, puffing an cigarette, and greets the camerofadrone hovering above. Greetings, comrades. Tonight's live stream takes us to the graveyard of Mabotown as a testipodine over 5 centuries of a story. Local Swiss profit sinister reputation, claiming it is a hotspot for bizarre occurrences. Ashes word slingered, thekatrum of Kuinges spirit exploration erupted with excitement, sparking fervent discussions. Are you autofi Ormond streamer, you deri venturado the graveyard? I sit the in unearthly Jinghai reservoir? Yes, that's the own. This graveyard is notoriously cursed. Avert thading fishermen have perished here, each meeting gagru some fate. Some were found clutching heavy stones, drowned at the bottom, others lay atop tombs, their orifices clogged with mud, and there were ethos whose belly is swelled like a ballons, only to be found filled with branches, stones, maggots, and rotten bones. Moreover, there have been sightings of a handredge hosts parading through this graveyard. This place is inherently sinister combined with the reservoir, it's a recipe for disaster. Streamer, tonight's Ghost Festival this graveyard is bound to be even more haunted, you children, don't encounter on spirits. Ghost Festival, graveyard sure lit above Sura stacking up. The viewers exchanged frantic messages, amplifying the chilling atmosphere. How can glance a day the barrage of comments, a calms milly gracing his lips. Run, not a chance. Even if King of Hell appeared, it dare to pluck a wolf's beard hairs. How cunis not off this world, twonda halfier sego, who waste transportedo is supernatural realm. Forius and sunk known, since he has arrival, supernatural event shavjurged in frequency. In Jinghai City alone, a serious ophiry occurrence shave transpired. Haunted villas from 3 Publicera. Bus Route 11 leading to Thunderworld. The curs off to red embroidered shows. Zombie infestations. It felt as if some ancient seal had been lifted, unleashing gator Rontoff demon sandmonsters. Hafen Horego Haukon completed a system task surpassing 50,000 followers and successfully activated bandit robbery system. According to system's description, by Robinger stealing from monster sand deities, one could receive substantial words. Upon activation, Haukon receive a beginner's gift pack. 1. Blackstocking warrior bandit mask infused with an abundance of bandit power, wherein it boosts combat effectiveness beyond a million, no spirit can rival him. 2. Peachwood stick a baseball backcraft head from century-old lightning struck peachwood, ideal for striking down demons. 3. Tenshin Toa Strobarobion Swornbeath Toast Master Jean Doling. Wherein it instills fear in spirits and provides sabus to Toast abilities. 4. High performance drone for live streaming capable of reaching altitudes of 1000 meters, with a maximum speed of 50 meters per second and a battery life of 100 hours, equipped with an 8K camera. Features include automatic tracking, noise cancellation, stabilization, and in critical moments, it can self-destruct for an explosive attic comparable to small bomb. 5. Supreme urea bagasterage item with limitless capacity, high fuse to ensnare spirits, it can exert a suppressive effect in them. With these 5 triosuri at his disposal, what ghost could possibly intimidate Haukun, if anything was the spirits wo should fear him. How is ready to proceed? Of course, his journey to the graveyard ways also fulfill a system task to rob a malevolent spirit. According to Theta Scrolls, Haukun eded to seize a 10,000 pounds of wealth from the spirit. Happened to read that this graveyard was the perfect location with an abundance of spirits, Ike would surely satis for his needs, other places could no yield such a bounty. Just then, the vast graveyard was suddenly enveloped in a thick mist. Thiefig swirled, rendering anything 5 meters away indistinguishable. From deep within the graveyard, the sound soft drums and horns echoed unexpectedly. Comrades, it seems some Athinjaisa food ahead. Let's go check it out. Haukon brandished his speechwood stick and headed toward Thesorsioftanois. After walking 70 oritimeters, Hestambul dupana grandinsian mansion thadsiaming lim materialized utof thanair. Themonsion was festooned with colorful decorations resembling a celebratory event. Yet, there'd turn shanging from thigobulgavia fanera lysinister vibe. A thentransiof Timonsion a bustling crowd of guests came went. These individual circled in various ancient garments, but hyalaprid tobe. Funeral attire. At that moment, a traditional wedding procession emerged from another direction, cutting through the mist. First, several flower children appeared, their pallid faces painted with grotesque blush reminiscent of paper figures. Next, a group of musicians revealed themselves, puffing their cheeks as the plate the suana. Following them was a larger bridal sedanker swaying as it was carried by Zaviral porters. Before long, the sedan arrived at the entrance. The much may cur lift at the curtain, assisting the veiled bride down, leading her toward the Monsian. In the dead of night, the Sudan appearance of Thysensian mansion, coupled with the wedding procession, sent shockwaves strut he leave chat. Only, this must be ghost wedding, right? It just so clearly both the porters and the flower children are dressed in paper clothing. They walk without touching the ground, the red affinitely ghosts. Streamer UV encounterage hosts, run. Haukon glanced at the commence and chuckled. Now't hat him here imitas will have a by Tito eat before I leave. What, you're a going to a ghost banquet? Aria trying tragedy ourself killed, you can teach host food, it's at that ghost banqueterie filled with stones, branches, leeches, maggots, and rotten bones. How bold is the streamer? Ignoring the warnings from misviewers, how kunstrodek infident leitothemonsian centrance. A butler cladin funeral attire floated toward him. Wario, I've never seen you before. Do I have an invitation? Chapter 2 I've seen bank heists, but not robbing ghosts for candles. Haukon chuckled, offering a fabricate excuse. Immorality of the bride. I forgot to bring the invitation. The now you must have a brought a gift, right? What is your gift? Thibutal inquired. £100,000 off ghost money, Haukon fibbed. Butler? Viewers? Wow, this tree Maria lead a rest to shout. £100,000, ye'd need a truck to carry that. Per pound, this is hilarious. At that moment, the butler scrutinized Haukon, pondering. Where is the £100,000 off ghost money, Ariokari in Jetonia? Haukon tilted with disdain. Are you an idiot? How could any £100,000 off ghost money fit on my person? Measurements will bring them money shortly. The butler couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Could it be thought the Zia Unman had a significant background? Was she perhaps in par with Ghost King? Please, come in, the butler gestured graciously. Thank you, Haukon replied with a heartelefusha stepped through to grand entrance. Inside mentioned scourtyard, tables laden with a food stretched as far as they could see, at least 17 irretaintables already filled with guests. Among them were a man and woman alclad in funeral attire, their faces and devoid of color. Feasibly feasted, therein Lyson's Thicklin king of dishes, creating an unnervingly eerie atmosphere. Unfazed, Haukon found an empty and baldly inserted himself. Excuse him, let me skis in here. More people, more chopsticks. With this arrival, the unsuspicious table now fell cramped, prompting theater guests to pause and glare at him with disdain. Haukon remained unfazed, gesturing toward the sumptuous dishes, chuckling. Watery oustering gat, digen. Et our filia want gatanather chance. Why von tweegatanather chance, a curious Molegist asked. Ah, great question. With that, Haukon slowly rose, producing the peachwood stick crafted from lightning struck wood from his pants. With their sounding thud, has lamented and theatable, proclaiming. Debit cards and credits, quick like tell me your passwords. Ghost money, candles, and ingots none shall escape. Robbery. The ghosts? Viewers? Is thizerabur on assault, streamer, enunciate clearly. Regardless, both sound explosive. Robbing ghosts, what a twist. Ha, the Sichilarius have seen bankheists but never oven for candles and gets facepalm. At that moment, within the expanse of a courtyard, how kunstjunderus outbrew the attention of all the ferocious ghosts. This kid has the array of a living person. Has no tag host, has a homan. Kill him, size high the energy. Instantly, the spectroletairi of these malevolent spirits burst apart, revealing their true, terrifying forms. Among them were starving hosts, drowned ghosts, hanged ghosts, headless ghosts, untimely dead hosts, and reclagists. Over 100 malevolent spirits advanced toward Hakuin. Meanwhile, Thevi were swearianage, anxietypal pabus take lached tier pockets, worried for Hakun's safety. Omi, the size aid fierce spirits, it's terrifying. Streamer, run. Ify out Donthuri, you'll be devoured. Haukon glanced at commence and chuckled. Run? Theon swoshud baraningarethem. Comrades, watch closely. With that, Haukon retrieveth black stocking warrior bandit mask and tenshiento astroba from his waist pouch. He done ed the black stocking soverishe down draped the robe around himself. Stockings on your head, are you planning to do a bandit cosplay? Wait, is Theta Teo Wistra bear wearing? I suddenly feel that Kuenge has become formidable. Not unlitted the viewer sense Haukon's newfound strength, Buffy himself also full an overwhelming surge of power. Indeed, the black stocking warrior bandit masked in Kento Estrabo is no joke. At that moment, ephemoleg host's arm elongated, her nail sharpening as he lunged toward Haukun. Ha, seeking death. With a cold law, Haukun swung the peachwood stick kinoe dirk. With their sounding crack. Ah! The female leg host's arms were shattered, emitten gorechedwe lasherai the don the ground. Meanwhile, a hangage host stung shot out, attempting to ensnare Haukun in Asniakak. Before he cold react, the hangage host met his own demise. Ouch, that scalding. The hangage host credutus its long tongue melted into pieces. Another starving host opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite Haukun shed. Butant that instant, a golden ore erupted from Haukun. The starving host shed was obliterated. The spectacle left their remaining ferocious spirits why deed, hesitanto make a move. Fiska desunual, hes probabliotoist. We can defeth amidst impossible. Whereas Ghost King, quickly summoned Ghost King. The viewer sent he live a stream more equally astonished. Wow, the streamer is quite impressive. Is the streamer this powerful, shold Westilbid? Haukon took a moment to glance at the commence, grinning. If it had possessifules, would I direto venture into the graveyard at night, Tobonist, I come from a lineage. I started martial arts at 3, learned Taoist Matviv, punched out kindergarten bully satsix, and dealt with nursing amurifiance at 7, bit 20, I had seen through him mundane, opting to live a streamy way through life. Speaking of me prowess, shouldn't he will be sending some May gifts? If not, at least give you a thumbs up. Up and hearing this, the viewers is praying into action, sending gifts and likes. Little red hearts, beers, sports cars and avalanche of support. Thoth no array particularly grand, Theshir volume a kiklyracket up hundreds of dollars seen earnings for Hakuin. The number of likes in live stream sun surpassed in 100,000. The streamers of Edazure Joffrific, with viewer numbers is skyrocketing from 300 to over 2,000. Ike weighs a small but notable success. Among the new viewers, confusion reigned as they've held the live stream. Wado est the live stream looks so eerie? Widow the figures beside the streamer looks a grotesque? Forthosuna where these are enthemans, their ghosts, the streamer is bravely exploring Jaduna fierce spirits. You're kidding, they must be actors. Wherein world are rather re-ghosts, it's all just for show. I don't believe it, just keep watching. A fat moment. From within the depths of Timonsian's wedding chamber, a furious voice erupted. Hoda rest to disrupt me wedding day? Seeking death. Chapter 3, The Ghost King. Hello, is this Xiao Yao Ling? Someone is trying to steal my gold ingots, candles, and ghostly currency. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure appeared, the Ghost King. Clad in the attire of an ancient bridegroom, with a face so grotesquely decayed that it was almost unrecognizable, compared to the malevolent spirits surrounding Hakuin, the aura of this Ghost King was undeniably overwhelming. suffused with a chilling presence that felt almost tangible, a darkness that gleamed ominously. Drone, give it a close-up. Understanding that the ultimate antagonist had arrived, Hakuin immediately took control of the drone hovering above. Zooming in for a close shot of the grotesque Ghost King. In an instant, the horrifying visage, now reduced to little more than skeletal features, filled the screen. The viewers were so startled that they nearly tossed their phones aside. What the hell? That scared the life out of me. No way. I was in the middle of using the restroom, and I nearly broke my concentration. Host, this is downright cruel. Can you not be so terrifying at this hour? I swear this is a real ghost. Look, it doesn't even have eyeballs, just empty sockets with maggots crawling around. I doubt any makeup could create such a horrifying effect. Could these people truly be ghosts? Hey up there, do you finally believe now? At that moment, the decayed Ghost King addressed the surrounding malevolent spirits, commanding, everyone step back. No one is to interfere, watch as I deal with him. Upon hearing this proclamation, the spirits felt reassured, rallying behind their formidable leader. Go for it, Ghost King, hurry up and finish off this brat. I'm waiting to feast on his flesh and blood, puffed up by the spirit's flattery. The Ghost King looked at Hakuin with an air of arrogance. You foolish child, you tread the path of heaven yet refuse to walk it, and now you've barged into my domain. You've ruined my wedding night, and now I shall teach you how to write the word death. With a ferocious roar, the Ghost King lunged at Hakuin. Mouth agape. Meanwhile, the over 5,000 viewers began to panic. Host, run, this is the Ghost King, you can't possibly defeat him. Flee, head, wait, what the hell, instant kill, are you kidding me? He really was killed just like that? In a startling twist, the bullet comments shifted dramatically. Hakuin, with a single strike, sent the decayed Ghost King crashing to the ground. He then pressed the ghost's head down, repeatedly bowing in mockery. Heaven has a path, does it? No entrance to your lair, is there? So that's how you write death, huh? How pretentious. With each bow, the Ghost King's head collided against the floor tiles. In stark contrast, the Ghost King was now pleading for mercy. Brother, stop, it hurts too much. I realize my mistakes, I will never be arrogant again. The surrounding spirits were left in a state of disbelief. Am I seeing things? The once invincible Ghost King is now kneeling before this brat. Everyone, if the Ghost King can't handle him, we should flee while we still can. In a flurry, the malevolent spirits scrambled over the walls to escape. The once bustling courtyard grew eerily silent. Hakuin, grasping the Ghost King's disheveled hair, demanded, quickly, produce your valuables, otherwise I will end your life. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King dared not resist and promptly led Hakuin to the storeroom of the estate. Upon opening the door, they were met with a room overflowing with gold ingots, candles, ghostly currency, and various other funerary items, almost forming a small mountain. All of this now belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Hakuin inquired. I have no objections, but I am a bit curious. What does a living person need with these items? The Ghost King asked. It seems you do have objections. As Hakuin spoke, he slowly donned a pair of black stocking warrior headgear and draped a 10-money celestial robe over himself. The Ghost King stammered, I won't ask anything else. Just take the items. The Ghost King quivered in fear. That's more like it. Compared to your life, what do these material possessions even matter? One cannot take them to the afterlife. With that, Hakuin produced a bag of urea and, with a swift motion, watched as the treasures in the room automatically flowed into the bag. Task settlement initiated. Hakuin called out internally. Ding. The first robbery task of the bandit is being settled. The host has currently seized 250 pounds of treasure from the malevolent spirits. Only 1,750 pounds remain to complete the task. Still that much left. The gap is rather significant. Isn't it? Hakuin pondered as he contemplated where to procure the remaining weight. He glanced at the Ghost King and weighed him in his arms. You're about 10 pounds. 10 pounds will suffice. Even mosquito legs count as meat. Should I just kill you? The Ghost King exclaimed. Big brother, don't kill me. If you think it's too little, I can take you to make some money. The Ghost King bowed repeatedly. What? You have a way to make money? Hakuin's interest was piqued. Indeed, I know where those fierce ghosts reside. I can take you there to demand money. Realization dawned on Hakuin, and he exclaimed, what a brilliant idea, lead the way. What followed was an absurd scene. The Ghost King led Hakuin out of the estate to a grave. He squatted before the tombstone, mumbling, Wu Zhang, stop hiding. I know you're home. I'm in dire need. Quickly hand over some cash. This brat is insisting on robbing our gold ingots, candles, and ghostly currency if you don't help. He'll kill me. In the next moment, several gold ingots and ghostly currency appeared before the tombstone. Is this all? Who are you insulting? Do you believe I won't dig up your grave? Hakuin kicked the tombstone. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pile of gold ingots and ghostly currency appeared, stacked like a pyramid. Now that's more like it. Hakuin collected it all, noting that the task completion had increased by 30 pounds. The Ghost King then led Hakuin to the next grave, employing the same strategy of intimidation and extortion. After several rounds of this, they had swindled an additional 50 pounds. The viewers in the livestream were left in stitches. This stream is more entertaining than anything I've seen. I've lived this long and never witnessed someone robbing ghosts. This is truly absurd. It's like using gauze to wipe, leaving a bit behind. Host, have you gone mad? Even ghostly currency is fair game. Ghost King, hello, is this Yao Yaoling? I've been robbed. Is this really not scripted? Are ghosts genuinely real? Half an hour later, Hakuin was just 100 pounds away from completing his task. However, the nearby graves had been thoroughly robbed, leaving nothing else to take. He couldn't very well carry away someone as tombstone, could he? That would be utterly inhumane, especially since tombstones hold no real value. With still 100 pounds to go, where could he find it? Hakuin puffed on a cigarette, contemplating his options. At that moment, the Ghost King approached him. Big brother, unless there is something else, I'll head back to my wedding now. Upon hearing this, Hakuin's interest was piqued. Chapter 4. The Ghost King, what? You plan to return and rob us again? Squinting, he inquired. By the way, how much does your newlywed bride weigh? The Ghost King felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing impending doom. What do you want? Whatever looks good, I'll take it. Hakuin grinned slyly and struck the Ghost King with his bat, commanding, lead the way. Before long, the Ghost King led Hakuin back to the mansion. Hakuin wasted no time, kicking open the door to the bridal chamber. Inside sat a bride, adorned in a red wedding gown and veil. Utterly motionless, Hakuin approached and hefted her up. Why is she so heavy? She must weigh at least 100 pounds. Hakuin was incredulous, pondering, how can a ghost be this heavy? She feels like a living person. Could she possibly be a silicone girlfriend? What a twist. This Ghost King certainly knows how to play. Why not let me have some fun? Without hesitation, Hakuin hoisted the bride onto his back and began to exit the room. The Ghost King watched, heartbroken. Big brother, you've taken my money. Do you really need to take my bride too? At least leave me something. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Speak up, Hakuin glared, raising his bat high. The Ghost King trembled, wisely choosing silence, after exiting the mansion while carrying the bride. Hakuin glanced at his system panel and noticed the task progress was now complete. This meant the task had been fulfilled. As he prepared to settle the system, he noticed distant flashing lights on the dirt road, police lights. Before long, a beautiful female police officer, flashlight in hand and dressed in uniform, approached along the path. Someone reported that you were involved in a robbery. Yes, that's so. Hakuin shrugged. Officer, is it illegal to rob a ghost? Ha, a ghost? Don't be ridiculous. The female officer, clearly skeptical, pulled out handcuffs. Come with me to the station for questioning. At that moment, the decayed Ghost King floated over and hovered in front of the police officer. Officer, this is true. This brat actually robbed me. Not only did he take my gold ingots, candles, and ghostly currency, but he also stole my wife. You must take charge for me. As she stood in close proximity to that ghastly, terrifying visage, the female officer's mind momentarily short-circuited. In the next instant, a ghost. The female officer let out a piercing scream and fled, her shoes flying off in the process, soaring higher than the branches of the trees. She tumbled several times, landing face-first into the ground, yet, undeterred, she crawled on all fours towards the police car parked on the dirt road. Before long, the police vehicle revved its engine and swayed away, disappearing from sight. Did I frighten her? The Ghost King pondered, scratching his head. It seems so. With that, Hakuin patted the Ghost King on the shoulder, saying, I'll be heading back now. Next time, I shall come to seize you again. In my absence, you ought to save some money, and if you save too little, I shall not be pleased. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King's eyes widened in disbelief. What, there's going to be a next time? After watching Hakuin disappear into the distance, the Ghost King hurried to the various graves to inform the old ghosts. This fellow is no human. He just declared that he would return. Goodness, this is outrageous. I suggest we move immediately. All right, I'll notify them. This place is no longer safe. Meanwhile, Hakuin continued along the path beside the fields and soon discovered one of the female officer's shoes. He quietly picked it up and placed it into a plastic bag. Intending to return it the following day, after walking a few more steps, he stumbled upon her identification card, which read, Name, Li Shuai. Position, First Class Officer, Badge Number, 9527. Place of Work, Qingxi Branch, Jinghai City. Hakuin picked it up as well, planning to return it along with the shoe. As he proceeded further, he found yet another item. Why does it seem like she has shedding equipment as she runs? This female officer is quite the spectacle. Hakuin picked it up, only to realize, this is a gun. Hiss. This young lady discarded her firearm. Meanwhile, the viewers on the screen gasped in shock. For a police officer, losing a gun is a serious matter, isn't it? Losing a gun equates to losing one's livelihood. Fortunately, the streamer found it, otherwise, this female officer would be in dire straits. To the one above. Even if the gun is later recovered, losing it would still result in disciplinary action. At that moment, a carnival gift soared into the air. This made Haokuen's heart leap with joy. After 2.5 years of streaming, it was the first time someone had sent such a grand gift. A carnival worth 3,000 yuan. Haokuen immediately began expressing his gratitude. Thank you to the viewer, Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi, for the carnival. Wishing the owner prosperous business throughout the seas and abundant wealth reaching the three rivers. Such generosity. In contrast, the viewers on the screen began to joke. The boss is confused, dog-head, absolutely bewildered. Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi, streamer, fire a couple of shots for fun, dog-head. Glancing at the comments, Haokuen chuckled. Little boss, I cannot fulfill that request. Haokuen tucked the gun into the plastic bag. He wasn't foolish. Firing a few shots would surely land him in jail. At that moment, yet another carnival gift ascended into the air. Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi, huh? I was just joking. By the way, streamer, you seem quite formidable. Do you possess a legacy? Upon hearing this, Haokuen stroked his chin, pondering. To speak of a legacy, what legacy do I possess? I am merely navigating the system. Not the Taoist sect, however. In the world of the Jianghu, one's identity is self-assigned. Thus, Haokuen began to boast and embellish. It's merely a tiny bit of legacy. My ancestors were part of the Maoshan sect. Specifically a branch known as the Joshio Shenlei sect. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live chat erupted in astonishment. No wonder the streamer is so impressive. He must have a grand legacy. Joshio Shenlei sect, that name sounds formidable. It has an aura of strength about it. Does this mean the streamer can wield thunder magic? Streamer, show us a demonstration. Streamer, it's not that we don't believe you. We simply wish to witness it, doghead. Seeing these comments, Haokuen grinned. A demonstration of thunder magic, you say? The question remains, what about this gift? Upon hearing this, the viewers immediately understood. Jingzhan Fasher Lu Haizhu gifted the streamer a private jet 10. Kohan Mingzhu Jin Tuiziru gifted the streamer a Porsche 10. Jiafu Zhang gifted the streamer a Douyin Airship 1. Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi gifted the streamer a Carnival 10. These gifts amounted to tens of thousands. Haokuen was taken aback. He thought to himself, this usual crowd has never been so generous. Moreover, there were many unfamiliar faces. A quick glance at the upper right corner of the screen revealed the viewer count, over 10,000. Goodness, so many people, this has gone viral. At that moment, a highlighted comment from Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi floated through the live chat. Streamer, the gifts are in place, please demonstrate your thunder magic. Haokuen chuckled. Let us discuss it tomorrow, my dear viewers, until we meet again. In the next instant, thousands of viewers were abruptly ejected from the livestream. The black screen displayed a message, the streamer has left. The multitude of viewers finally regained their senses. That fellow ran away? Chapter 5, The Ghost Bride is not a ghost, she is a living person. In an instant, the netizens vented their dissatisfaction through the comments. He just pocketed the money and ran? Damn, what a scoundrel. This guy looks decent, yet he behaves so inhumanly. What the hell? He even stole the offerings in ghost money. What can you expect from him, doghead, from now on? I'll switch from being a fan to a hater. I suspect he doesn't even know thunder magic. Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi, I feel the streamer is just a bit tired. It is not that he doesn't know thunder magic, everyone should give him some confidence. See you tomorrow. Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi, brother, are you foolish? You were deceived and still defend him? Xiang Tianzai Jeshirlitsenmi, to the brother above, you don't understand, I am also from the Taoist sect. I can see the power of the streamer's tiancha robe and peach with staff at a glance. At this moment, Haokuen had taken the bride to the van parked on the dirt road. He placed her inside and lifted the red veil from her head. Before him appeared the visage of a stunning beauty. Exuding an aura of elegance, Haokuen reached out and pinched her cheek. It felt soft and warm, with warm breath escaping her nose. How can a ghost possess warmth? Haokuen was uncertain. Hey, wake up, he gave her a slap. But she showed no reaction, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. He decided to remove the paper phoenix costume she wore, revealing modern attire beneath, a set of tactical clothing. Even through the clothing, her figure was striking. Hakuin was tempted to touch, but he restrained himself. In her pocket, he found a wallet containing some money and an identification card that proved her identity. It read, name, Li Man, gender, female, ethnicity, Han. Date of birth, XXXX, residential address, Jinghai City, Pujiang District, Tangcheng Yipin. She is also from Jinghai, making her somewhat of a fellow townsfolk. After a moment of contemplation, Hakuin resolved to drive her to the hospital. The bumpy ride in the van soon roused Li Man. Driver, where are we? Li Man leaned forward. You are currently in a funeral home vehicle. Hakuin replied jokingly. Li Man, you have passed away. I am preparing to take you for cremation. At this, Li Man's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I am dead. Her expression reflected sheer incredulity, her eyes growing wider. Just as it seemed she was about to faint again, Hakuin flashed a sly smile. Just kidding. You're very much alive. How annoying, Li Man pouted, playfully punching Hakuin's shoulder. He instantly felt his shoulder go numb. Goodness, how is she so strong? Are you a martial artist? Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. Li Man quickly apologized. Hakuin waved his hand dismissively, lighting a cigarette as he asked, Sister, what brought you to the chaotic graves of Maba Town at this hour? Why aren't you home sleeping? Rubbing her slightly dazed head, Li Man explained, I am an avid female angler. Earlier, I was fishing by the reservoir near the chaotic graves around 4 in the afternoon. The sky suddenly darkened. It became pitch black. And I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I heard some commotion behind me in the chaotic graves, which frightened me, so I decided to pack up and leave. But no matter which way I turned, I couldn't find my way out. Suddenly, I saw a few ancient bearers carrying a red sedan chair towards me, and before I knew it, I was shoved inside. After that, I lost consciousness and remember nothing. Upon hearing her account, Hakuin chuckled softly. Sister, you have quite the nerve to fish during the ghost festival. Do you think you've encountered an illusion cast by some malevolent spirit? A ghostly wall. Li Man sighed, her tone laced with disappointment. I recently went through a breakup. My spirits were low, so I thought fishing might lift my mood. By the way, how did you find me? In response, Hakuin recounted in detail the tale of the ghostly marriage at the chaotic graveyard. Upon hearing this, Li Man was so frightened that she burst into tears. Grasping Hakuin's hand, she exclaimed, Handsome, if I hadn't encountered you tonight, I might have lost my life. Thank you for saving me. As she spoke, Li Man planted a kiss on Hakuin's cheek. What the heck? Ajin, are you serious? Hakuin touched his cheek where she had kissed him. Lingering in the moment, his expression reminiscent of the landlord from Kung Fu. What a sight, Li Man playfully scolded, then playfully punched Hakuin in the chest. With a thud, Hakuin felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Little sister, do you practice Hongquan? I feel gravely injured. I'm sorry, did I hurt you again? I'm a fitness coach, so I might be a bit stronger. As she spoke, Li Man rubbed Hakuin's chest. A fitness coach? The kind like Kong Barbie? How about you take off your clothes and let me take a look? You can't keep all the good stuff to yourself. It should be shared. Hakuin teased, I'm not quite at the Kong Barbie level yet. I practice natural bodybuilding. Following this, the two exchanged WeChat contacts and engaged in lively conversation. Upon learning that Hakuin was a spirit-seeking streamer, Li Man immediately became intrigued. Oh, now I understand why you seem so familiar. Your brother Koen. I often watch your live streams. Hakuin smirked mischievously. I never expected to have a female fan. From now on we can't just call our viewers water friends. We should add sisters to the mix. Upon hearing this, Li Man rolled her eyes. Brother Koen, I think just calling them family would suffice. Water friend sounds, cough, odd. Hakuin raised an eyebrow. I do as I please. Who are you to tell me otherwise? A little over 2 hours later, Hakuin drove his Wuling Hongguang minivan to the entrance of the Tangcheng Yipin community. Gazing at the opulent neighborhood, he asked in astonishment, Wow, are you a wealthy lady? To this, Li Man replied with a light smile, just modestly well off. Goodbye, brother Koen. I'll treat you to a meal when you have time. Hakuin didn't refuse, saying, Alright, I've been waiting for those words. With that, he pressed the accelerator, heading towards his next destination, the West District Police Station of Jinghai City. At this moment, inside the West District Police Station, Officer Li Shui rushed into the office in a flurry. Master, I've seen a ghost. Upon hearing this, Zheng Aigua, who was drafting a case closure report, raised his eyelids and looked over, his eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth happened? You look as if you fled from a disaster. His disciple's hair was disheveled, her police uniform splattered with mud, and she was missing a shoe. Oh no, where's your gun? Zheng Aigua exclaimed, noticing the empty holster at Li Shui's waist, and he stood up abruptly. Li Shui, she gasped, reaching for her waist, only to turn pale. Oh no, my gun, it's gone, you silly girl, what were you thinking? Zheng Aigua immediately grew anxious. Do you remember where you lost it? What happened? Li Shui slapped her cheeks. Trying to recall, I received a report from the public that someone was robbing at the chaotic graveyard in Maba Town. So I drove over. When I arrived, I saw a young man carrying a bride in a red dress on his back. I asked him if he was the robber, and he replied, "Officer, is it a crime for a ghost to rob?" Naturally, I didn't believe him. There is no way there could be ghosts in this world. Just then, a decayed skull-like face suddenly appeared right in front of me. I was so terrified that I turned and ran. As she recounted this, Li Shui could no longer hold back and sank to the ground in tears. Sobbing, "Whoa, why am I so useless? I actually lost my gun." Zheng Aigua felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed, picked up the car keys from the table, and said, "Silly girl, this isn't entirely your fault. I've heard that the chaotic graveyard in Maba Town is indeed cursed. You most likely attracted something sinister. I believe you lost your weapon in your panic. Come, I'll accompany you to find your gun, while it's still dark and not many people are around. We can retrieve it, and you won't have to face any penalties." Li Shui wiped her tears and nodded. Just then, a van drove into the compound outside the station. A figure stepped out and headed straight for the office. "Excuse me, is Li Shui here?" Haokuan entered, inquiring. Zheng Aigua scrutinized Haokuan with a hint of wariness in his tone. "What do you want?" Li Shui, on the other hand, recognized him immediately. "It's you, the one from Maba Town." "Master, he is a ghost, Haokuan?" "Zheng Aigua, what the heck? A ghost has come knocking. Don't move." With that, Zheng Aigua swiftly reached for his waist, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Haokuan. "What the heck? I am a human, not a ghost," Haokuan shouted, pointing to his Taoist robe. "What kind of ghost would dare wear a Taoist robe, you guys?" Zheng Aigua, "Oh, Li Shui, oh, here, is this your gun?" Haokuan produced a handgun from a bag and handed it to Li Shui. She checked it and confirmed it was indeed hers, with all the bullets intact. Overjoyed, Li Shui bowed deeply to Haokuan, saying, "Thank you." Haokuan waved his hand, saying, "No need for thanks. Primarily, I traveled a long way at night just to deliver a gun to the police. It is only fair that..." As he spoke, he pinched his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, rubbing them back and forth, making his intention abundantly clear. Haokuan wasn't naive. While the police and the public were one family, he certainly didn't intend to work for free. Before Li Shui could respond, Zheng Aigua cheerfully stepped forward, placing a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes into Haokuan's hand. "Brother, please have a smoke." Haokuan looked at the pack of Hongta Mountain, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. "Seriously, you're testing the officers with Hongta Mountain? What officer could withstand such a test? If you had given me a pack of Huazi, I wouldn't have said a word. But the key issue here is that there is only one cigarette in this Hongta Mountain pack. What the heck is wrong with you?" At this, Zheng Aigua appeared embarrassed, shoving his hands into his pockets and rummaging for a while. Finally producing a few coins, Haokuan was utterly baffled, unable to resist commenting, "What the heck? You don't even have $100. You're a police officer. How did life turn out this way? Did the government's poverty alleviation efforts skip your family?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Aigua nearly cried, grasping Haokuan's hand as he lamented, "Brother, it's all tears. I have 4 sons at home. I can barely support them. These few coins are my breakfast money for tomorrow and my smoking money. At this rate, forget about Hongta Mountain. I might have to resort to picking up cigarette butts." Haokuan felt a strong urge to give him the $200 in his pocket, patting his shoulder and saying, "Less is more, and happiness will follow." At that moment, Li Shui pulled out a crumpled stack of RMB from her pocket, reluctantly handing it over, saying, "Is 1,000 enough? That's all I have." Upon hearing this, Haokuan scrutinized Li Shui, realizing this girl seemed quite pitiful. Her police uniform was covered in mud, and she was missing a shoe. "Darn it, why am I feeling so soft-hearted?" Sighing, he added, "You ran to a place like that at night to catch a robber. It is clear you're a good officer." With that, Haokuan pulled out Li Shui's work ID and her missing shoe from the bag, returning them to her. Li Shui felt warmth in her heart and bowed again, saying, "Thank you, let us add each other on WeChat. You've helped me so much. I'll treat you to a meal when you have time." Seeing a girl take the initiative to add him on WeChat, Haokuan, of course, did not take the initiative to refuse. He silently opened the WeChat QR code for her to scan. "If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way." With that, Haokuan exited the office, climbed into his minivan, and drove away from the West District Police Station of Jinghai City, heading home. Chapter 7, a first test of the power of Palm Thunder, triggering a massive explosion. Haokuan returned to the entrance of his residential community, parked the van, and went upstairs to his door, unlocking it with his fingerprint and stepping inside. "I'm back." However, there was no response from his girlfriend, Wang Yuzhen. Haokuan found this strange and wandered through the various rooms, but he did not find her anywhere. Where did she go? He mumbled to himself. At that moment, he noticed a letter on the bedside table. "Haokuan, by the time you read this letter, I will have left. I've successfully passed my exams and my life will embark on a new beginning. Over the years, I have progressed, but what about you? You don't even have a proper job all day long. I wander aimlessly with a shabby bun in hand, leaving you profoundly disappointed. Blah blah blah. It seems we are destined to belong to different social strata. I hope we can part ways amicably. Please refrain from entangling yourself with me. After reading this letter, Hakuin muttered a curse under his breath. Fool, and discarded the letter. He had never considered Wang Yuzhen of any significance, merely appreciating her physique as one would a mere plaything. Now, having activated the system, if you choose to leave, then so be it. The departure would be for the best. A promise is a promise, and joy will follow. Do not dare return, should you have the audacity to come back. I shall treat you to a defense feast. After a refreshing shower, Hakuin prepared a late-night snack, only to discover that the rice cooker had been taken away by Wang Yuzhen. How utterly despicable. Consequently, Hakuin ordered a hot pot from Yi Di Lao. After satiating his hunger, he reclined comfortably on the large bed, inwardly calling out, "System, initiate task settlement." Ding, settling the task. The bandits' first robbery. The host successfully robbed the evil spirits of 10,000 jin of wealth. Task completed. The system has confiscated the wealth from the Supreme Urea Bag. The host receives the following rewards: 1.5,200,000 renminbi, legitimate source verifiable, 2. Palm Thunder, system enhanced version. In the next moment, Hakuin's phone pinged with a text message: "Your bank card ending in 5788 has received a deposit of 5,200,000 yuan. Holy cow, incredible, I have become wealthy, finally, I need not scrape by any longer." Hakuin felt a surge of exhilaration. With this 5.2 million, a plethora of opportunities lay before him: upgrading to a high-end desktop, purchasing a fine car, or perhaps seeking out a beautiful university girl nearby as a girlfriend. Of course, acquiring a large house might still be a stretch. In a place like Jinghai, where every inch of land is precious, even a modest apartment within the second ring can fetch astronomical prices. However, compared to monetary gain, Hakuin's interest in the Palm Thunder was even more pronounced. According to the system's description, Palm Thunder is a mystical technique originating from the Celestial Master, unlike other forceful Taoist arts. Its advantage lies in its instantaneous execution. It is the kind that can be unleashed with a mere flick of the wrist. Most importantly, this Palm Thunder is the system-enhanced version, with its power amplified. If charged sufficiently, its might could rival that of a 152mm howitzer shell. That is somewhat terrifying. A minor skill wielding the destructive power of a major one. Who else could compare? Hakuin sprang from the bed and made his way to the living room. With a single thought, he silently recited the incantation for Palm Thunder and directed it towards the coffee table. Instantly, a white lightning ball, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, erupted from his palm. With a resounding bang, the glass coffee table shattered into pieces. Goodness, how formidable! I might as well be the King of Thunder. Having marveled at this, Hakuin decided to test the power of Palm Thunder when charged. He approached the window, gazing downwards in search of a target. Fixing his gaze, he spotted an Audi A4L approaching. Hakuin recognized its owner, a pretentious individual lacking financial acumen. He had grotesquely modified his A4L into an Audi A8 by altering its rear end. Constantly parading around with a superficial air. Moreover, this individual had a penchant for antagonizing Hakuin, frequently parking directly in front of Hakuin's van, intentionally blocking his path. Hakuin had attempted to resolve matters amicably on numerous occasions. Yet this individual not only disregarded his words but escalated the harassment, even letting the air out of Hakuin's van tires. At this moment, he had once again parked directly in front of Hakuin's van and casually locked his car before walking away. Damn it, let him eat dirt. Fueled by indignation, Hakuin silently recited the incantation for Palm Thunder. In an instant, a white orb of lightning gathered in his palm. The orb expanded, swelling larger and larger until it could grow no more. With a downward thrust of his palm, he unleashed it. In the next moment, a lightning sphere the size of a basketball soared forth, crashing onto the roof of the Audi, with a thunderous roar. The Audi exploded spectacularly. It erupted skyward. The immense explosion set off alarms on nearby cars. Beep 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 beep. The sound activated lights in the surrounding tall buildings flickered to life. Goodness, what power! Hakuin was left in awe. Meanwhile, the Audi owner, who had just stepped out, was so startled by the sudden explosion that he crouched down in shock. Turning around, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Damn it, why did my car explode? Furthermore, after the explosion, great flames spread to nearby vehicles, igniting several luxury cars: Audi A6L, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Land Rover, Range Rover, each one more expensive than the last. The Audi owner panicked and rushed to extinguish the flames. But it was utterly futile. The fire only grew larger. Fire trucks arrived swiftly to douse the flames, and the car owners, alerted by the commotion, descended to witness the charred remains of their beloved vehicles. Infuriated, they confronted the Audi owner, demanding compensation. "You dog, pay up. Look what you've done by altering your A4 to an A8. See, it blew up, didn't it? This guy must have converted the engine to run on natural gas. Otherwise it wouldn't have exploded so violently. Yes, it must surely be the result of a natural gas explosion." The Audi owner, on the verge of tears, desperately protested. "I didn't convert to natural gas, I swear I didn't. I only modified the exterior. How could it possibly explode? This must be a case of a car bomb attack." At this moment, Hakuin also descended the stairs. He watched the unfolding chaos with amusement, reveling in his secret delight. Although his van had been affected by the explosion, leaving its paint charred, he felt no sorrow. It was merely a second-hand van worth 5,000 yuan. I could easily let it go. Immediately Hakuin approached the Audi owner, leaned in close, and whispered, "My dear brother, you've stirred up quite the trouble. A few million won't cover this. Moreover, since this is a modified vehicle, the insurance company won't compensate you. Before the police arrive, you better make a run for it. You won't owe me anything for my van. Here are my keys. Quickly, take my van and leave." The Audi owner looked at Hakuin in astonishment. "Brother, I've treated you this way all along, and you're actually helping me at such a critical moment." Hakuin embraced him and said, "Because I am a kind person." Upon hearing this, the Audi owner nearly wept. "Damn it, I'm about to cry. Good brother, I shall repay this kindness in the future. Farewell, good brother." With that, the Audi owner took the keys and sped away in Hakuin's van, escaping the crowd. After watching the van drive off, Hakuin discreetly took out his phone. "Hello, is this the police? I wish to report a theft. Someone has just stolen my car." Chapter 8, My Friend I'm Famous. Confirming the next live stream location, the century-old ancestral hall. A night without further events. The next day Hakuin awoke. He could have slept in a bit longer, but the notification sound from Douyin on his phone roused him. Upon opening Douyin, he found the fan group for one call from Koen-gu. A lifetime of Koen-gu buzzing with activity, the group membership had surged from over 200 to an astounding 2,000. The group was full. Additionally, his account's follower count had skyrocketed from 50,000 to over 200,000, an increase of more than fourfold. At that moment, longtime fans in the group were frantically tagging him. Hakuin dove into the conversation. "Are you free this week? Koen-gu, you're famous." Attached video link, old man pushing a cow. Koen-gu, you're trending on Douyin. Attached video link, delivery man Tiger Chow Dahua. Koen-gu, you're incredibly impressive. Attached video link. Hakuin clicked on these videos and took a look. Exploration host ventures into a haunted graveyard, robbing offerings and candles. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? In the dead of night, mysterious moans echo from the graveyard. Who was behind it? Having just married, who would have thought the bride would be stolen on their wedding night? Shocking, ghosts truly exist in this world. The footage in these videos all featured Hakuin's livestream, albeit with some editing. The popularity was sky high, with likes starting from 10,000, some even reaching 30 to 40,000. The comments were equally astounding, with mixed opinions. Some believed Hakuin genuinely encountered a ghostly bride, while others dismissed it as scripted for a film. As for Hakuin, having worked as an internet content creator for 2.5 years, he understood that this was the era of traffic supremacy. If one could seize this wave of traffic, even a pig could soar. Thus, he promptly recorded a personal video on his phone, briefly explaining the situation. "Dear viewers, I've noticed some questioning the authenticity of my livestream. They doubt last night's broadcast was genuine. Therefore, let us engage in the most authentic experience. Please leave a comment below, suggesting the location you wish for me to live stream from. The host will select the most liked comment as tonight's live stream location." Once the video was uploaded, the like count surged rapidly and many Douyin friends commented below, "Host, I want to see the haunted mansion. I've heard it's quite eerie. Host, go to Lanrua Temple. I've heard there are beautiful female ghosts there." Dear audience, let us venture to the Yizhuang of Shankuin City. It is said that within that graveyard there are zombies. On every full moon night, the undead emerge from the crimson coffins, breathing in the moonlight. "Host, I wish to have children with you." A fool. Approximately an hour later, the most liked comment appeared, Shankuin City's Yizhuang. Concurrently, the system notification chimed, "Ding, mission issued, raid the zombies in Shankuin City's Yizhuang to acquire zombie spores, mission reward, premium luxury gift package." Even the system desires me to visit the graveyard? Then let us proceed to the Yizhuang. Hakuin promptly posted another video. "Esteemed viewers, I have made my decision. Tonight, we shall conduct a live broadcast from Shankuin City's Yizhuang. Through wind and rain, I await you in the livestream. Watch as I seize the zombies. Furthermore, I shall showcase a demonstration of thunderous magic. Subsequently, Hakuin began to search for relevant information regarding Shankuin City's Yizhuang on Dui, and it wasn't that Hakuin feared the zombies within the graveyard. Rather, it was to enhance the professionalism of the live stream. If a viewer inquires about the origins of the graveyard and one cannot provide an answer, it would be quite embarrassing and make one seem foolish. Before long, Hakuin uncovered the truth. According to the information available online, this Yizhuang has a significant history, spanning over 300 years. Originally, it was used to house the bodies of those who succumbed to the plague. Inside lies a bright red coffin, belonging to the daughter of the local landowner, Lu Yuanwei. This daughter was originally betrothed to the son of the county magistrate, yet she engaged in an illicit affair with a destitute scholar and became pregnant. As her belly swelled day by day, Lu Yuanwei eventually discovered the truth. Enraged, he cast her into a pig cage. Meanwhile, the impoverished scholar, having received a tip-off, made his escape. After her death, her body was taken to the Yizhuang. Left unattended, soon after, strange occurrences began and the graveyard became rife with resentment. At midnight, one could hear the cries of infants and the soft sobs of women. The sounds were utterly chilling. Moreover, the body remained uncorrupted for 100 days. It could not be cleaved by knife nor consumed by fire. Additionally, Lu Yuanwei frequently dreamed of his daughter returning to demand vengeance. With no other option, he sought the guidance of a wandering Taoist priest. Following the priest's advice, Lu Yuanwei constructed a bright red coffin, interred his daughter's body within, sealed it with 13 soul-fixing nails, and wrapped it with inked twine. Over a century later, for reasons unknown, the corpse within the coffin escaped. Villagers nearby claimed to have seen a young woman seated atop the Yizhuang's roof on full moon nights, breathing in the moonlight. Afterward, no one dared approach the graveyard, and it fell into total disrepair. So that is the story. Hakuin silently lit another cigarette, having unraveled the origins of the Yizhuang. By this reckoning, the female corpse within the bright red coffin must possess at least 200 years of cultivation. It could be considered a century-old corpse king, and the zombie spores within this corpse king are indeed a rare treasure. Zombie spores are akin to the demon cores found within fairies, albeit not in a Dan form, but rather resembling a type of mushroom. If I could seize it and present it to the system, the monetary rewards would be substantial. Thereafter, Hakuin opened his mobile phone's navigation app. Checking the distance to it was approximately 200 kilometers away, not too far, though there was a stretch of mountain road where vehicles could not enter. Walking was the only option. Speaking of vehicles, Hakuin suddenly recalled that his car had been taken by that scoundrel. The Audi owner. Somehow, he managed to escape even while being pursued by the police. First, I need to buy a new car. With determination, Hakuin changed into clean clothes and prepared to head downstairs. At that moment, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He picked it up to see a message from the fitness instructor he rescued last night. Li Man, Kuan-gu, congratulations on your rise to fame. I just saw your live stream from last night on Douyin. You are now a big streamer. Cute emoji. Hakuin replied promptly. Isn't it awesome, Li Man? Impressive, thumbs up. Li Man, it's Sunday today. Are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Chapter 9, let's go buy a tank. Hakuin glanced at the time. It was nearly 10:30 yet he decided to agree. Sure, come pick me up. Oh no, come to get me. My car was stolen. Attached is the address. Li Man, huh, surprised emoji. Li Man, did even a van get stolen? Hakuin, I suspect it was some jealous scoundrel envious of my extraordinary looks. Sigh, being too handsome does attract envy. Li Man, giggling. Just then, Hakuin prepared to head downstairs when his WeChat chimed again. He checked to find a message from the police officer. Li Shui, Mr. Hakuin, are you there? Hakuin, I'm here. Li Shui, I would like to invite you to lunch to thank you for retrieving my gun. With two beautiful women inviting him to lunch, Hakuin felt a bit flustered. Could they not take turns? What if they all dined together? This thought crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. Dining as a trio would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Only a fool would attempt that. Sticking to his usual method, Hakuin extended his finger, pointing toward the WeChat messages from Li Man and Li Shui, muttering, "Little rooster points to whom, I shall choose whom, Li Man, so be it." Hakuin opened the chat with Li Shui and typed, "I'm afraid I can't make it for lunch today. My van was stolen, and I need to find a new one." Li Shui, actually, I invited you to lunch to discuss your van's situation. We found your van in a ditch. Attached is the scene photo. Hakuin clicked on the image and zoomed in. There lay his trusty van of 2.5 years turned upside down, quietly resting in a stinky ditch. Damn, it really did end up in a ditch. Hakuin, forget the car. Li Shui, ha, Li Shui, then what about lunch? Don't you have time? Hakuin, I can do dinner. Li Shui, perfect, I have a night shift tonight, so let us meet in the evening, cute emoji, but. While chatting with Li Shuai, Hakuin descended the stairs and stood outside. At that moment, a Porsche 911 rolled up, the window rolled down, revealing a delicately made-up face. It was Li Man. Kuan Gub, get in the car. Hakuin did not rush to enter but instead circled around the vehicle, admiring it. This car is splendid, beautiful, and stylish. How much? Hearing this, Li Man smiled. Not too much, just over $1 million. With your future potential, you'll be able to afford it in no time. Hakuin nodded. I can afford it now. Really? Li Man was astonished. Is live streaming that lucrative? Did you really earn over $1 million in one night? Hakuin grinned mischievously, refraining from answering. Before long, Li Man drove Hakuin to a high-end Western restaurant in the center of Jinghai City. The two sat across from one another, enjoying steak while conversing. Li Man was dressed in a low-cut black gown, accentuating her ample figure. While savoring his steak, Hakuin could not take his eyes off her, a dual feast for the senses. Hakuin's motto was, if a woman shows herself, you should look. If you don't look, you're a fool. Conversely, Li Man was unfazed by Hakuin's gaze. She found his forthrightness refreshing and genuine. She even boldly pushed her chest forward. Is it delicious? Very visually appealing. Hakuin, embodying a true man, spoke his mind. But Li Man covered her mouth, laughing. It was the first time she had encountered such an amusing man. His captivating confidence left her wanting more. Kuan-gu, I feel you have a decent physique. With some training, you could be quite impressive. As I am a fitness instructor, how about I teach you some workouts? Hearing this, Hakuin smirked. Are you suggesting I become your student? Well, sort of, but I won't charge you since you saved me. I'll teach you for free for life, Li Man replied. Do you have many female students? Are they pretty? Hakuin inquired further. Li Man's beautiful eyes twinkled. She understood Hakuin's intentions. I won't tell you. You'll find out when you come, but I can let you in on a little secret. There are quite a few beauties. Upon hearing this, Hakuin felt a tingling sensation all over his body, igniting the urge to forego the outdoor live stream that evening and interact with the girls during the workout instead. Tomorrow, I'll definitely come. I'll be waiting for you. Soon enough, the two had feasted and were thoroughly satisfied. Hakuin instructed Li Man to drive him to a nearby automobile trade center's S4 Street. Not long later, they arrived at the destination. Standing by the roadside, Hakuin scanned the names of the brands displayed at the 4S shops, carefully selecting. Tesla passed. I am primarily an outdoor streamer. An electric car is not suitable. A dream car, a company that originally produced motorcycles, suddenly claims to manufacture national treasure vehicles. Jilin Motorcycle, Zaxi Deliert Dapeng Automobile, the name is too tacky. Toyota, actually, their off-road vehicles are quite good, but the configuration is terrible. Yadi, I dare not speak ill. Tank, that name is quite impressive, sufficiently masculine. Hakuin immediately took a liking to it. He stepped into the Tank brand 4S store. As soon as he entered, Hakuin spotted a familiar face, his ex-girlfriend, Wang Yuzhen. Wang Yuzhen was linked arm in arm with a balding middle-aged man, testing the Tank 300. Their eyes met, and Hakuin's expression turned sour. Damn it. Did I not check the calendar before stepping out? How did I run into this harbinger of misfortune? In contrast, Wang Yuzhen wore a face of disdain. She instinctively assumed that Hakuin had come to find her. She even envisioned the ensuing drama, Hakuin, flowers in hand, kneeling before her, weeping and pleading for her not to leave him. To dispel Hakuin's thoughts, Wang Yuzhen angrily descended from the vehicle and approached him, beginning to berate him. Hakuin, how much longer do you intend to cling to me? We are no longer possible. I am now a civil servant, while you lack even a legitimate occupation. Furthermore, I already have a boyfriend. Please do not pursue me. Her voice was raised, ensuring that all nearby customers and sales personnel heard, clearly intending to humiliate Hakuin. Chapter 10, the most lethal form of pretentiousness. However, Wang Yuzhen did not receive the sight of Hakuin begging her not to leave. Instead, she observed as Hakuin tilted his head. Are you foolish? Who the hell is pursuing you? I came here to buy a car. Get lost. With that, Hakuin shoved her aside and walked deeper into the showroom. Wang Yuzhen stood momentarily stunned before suddenly laughing. Fine, since you claim you are here to buy a car, I shall see what you can afford. With that, Wang Yuzhen placed her hands on her hips, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Hakuin, uninterested in her, strode directly to a towering and imposing Tank 900, addressing the sales representative. What are the specifications of this vehicle? Upon hearing this, the young salesman promptly began detailing the technical jargon. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This vehicle is equipped with a 4.0 TTTT4 turbocharged V8 engine, along with a hybrid system and a 12-volt hybrid-specific transmission. The battery capacity reaches 200 kWh, with an electric range exceeding 300 kilometers. The engine power peaks at 800 horsepower, with the electric motor contributing an additional 700 horsepower. The combined output is 1,500 horsepower, and the total torque is 3,000 Nm. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 2 seconds. Top speed is 300 km per hour, faster than a high-speed train. Furthermore, the vehicle weighs a staggering 3.5 tons. The maximum load capacity is 1.5 tons, reaching a total weight of 5 tons when fully loaded. This vehicle boasts a robust frame with solid axle structures front and rear, part-time 4-wheel drive, and 3 locking differentials. In low-speed 4-wheel drive mode, the torque can be amplified 5-fold, lastly when fully fueled and charged. Its maximum range can reach 2,000 kilometers. In summary, this is a super off-road vehicle. Upon hearing these specifications, Hakuin felt quite satisfied and inquired, "How much for this car?" "The total cost is $1.5 million, replied the salesman. "I'll take it. Card please." With that, Hakuin handed over his business card to "Sir, would you like to finance?" "Finance? Absolutely not, a full payment," Hakuin declared emphatically. "What?" The salesman was taken aback. Is there truly someone who pays in full for a luxury vehicle these days? "Well, sir, the car was procured through a loan from the bank, and if you insist on paying in full, there may be an additional charge. Perhaps consider financing. An additional 50,000 sufficient, charge 200,000. Hakuin reiterated firmly. The salesman was left speechless. Wang Yuzhen was equally bewildered. Not long after, under Wang Yuzhen's astonished gaze, Hakuin completed the payment, signed for the transfer, and took possession of the imposing Tank 900. Smashing through the transparent glass of the 4S store and driving off with flair, the salesman exclaimed, "Boss, that was quite the crash." The 4S store manager added, "Feel free to come back for another crash." In stark contrast, Wang Yuzhen was left in a daze. She could not fathom how the formerly frugal Hakuin, who once nursed a cigarette down to the filter and waited for instant noodles to soak thoroughly before eating, had suddenly become so extravagant. "Dear, I wish to buy a Tank 900 too," Wang Yuzhen cooed to the balding man beside her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared troubled. "Darling, are you obedient?" "Yes, I am obedient." Wang Yuzhen nodded eagerly. "Good, be obedient. We shall not buy it, Wang Yuzhen?" At that moment, Hakuin was speeding along the road in his brand new Tank 900. It must be said, this vehicle is truly remarkable. Standing at 2 meters tall, 2.3 meters wide, and 5.5 meters long with 35-inch tires, it resembled a tank in every aspect. The visibility was unparalleled, providing a commanding view over all other vehicles. Akin to sitting in a semi-trailer. Simultaneously, surrounding drivers rolled down their windows, casting envious glances at Hakuin's powerful Tank 900. Hakuin felt exhilarated, perfectly embodying the adage, "Once you drive a luxury car, you need not say much. Your vehicle will speak for you." This form of pretentiousness is aptly named the most lethal form of subtle pretentiousness. Upon returning home, Hakuin prepared to catch up on some sleep, as he had an outdoor livestream to conduct that evening and could not afford to be sleep-deprived. At that moment, his WeChat pinged. It was a message from his ex-girlfriend, Wang Yuzhen. "Kunkin, I know you still love me, right? Let us get back together. The person at the 4S store is not my boyfriend. He is my cousin. I only brought him along to provoke you." Upon reading this, Hakuin scoffed and furiously typed, "Get lost." After sending that message, he promptly blocked and deleted her from his contacts. At 8 o'clock in the evening in Shankuin City, at the Ancestral Hall, a rugged off-road vehicle approached from a distance. As the dirt road jostled, the headlights of the vehicle flickered up and down. Soon, the off-road vehicle came to a stop at the end of the dirt path. Hakuin stepped out of the car. First, he donned a stocking mask. Second, he draped himself in a Taoist robe. Third, he pulled out a peachwood staff. With the 3 essential tools for a bandit secured, Hakuin began launching his live streaming drone. He then activated the smartphone strapped to his arm, opened the Douyin livestream backend, and initiated the broadcast. As the live stream began, viewers receiving the notification flocked to the channel. In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers surpassed 1,000, rapidly increasing at a rate of over 500 per minute. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Wow, Brother Cohen is live. Why is the host dressed so strangely? What is with the stocking mask?" To the one above, "Are you new here?" As a 10-year veteran fan, let me tell you, this is the host's bandit outfit. Brother Cohen is tonight's live stream at the Ancestral Hall. Host, how about performing a zombie grab tonight? Doghead, Thunder Method, we want to see the Thunder Method. Host, you promised us. Tonight you must demonstrate the Thunder Method. Hakuin glanced at the barrage and quickly addressed all the comments. Gathering friends, tonight's live stream location is indeed at the Shankuin City Ancestral Hall. Rest assured, if I do not clear out the zombies inside, consider it a treasure hunt. The thunder method is not urgent. I assure you, you will witness it." With that, Hakuin lit a cigarette and began walking along the mountain path toward the ancestral hall. Explaining, this ancestral hall hidden within the mountain is quite significant. According to locals, there lies a blood-red coffin. On every full moon night, zombies crawl out from the coffin, standing atop the ancestral hall's roof. Howling at the moon, this is commonly referred to as the zombie moon worship. Today happens to be the 15th day of the lunar calendar, when the moon is at its largest and roundest. Friends, you are in for a treat. Once the clouds disperse, and the moon reveals itself, the zombies are sure to follow. I am putting in all this effort for the live stream. Will you not move your generous hands and send a few gifts to support the host? In just a few sentences, the atmosphere of the livestream was elevated to a peak with gifts raining down. Hardware softening engineer sends the host a private jet X20, effortlessly handling enter and exit the Pearl, sends the host a Porsche X20. Liquid transfer through path, sends the host a Douyin Airship X10, borrowing 10 more centimeters from heaven, sends the host a Carnival X20. To this, Hakuin expressed his gratitude. Thank you to all the patrons. Wishing you all prosperous business across the seas, wealth flowing abundantly from the three rivers. Upon hearing this, the viewers began to humorously respond. How foolish the patrons are, Doghead, too foolish, Doghead. A single phrase proves you have watched Brother Cohen's livestream, Doghead, from the three rivers, Doghead, gathering friends, Doghead, that. Before long, Hakuin reached the end of the mountain path. An ancestral hall concealed within the dense forest appeared before him. Chapter 11. Bravely entering the ancestral hall, encountering rival spirit explorer F3. The ancestral hall was constructed of ancient wooden beams, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters. Due to prolonged neglect, the place has nearly fallen apart, reduced to a mere skeleton of its former self. A weathered sign, teetering precariously, hangs above the entrance, inscribed with the ominous words Yizhuang. Peering inside, one is met with a scene overrun by weeds, enveloped in an air of decay and desolation. At that moment, a gentle breeze sweeps through, causing the dilapidated doors and windows to creak ominously, heightening the sense of dread. Goodness, even through the screen it feels unsettling. At this moment, a burly man quietly tucks his feet under the covers. Is the host truly unafraid to come to such a place at night? You underestimate the host. He dares to seize the Ghost King's offerings. Do you think he would fear this? Borrowing 10 more centimeters from the heavens. By the way, Cohen, after you abducted the bride, what happened? Doghead, Mimi, private trainer at Miracle Gym. I am that bride, and the host didn't do anything to me. Please don't spread rumors. You're just bragging. Clearly, the host took the ghost bride. What do you, a living person, know about it? How Cohen noticed the barrage of comments and realized Li Nini was also present. He smirked mischievously and teased, guess whether or not I actually did anything with the bride. A correct answer wins a prize. Mimi, private trainer at Miracle Gym. Cohen, you're annoying. I'm ignoring you. I guess he probably did something. Half done. Half done but wilted, Doghead, wilted and then continued. What? The host dares to tease ghosts, a death knight, hot, Doghead, borrowing 10 more centimeters from the heavens, host. How about performing a zombie tease tonight, Doghead? After interacting with the viewers for a while, Cohen estimated that the atmosphere had been sufficiently built up and prepared to venture into the Yizhuang for a closer look. Just as he stepped forward, he heard voices approaching from the mountain path he had taken, growing increasingly near. Goodness, this desolate place is so remote, bro, that Cohen is also live streaming from this location tonight. If we stream here too, wouldn't it seem like we're riding on his coattails? What do I care about his traffic? This place isn't his. Why should he get to broadcast here while I can't? Bro, quickly check Douyin, that Cohen has already started streaming. Has that brat arrived already? Damn, he has gotten ahead of me. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 figures emerged from the dense forest path. Standing before Hao Cohen, the leader was a bald man whose shiny head glistened even in the darkness, resembling a waxed surface. Flanking him were 2 younger men, one stout and one short, both carrying streaming equipment. Exploring Spirit F3, Cohen recognized them. Exploring Spirit F3, like Cohen, was part of the exploration streaming circuit. Although they had little personal interaction, they were aware of each other's reputations and were competitors over the past 2.5 years. They had been vying for fans and traffic. However, Exploring Spirit F3 had the advantage of 3 members, allowing them to create a dynamic atmosphere. One sets the stage, another performs, while the third engages the audience. Consequently, they had consistently outstripped Cohen in terms of viewer count and streaming popularity, yet now, the tables had turned. Cohen had gained immense popularity following his Wild Graveyard stream the previous night, becoming a top-tier streamer on Douyin with his audience numbers soaring above 10,000, far beyond what Exploring Spirit F3 could achieve. What a classic case of enemies crossing paths. The bald leader, Lu Deshang, spoke to Cohen in a mocking tone before instructing his two companions, set up the streaming equipment. We'll go live as well. Before long the trio had their setup ready. Good evening everyone. In the past, we had Lu Guan and Zhang venturing into the Three Kingdoms. Now we have Lu Guan and Zhang exploring the spirit world. I am Lu Deshang. I am Guan Xiaoyu. I am Zhang Zhongfei. We are exploring Spirit F3. Please like and follow, and send us some gifts. Seeing them jump around in front of the camera like monkeys, Cohen regarded them with incredulity. Goodness, what fools, a drone, let us go. With a gesture towards the Yi Zhuang, the drone hovering above him automatically followed suit. The scene did not escape Lu Deshang's notice, who mused inwardly, damn, this kid's equipment is quite advanced. Is it voice controlled? Where did he buy it? Seeing Cohen step ahead into the Yi Zhuang, Lu Deshang naturally could not fall behind. Let us go, we're entering too. Thus, the three hefted their cumbersome streaming equipment and hurried into the Yi Zhuang. At that moment, under the 360-degree illumination of the drone, the interior of the Yi Zhuang was laid bare. Spiderwebs adorned the corners, and a thick layer of dust covered the ground, creating a choking cloud with each step taken. Fortunately, Cohen had brought a stocking cap, effectively serving as a mask, sparing him from the dust. In the center of the Yi Zhuang lay several dilapidated wooden tables strewn with yellowed, faded paper talismans. An incense burner had been knocked over, with a few rotten fruits nearby, likely remnants of offerings. Arranged around the central table were a dozen coffins propped up on wooden benches. Unsurprisingly, all of these coffins had rotted away, leaving only their bases visible. Where scattered bones lay exposed, upon inspecting the walls, faded portraits hung, their subjects' features rendered indistinct by time. At last, in a corner of the Yi Zhuang, Cohen spotted the legendary red coffin. This coffin was enormous, measuring 2.5 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and standing nearly 1.80 meters in height. Strangely, it had not decayed, and even the bright red lacquer on its surface remained intact. Instantly, the viewers in Cohen's livestream began to buzz with excitement. Goodness! This is the first time I've seen such a large coffin. This coffin just exudes an eerie vibe. The fact that it's red, who in their right mind would use a red coffin for a good person? Host, open the coffin and seize the zombie, dog head. At that moment, a carnival gift animation appeared in the livestream along with a message from the top supporter, borrowing 10 more centimeters from the heavens. Host, can you tell us more about the origins of this coffin? I didn't catch that earlier. Cohen took a drag from his cigarette, chuckling, centimeter bro, you'd better pay close attention now. The origins of this red coffin. Before he could finish, Zhang Deshang leaned in, raising his voice to deliberately steal the limelight. Chapter 12, Lu Deshang, free coffin opening, and I end up the villain? Folks, this red coffin has quite the backstory. It belonged to the daughter of a wealthy landlord. She was caught sneaking around with someone. Before she was even married, she ended up with a bun in the oven. When the landlord found out, he tossed her in a pig cage. So this is the coffin of a promiscuous woman. After finishing, Lu Deshang looked smugly at Cohen and added, what do you think? Did I interrupt you? If you find it noisy, you can step outside. Cohen retorted disdainfully, your pig-like squealing is indeed quite bothersome. Also, speaking ill of the deceased in front of their remains, aren't you afraid of retribution? Have you never heard that the dead should be respected? Lu Deshang scoffed nonchalantly, even giving the red coffin a kick, dismissively saying, that woman has been dead for centuries, why should I fear her? Does she plan to rise from the coffin and confront me? If she dares, I'll gladly oblige. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through the Yi Zhuang's entrance. The broken doors and windows creaked ominously. Lu Deshang couldn't help but shiver. He glanced around, feeling as if something was watching him from the shadows. However, since they were live streaming, he mustered his courage and spoke into the camera. Ha, folks, this little breeze is quite refreshing. Ghosts, ha! Cohen suddenly shouted, oh my goodness! Lu Deshang jumped up in fright, landing squarely on his taller companion, Guan Xiaoyu's neck, clinging to the head of his taller companion. Lu Deshang frantically looked around, asking where is the ghost, where is it, just teasing you. Cohen smirked slyly this time. The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha, XSWL. Deshang is amazing, he jumped really high, dog head, he jumped right onto a neck. Impressive. With those jumping skills, why not participate in high jump competitions instead of streaming? Cohen is so playful, his scare tactics are top-notch, thumbs up. Look, Deschang's face has turned green from fright. Regaining his composure, Lu Deschang's expression darkened as he coldly questioned, "You little brat, do you dare to mess with me? Who was messing with you? There was indeed a ghostly shadow that flitted past you just now." Cohen replied earnestly before turning his attention back to examining the red coffin. As the saying goes, the speaker is oblivious while the listener is wary. Lu Deschang couldn't shake the unsettling feeling and kept glancing over his shoulder. However, the mere thought of having streamed for such an extended period without ever encountering a ghostly apparition bolstered his courage once more. He retrieved a spike, a steel hammer, and a crowbar, and approached the ominous red coffin. Intentionally vying for attention, he addressed the camera, saying, "Dear viewers, would you like to see what lies within the coffin? If someone gifts me a carnival, I shall live stream the opening of the coffin. What do you say?" Furthermore, the two lackeys behind Lu Deschang began to amplify the atmosphere. One carnival may not buy you a luxury car or a house, but it can compel the host to open the coffin. Come on, family, lend your support, one carnival, and we shall keep our promise. Nevertheless, after much shouting, no one sent a carnival. In stark contrast, on Hakuin's side, thank you to borrowing 10 centimeters from heaven for the 10 carnivals. Centimeter Brother is magnificent, wishing Centimeter Brother prosperous business across the seas, wealth flowing abundantly to the 3 rivers. Lu Deschang felt a twinge of envy. While he struggled for a single carnival, it felt akin to constipation. Yet that fellow, without even asking, had fans voluntarily sending him 10 carnivals? Where is the justice? Is there no law? Isn't this merely taking advantage of the honest? However, the most piercing blow was still to come. What, Centimeter Brother, you want me to open the coffin? That simply won't do. 10 carnivals won't suffice to open the coffin, additional funds are required. Just as Hakuin finished his statement, a flurry of carnival animations erupted in the livestream. Wow, thank you, Centimeter Brother, for the 20 carnivals. Centimeter Brother is truly generous. I have no more words. I shall open the coffin now. Meanwhile, Lu Deschang was on the verge of tears. It is often said that comparison breeds envy, and goods must be measured against one another. This fellow simply uttered ad money and garnered 20 carnivals. Here I am, singing, dancing, and rapping, and not only do I lack carnivals, but I barely have a few little red stars. Moreover, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted, dropping from 1,000 to 500. Lu Deschang needn't think twice to know that the fans had undoubtedly flocked to that scoundrel's stream. Scoundrel, are you intentionally opposing me? Lu Deschang glared at Hakuin with a resentful expression. Hakuin retorted, "Have you developed a persecution complex? Did I ever engage with you in the first place, foolish creature?" Lu Deschang shot back, "Who are you calling a fool?" Pointing accusingly at Hakuin, "Whoever responds, I shall call a fool." Lu Deschang declared, "Damn it, I will see this through to the end." Lu Deschang, throwing caution to the wind, addressed the camera, "Dear viewers, I no longer desire gifts. I will open the coffin for you for free. Old 2, old 3, come." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them gathered at the large red coffin, tools in hand, ready to pry it open. In contrast, Hakuin did not join in the fray. He spoke to the camera from the drone. "Collectors and beauties, it's not that the host refuses to open the coffin. You've witnessed the situation firsthand. A few fools are bullying the host merely seeks a token of consolation for his fragile heart." As soon as he finished, a multitude of gifts soared into the air, accompanied by a barrage of comforting messages on the screen. "Don't cry, host, we support you. Deschang is just a fool, ignore him. Borrowing 10 centimeters from heaven, host, I do not blame you." Meanwhile, Deschang felt his heart sink. "So, I am now the villain for offering a free coffin opening? Damn it, how did I become such a jester?" He decided to vent all his pent-up frustration on the coffin lid. Thud thud thud, bang bang bang. With a final crack, the last coffin nail was pried loose, the lid of the coffin was toppled to the ground. The interior of the coffin was captured by the drone's aerial view. Inside lay a woman dressed in phoenix attire, quietly resting in the coffin. The corpse was not decayed, her features were pale, almost ghostly white, with her hands crossed over her chest. Strangely, her nails were exceedingly long, at least 10 centimeters. Such an ominous sight made Lu Deschang's heart race. He was no fool. How could he not perceive the malevolence within? Chapter 13, Boss. She sat up. In that instant, he felt a surge of trepidation. "Dear viewers, the coffin has been opened. There's nothing of interest inside, just an undecayed female corpse. Let's leave." With that, Lu Deschang turned to flee the mortuary. "You aren't afraid, are you?" Hakuin remarked, half smiling. "Who is afraid? I'm not scared." Lu Deschang bellowed, "If you're not scared, why are you running?" "Who is running? I merely wished to step outside for a moment." Lu Deschang concocted an excuse to exit. At that moment, the Spirit Exploration F3 stood outside the mortuary, with the tall youth, Guan Xiaoyu, suggesting, "Boss, this place feels malevolent. Perhaps we should leave." "Indeed, we should go. The corpse in that coffin looks like it has become something sinister." "Tonight is a full moon. I've heard that zombies emerge on full moon nights to pay homage to the moon," the short and stout Zhang Zhongfei chimed in, also advocating retreat. "Leave? Let me tell you. If we leave now, we will earn the title of cowards. We can no longer mix in the spirit exploration circuit." Lu Deshang analyzed the situation and continued, "Besides, that scoundrel hasn't left yet. If we leave first, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. If we must leave, it must be after that fellow is gone. If all else fails, we can leave together with him, but what if something goes wrong?" Guan Xiaoyu pointed to the clouds obscuring the moon, looking quite worried. "Boss, look at those clouds. They appear to come quickly and depart just as fast. I'm concerned that once the moon breaks free, the zombie within the coffin will emerge. If that happens, we won't have time to escape." Upon hearing this, Lu Deshang found some merit in the argument. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Guan Xiaoyu, "How about this? You bring our motorcycle parked at the foot of the mountain up here. If anything goes awry, the three of us can make our escape on the motorcycle, leaving that scoundrel behind. After all, two wheels are faster than two legs, right? In that case, if a zombie chases after him, we can make our getaway. If that fellow gets bitten to death, the three of us will become the champions of the spirit exploration realm. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Upon hearing this, Guan Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhongfei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Boss, your plan is brilliant. It's a true stroke of genius. This should be called the zombie strategy in the 36 stratagems." "What nonsense zombie strategy? This is called drive the tiger and swallow the wolf." "Enough chatter, let's split up." The trio divided into two groups. Guan Xiaoyu descended the mountain to fetch the motorcycle, while Lu Deshang and Zhang Zhongfei stepped into the mortuary. As soon as they entered, they were taken aback, because Haokuan was nowhere to be found. The drone was also gone. Lu Deshang opened Haokuan's livestream only to find the message, "The host has left." Lu Deshang muttered incredulously, "That scoundrel ran away first?" Just then, a ray of pure white moonlight streamed through a gaping hole in the roof, and it illuminated the blood-red coffin directly. With a gulp, Lu Deshang swallowed hard. Fear gripped him. On the full moon night, with a female corpse lying in the crimson coffin, this series of associations set Lu Deshang's nerves on edge. Ahem, dear viewers, the host has suddenly grown weary. Today's stream ends here. I'm signing off now. Even Lu Deshang, despite his foolishness, recognized that this place was ill-suited for lingering. Moreover, that scoundrel Brother Koan had already run away. If not now, when? He promptly took a step to retreat. Yet at that precise moment, with a sudden burst, a carnival soared into the livestream, and a line of red text banners scrolled across the screen. "Borrowing 12 centimeters from heaven, if you dare approach the red coffin and kiss the female corpse inside, I shall send you 10 more carnivals." Lu Deshang was taken aback. 10 carnivals equated to 30,000 yuan. Following the platform's 50-50 revenue split, he could pocket at least 15,000. 15,000, how long must one stream to earn that? Besides, this generous individual had begun with a carnival, clearly indicating substantial resources. Furthermore, this task was not difficult. Merely a kiss with the female corpse would suffice. Is this for real? Lu Deshang sought confirmation. "Borrowing 12 centimeters from heaven. Why would I deceive you? You can verify my Douyin level. 10 carnivals are nothing to me. What the hell?" A wealthy guy V50 showcasing his prowess. "You aren't perhaps a secondary account of centimeter brother? Are you? Dog emoji. Alright, I shall plant a kiss." With that, Lu Deshang steeled his resolve and approached the blood-red coffin nestled in the corner. Peering inside, he beheld the female corpse, lying quietly, her position unchanged. Lu Deshang let out a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and slowly brought his lips closer. "Pop, ha, I've done it." Lu Deshang quickly withdrew his lips, then turned around, facing away from the coffin, and boasted animatedly to the camera of the live-streaming equipment set up on the ground. "Family, do you think the host is brave? Oh really, there is nothing to be afraid of. What with the grand red coffin, the uncorrupted female corpse, and the zombie worshipping the moon, they're all nonsense. We must believe in science." Before Lu Deshang could finish his sentence, he noticed his younger brother Zhang Zhongfei standing beside the live-streaming equipment, his pupils instantly dilating. He pointed behind Lu Deshang, his voice trembling. "Big brother, she sat up." What? With a scream, Zhang Zhongfei bolted away, crashing through the dilapidated door of the mortuary with a loud bang. Fleeing outside, his shoes flew off, hanging from the beams. Zhang Zhongfei's exaggerated reaction left Lu Deshang drenched in sweat. At the same time, he could feel something cold blowing against the back of his neck. He slowly turned his head, finally, he beheld the most unwelcome and dreaded sight of his life. Chapter 14, a blast comparable to a 152mm howitzer. The host's palm thunder is truly impressive. There she was, the female corpse that should have been lying in the coffin, and she had indeed sat up. Her head spun a full 360 degrees, fixing her gaze upon him. Those green pupils sent shivers down his spine. Roar! The female corpse let out a terrifying scream, gradually opening her mouth to reveal row upon row of sharp, menacing teeth. Her mouth stretched wider and wider. The angle of her jaw opening was utterly astonishing. It resembled that of a hippopotamus. Moreover, her tongue flickered within her mouth like a serpent, a zombie. Zhang Deshang screamed and fled. This scene was captured in crystal clarity by the live streaming equipment set up on the ground. Holy crap, there really is a zombie. Oh my gosh, how terrifying. Lu Deshang is definitely doomed. By the way, where's Kuan Gu? Kuan Gu just said he needed to take a dump and went out to relieve himself. I seriously suspect that Kuan Gu knew something was going to happen. So he bolted early, deliberately leaving Deshang in the lurch. Doghead, to the one upstairs, seeing through but not speaking out. Doghead, after Lu Deshang burst out of the mortuary, he dashed down the mountain path. Meanwhile, the female corpse bounced and hopped after him. Rather than say she was bouncing, it was more akin to her gliding just above the ground. Her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with Lu Deshang, leaping onto his back, mouth agape, ready to bite down. Lu Deshang, perhaps due to some ancestral misfortune, stumbled and fell, rolling several times on the ground. Fortuitously tossing the zombie off his back, the zombie ended up biting nothing but air. He scrambled to his feet and continued running. At that moment, headlights appeared ahead. It was clear that Guan Xiaoyu was arriving on a motorcycle. Lu Deshang thought he was saved and waved at him. Second brother, quickly rescue your big brother. My second brother is unbeatable, I'm counting on you. Conversely, Guan Xiaoyu, illuminated by the moonlight, clearly saw a figure bouncing behind Lu Deshang and was instantly petrified. My goodness, a zombie. Guan Xiaoyu twisted the throttle, executed a stylish drift, spun around, and then hit the gas, disappearing in an instant. Lu Deshang was frantic, trailing behind. Damn it, I didn't get on the bike. How could you, you beast? You'd abandon your big brother. Do you not honor our brotherhood? At this moment, in a certain part of the mountain forest, Hao Kuan was relieving himself. After a substantial deposit, he felt immensely refreshed. Earlier, while in the mortuary, Hao Kuan had suddenly experienced abdominal pain, prompting him to briefly end the live stream. He had crawled through a hole at the back of the mortuary to find a place to relieve himself. Surrounded by dense forest and swarming with mosquitoes, Hao Kuan had ventured a bit further to the edge of the mountain path before dropping his trousers. At that moment, help! Lu Deshang raced past him like a streak of lightning. Holy crap, a 9.0 second 100 meters, dude, you just broke the world record. Hao Kuan was baffled by the sudden burst of speed. Just then, another figure zipped past, bouncing erratically. Holy crap, the zombie is on the move. The show is about to begin. Hao Kuan casually picked up a handful of leaves, wiped himself, pulled up his pants, and gave chase. He even launched a drone to start a live stream. The live footage unfolded before the viewer's eyes. Lu Deshang was sprinting for his life. The female zombie was in hot pursuit, and Hao Kuan was trailing behind the zombie, wielding a peachwood stick. He ran, she chased, and his shoes flew off. Damn, I can't stop laughing. Facepalm, it's quite strange. Although it's a terrifying scene, why does it seem so funny? Facepalm, Kuan Gu is really brave, daring to chase a zombie. Admiration, who is Kuan Gu? He is the man who steals paper money, gold ingots, and candles. Suddenly, Lu Deshang tripped over a tree root lying on the ground, sending him hurtling horizontally for 7 or 8 meters. He rolled around for several dozen rotations, resembling an invincible whirlwind, before finally crashing against the roots of a large tree. Coming to a halt, the female corpse quickly followed, leaping onto Lu Deshang's neck, mouth open, ready to bite down. Dare not act recklessly, vile creature. Just then, Hao Kuan let out a roar and struck at the female corpse. In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of over 10,000 viewers, Hao Kuan's palm erupted with a dazzling white lightning sphere. With a loud bang, the lightning sphere struck the back of the female corpse, sending her flying. Holy crap, is that an Ultraman laser beam? Is that Iron Man's palm cannon? Nonsense, this is clearly in homage to Street Fighter's Adon. Xiang Tian, lend me 10 centimeters more. What the hell, Adon homage? This is lightning magic, brothers. Holy crap, instant lightning magic. That's way too powerful, right? Truly the Lightning King. Following this, as the viewers watched with wide eyes, Hakuin unleashed another lightning strike. Bang! It hit the female corpse again. The previously upright corpse was now knocked down, unable to rise, flickering with lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Enjoy this. Seizing the opportunity, Hakuin began to gather his energy. A pure white lightning sphere grew larger and larger in his palm. Finally, it reached the size of a watermelon. Palm thunder. Ah, dawn! The watermelon-sized lightning ball was hurled towards the female corpse with great force. Boom! An explosion erupted where the female corpse stood. Several ancient trees, so large that two people could barely encircle them, were all shattered. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. This astonishing scene caused all viewers in the livestream to rise to their feet. Oh my mama, the host's lightning magic is just too impressive. That power is comparable to a 152mm howitzer, right? This is essentially a human artillery piece. Does this count as a hot weapon? To the one upstairs, you stumped me. Does this really count as a hot weapon? To the one upstairs, why are you fixating on this question? Xiang Tian, lend me 10 centimeters more, if this isn't classified as a hot weapon. Then I could learn from the host. Just raise a hand and unleash a lightning cannon. Who wouldn't want to learn that? Whoever dares to speak nonsense, I'll zap them with a lightning cannon, dog head. As this comment from Centimeter Brother surfaced, the viewers suddenly understood. Damn, that makes sense. Koen Go, please teach us. Koen Go, as long as you're willing to teach, money is no object. Damn it, I really want to learn. This is way more powerful than a gun. If this were learned by special forces, wouldn't it be unbeatable? No need for guns, just use this. Eagle Nation, Xuanwu Nation is suspected of developing large-scale humanoid lethal weapons. Xuanwu Nation, Little Eagle. You're talking nonsense. This is clearly a strong body exercise. Strong body exercise with a bit more power is quite reasonable, right, dog head? Reasonable, very reasonable, dog head. Chapter 15. I remain unchanged in name and surname. Heir of the Nine Heavens Thunder sect. Meanwhile, Hakuin had no time to glance at the viewers' comments, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Once the explosion's shockwave subsided, Hakuin focused intently. Noticing that the female corpse's body remained largely intact, not shattered to pieces. However, her clothing had been completely blown off in the lightning explosion, leaving her stark naked. Without a moment's hesitation, Hakuin dashed forward, retrieving a urea bag from his waist, and promptly covered the upper half of the female corpse. As is well known, using a urea bag on evil entities has a suppressive effect. Next, grasping the female corpse's head with his left hand, he lifted her up while wielding the peachwood stick in his right hand, delivering a series of fierce blows to her abdomen. Damn it, spit it out, spit it out, spit it out, spit it out, show some respect and quickly vomit. This scene left the viewers utterly bewildered. What on earth is the host doing? Spit what? Did the female corpse steal something from the host? I'm calling the police. The host is suspected of desecrating a corpse. To the one upstairs, are you out of your mind? At long last, after Hakuin had struck the female corpse repeatedly with his stick, she emitted a dry heaving sound. Hakuin felt a surge of joy and removed the urea bag. To his astonishment, the female corpse opened her mouth and expelled a glowing green object, which Hakuin deftly caught. Upon closer inspection, the object resembled a mushroom. Ha, the zombie fungus is in my grasp. Hakuin, exhilarated, licked his lips and tucked the zombie fungus into his pocket. With this, the system's task would surely be accomplished. Meanwhile, the female corpse suddenly spoke. Return it to me at once, otherwise, my master will kill you. A threat? How dare she threaten me? Hakuin narrowed his eyes and swung the stick, knocking the corpse to the ground. At that moment, someone in the live stream sent 10 carnival gifts. A highlighted comment floated by. Hello everyone, I am Manyobi, streamer. Do you sell zombie meat? I would like to buy a thigh to display as a collectible at home. Upon hearing this, the chat erupted with excitement. What the heck, buying a thigh to display at home? Are you a weirdo? Even I, a weirdo, find that bizarre. Dog head, I thought the streamer was ruthless enough. But it turns out the real savage is among us. Facepalm, how are you so impressive, buddy? To the one above, if he wasn't impressive, would his username be Manyobi? Doghead? Hakuin glanced at the comments. Taken aback by this water friend's outrageous statement, he initially thought that seizing the treasure, candles, and ghostly bride was already impressive. Little did he expect someone even more audacious to appear. A little boss. Your taste in collectibles is quite unique. At this moment, another 10 carnival gifts soared into the air. Hello everyone, I am Minobi, streamer, give me a straight answer, will you help me with this? Hearing this, Hakuin, adhering to the principle of not letting money slip through his fingers, promptly agreed. Then you send me another 20 carnivals, and I will help you remove this female corpse's thigh. I'll cover the shipping. As soon as he finished speaking, another 20 carnivals took flight in the livestream. Minobi immediately became the top donor, pushing Centimeter Brother down the ranks. The boss is generous. Hakuin rolled up his sleeves, preparing to take action. Meanwhile, the female corpse looked at Hakuin in sheer terror, scrambling backward with all her might. What are you going to do? Robbing you? I'm after your thigh. The female corpse screamed, help, help, and, with a frantic cry, she scrambled away towards the mortuary. Damn it, let us see you escape. Hakuin, ruthless and concise, raised his hand and unleashed a palm thunderstrike. The female corpse collapsed to the ground. It is not like I'm out for your life, I just want one of your thighs. Why are you being so stubborn? Be good, breathe deeply, pain is normal. Hakuin knelt on the female corpse, ready to make his move. A female corpse, listen, is he speaking human language? Female corpse, Yao Ling, I want to call the police. Female corpse, he wants to take my thigh, and he tells me to breathe deeply? Too ruthless, the streamer is truly merciless. No wonder he comes from a background of banditry. I'm in awe. However, Hakuin, lacking suitable tools, had only a peachwood stick and found himself momentarily unable to sever the corpse's long leg. He decided to gather energy for another palm thunderstrike, aiming to blast at the root of the thigh. As for how much meat would remain, it was all up to luck. But just then, who dares disturb my enchanting corpse? A booming voice suddenly echoed through the mountains. The sound was layered and resonant. It's the master, the female corpse exclaimed excitedly. Which bastard is playing tricks? Come out. Hakuin, gripping his peachwood stick, scanned his surroundings. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream also sensed something was amiss. Oh no, it seems a big boss is coming. This guy sounds formidable. Streamer, run. As the drone's camera pulled back, illuminated by the moonlight, a lithe shadow was clearly visible, stepping lightly on the treetops and soaring towards them. What the hell, it can fly. Stepping on treetops as if walking on the ground? This must be a cultivator. It feels at least at the level of a land immortal. Indeed, this world is far beyond our imagination. There are truly capable individuals. At this moment, the shadow darted past, and a pair of claws resembling those of an eagle lunged at Hakuin's face. The strike was vicious, evidently aimed at his life. Hakuin reacted swiftly, rolling to the side while simultaneously launching a palm thunderstrike. To hell with you! With a thunderous boom, the lightning orb surged forth. In the light of the thunderball, Hakuin finally discerned the figure's appearance. It was a masked individual clad in a black robe. The masked man, upon seeing the thunderball approaching, narrowed his pupils and pushed both hands forward. A surge of black mist erupted from his wide sleeves. With a resounding crash, the black mist collided with the thunderball, creating a significant uproar. Then, the black-robed figure performed a backflip, landing atop the treetops, gazing down at Hakuin with a cold voice. Kid, which sect do you belong to? Hakuin nonsensically replied, I have neither changed my name nor my surname. I am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Thunder sect. The Nine Heavens Thunder sect. The masked man's pupils constricted once more. What, doesn't it seem like it? If it's fake, I'll return it. Having said that, Hakuin began to gather energy for Palm Thunder again. A thunderball materialized in his palm, serving as proof of his identity. The masked man chuckled, hee, I didn't expect the Nine Heavens Thunder sect, which has been defunct for over 200 years, to re-emerge. Chapter 16. Big brother, just bear with it a moment, let him kill you. Nonsense, your family is the one that is defunct. Hakuin would not indulge him and directly retorted. Although he was not actually a member of the Nine Heavens Thunder sect, and in fact, he had concocted that name on a whim, still, if you insult the Nine Heavens Thunder sect, you are crossing me. The masked man continued to mock, if it's not defunct, why wear a mask to avoid being recognized? Are you hiding something? Dare you show your true face? Hearing this, Hakuin shot him a sidelong glance. You have the nerve to say that? Look at you, completely covered except for a pair of thieving eyes. Wow, a UFO. Hakuin suddenly pointed behind the masked man. The masked man froze, instinctively glancing back. Seizing this golden opportunity, Hakuin unleashed the thunderball he had been holding back. Eat shit, boom. A thunderball the size of a basketball hurtled towards him. The masked man, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, suddenly dodged to the side. What should have been a guaranteed hit nearly grazed his chest and flew off. However, it did singe a large hole in his black robe. The masked man extinguished the flames on his chest, revealing a cold expression. You little brat, playing dirty. This is not the style of the Nine Heavens Thunder sect. What exactly is your background? In response, Hakuin shot him a sidelong glance. I just told you, I am from the Nine Heavens Thunder sect, eat shit. Having said that, Hakuin discarded the peach with stick and unleashed palm thunder with both hands. In an instant, thunderballs rained down upon the black-robed figure perched on the treetops. The masked man, however, was remarkably agile, dodging every single thunderball that he even laughed mockingly, teasing, Kid, you wouldn't just be able to use palm thunder. Would you? The Nine Heavens Thunder sect has a plethora of powerful thunder techniques, and you only learned the basics, hee. Oh, did you figure me out? Hakuin felt a wave of embarrassment, but in the next second, Hakuin lit a cigarette, trying to act cool, hee. For a small fry like you, there's no need to use my sect's other thunder techniques. Palm thunder is more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man sneered once more, hee. Thunder techniques consume innate energy. You're carelessly casting them without worry. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? I'm curious to see how long you can last with that. The black-robed man waved his hand. And a colossal black skull, at least the size of a family car, formed before him from the surging black mist. In contrast, Hakuin chuckled. Hee, I guarantee I can last until you can't. Please, my palm thunder is the system's enhanced version, utilizing the power of the system. What innate energy am I wasting? Hakuin raised his hand and fired. One after another, thunderballs erupted from his palm. Meanwhile, the enormous skull before the masked man began to devour the thunderballs. With each one consumed, the skull shrank in size. Half an hour later, Hakuin continued to unleash thunderballs, showing no signs of fatigue. The black-robed man was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Damn it! Are you some kind of perpetual motion machine? Hee, impressive, right? Hakuin raised an eyebrow. Friend, I don't wish to offend the Nine Heavens Thunder sect. Over 200 years ago, I had a brief encounter with your sect leader. How about this? Let us call it a day. Return the enchanting corpse to me, and as for the zombie fungus, I won't take it. Consider it a gift for the Nine Heavens Thunder sect. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Hakuin's eyes began to dart around, his mind racing with thoughts. Oh my goodness, is the reputation of the Joshio Shinlei sect truly that formidable, such influence that it can compel this notoriously difficult individual to yield? What exactly is the background of this sect? I must investigate further. In the next moment, Hakuin hoisted the female corpse from the ground, preparing to unleash a palm strike aimed directly at her head. No way. This cannot simply end here. I must acquire an additional leg. I refuse to let them escape without obliterating that despicable brain. As these words left his lips, the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Hello everyone. I am Manyobi. Damn, I'm in tears. Where can I find a streamer so committed to their promises, even at the brink of death? They're thinking of securing me a leg. Truly touching. To the one above, why not send more gifts to the streamer? Hello everyone, I am Manyobi. I'm already sending gifts, don't worry. A leg? Whose leg? The figure in the black robe, shrouded in mystery, was left bewildered. It's the leg of this female corpse, Hakuin pointed out. What do you need her leg for? To consume, of course. The hooded figure, completely unable to contain his incredulity, thought to himself. Indeed, the Joshio Shinlei sect is full of lunatics. You refuse to comply, do you? Then bid farewell to your female companion. With that, Hakuin prepared to strike the corpse's head, and you can say goodbye to your companion as well. At that moment, the hooded figure drew in a deep breath, and to everyone's astonishment, he managed to pull the already awakened Lu Deshang, who was swaying unsteadily, towards him from a distance. Such a shocking scene left the viewers in awe. What the hell, is that a star-absorbing technique? Damn, this guy is ridiculously strong. It feels like he is even stronger than the streamer. If he is so powerful, why not just kill the streamer outright? To the one above, do you think he doesn't want to? He is just uncertain. Did you not see the streamer perform 30 uninterrupted palm strikes? The one above is correct. If the streamer shows even the slightest sign of exhaustion, this hooded figure will undoubtedly rush in to claim his life. Such a level of power is truly monstrous. They only act when they are confident of a kill. If that is the case, does it mean our streamer is quite impressive, managing to keep this monster at bay? To the one above, that is just common sense. If it were you, you would have been eliminated in an instant. Absolutely, this streamer is incredible, definitely worth following. By the way, have you noticed? This monster has taken the wrong hostage, Lu Desheng isn't even a friend of the streamer. At this moment, both sides found themselves in a standoff. Hakuin, poised to unleash his palm strike, was ready to obliterate the corpse's head, while the demon's claw-like hand tightly gripped Lu Desheng's throat. Surely you wouldn't want your friend to perish so easily. Would you? As the saying goes, flowers may bloom anew, but youth never returns. Unlike you, even if you destroy the corpse, I can simply forge another. The hooded figure spoke confidently. In stark contrast, Hakuin suddenly displayed a look of anxiety. He smacked his thigh. What the hell? How did you capture my elder brother? Release him immediately. Upon hearing this, the hooded figure felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. If this person is indeed his elder brother, then this negotiation is likely secure. However, in the next moment, Hakuin's tone shifted dramatically. Elder brother, it's not that your younger brother doesn't want to save you, it's that I simply cannot. Elder brother, please bear with it for a moment, let him take your life. As he spoke, Hakuin began to retreat, clearly attempting to flee. Lu Desheng exclaimed, you bastard. The hooded figure was left utterly perplexed. If he is your elder brother, then why won't you save him? Feigning sorrow and helplessness, Hakuin replied, it's just that there is no way out. My good brother is in my heart, but our calls cannot connect, damn it. Elder brother, farewell. Damn, this is killing me. Facepalm, demon, you little brat, you've completely thrown me off. Demon, is this still in the country? Where did this little brat come from? Lu Desheng, I'm exhausted. Just destroy me. Is he truly not going to save you? As Hakuin continued to distance himself, the hooded figure stared at Lu Desheng in a daze. Because we don't even know each other. I was just passing by. Lu Desheng expressed his grievances towards the hooded figure. The hooded figure, still bewildered, questioned, then why did he call you elder brother? He was not easily convinced, suspecting that the two were merely acting. This brat is clearly trying to get me killed. Can't you see how obvious that is? Lu Desheng retorted, feeling wronged. Curse it. The hooded figure felt he had been outsmarted and tossed Lu Desheng aside like a discarded rag. He then leaped onto the treetops, pursuing Hakuin. Meanwhile, Hakuin, gripping the female corpse, dashed down the mountain path in a frenzy. However, his pursuer had the ability to fly and soon caught up with him. Damn it. This one do. Time to settle the score. Please grant me a formidable task reward. Love you lots. Ding. Settling the seize the zombie bacteria task. Task completed. The system is collecting the zombie bacteria. Distributing task rewards. Dragon subduing 18 palms. Wudong Cloud Ladder technique. Both are system-enhanced max-level versions. Dragon subduing 18 palms, the ultimate skill of Qiao Feng, each strike surpasses the last. Wudong Cloud Ladder technique, the unparalleled lightness skill of Zhang Sanfeng. One step can cover 100 meters. It was this technique that allowed Zhang Sanfeng to pursue enemies during the Jiazi demon hunt. With the Cloud Ladder, my mother no longer has to worry about me being late for school. How is that for ruthless? What the hell? These are all legendary skills. Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Hakuin gave a thumbs up. In an instant, he felt a surge of robust and fierce internal energy coursing through his body. This power could not be achieved without 50 years of arduous training. Hakuin glanced down at his physique, discovering that his biceps, pectorals, glutes, and thigh muscles had become exceedingly well-defined and hard as iron. The Taoist robe that had previously hung loosely on him was now stretched taut against his formidable physique. From a distance, Hakuin exuded an aura of immortal ascendant to sainthood. At that moment, the hooded figure seized the opportunity while Hakuin was admiring his physique, launching a powerful palm strike towards Hakuin's back. You dare to be distracted at such a crucial moment? Do you truly underestimate me? The blood-sealed demon, be cautious in your next life. The hooded figure's attack was exceptionally fierce, both palms striking in unison, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. With a resounding crash, the strike landed squarely on Hakuin's back. Yet, in the next moment, the hooded figure felt an overwhelming numbness in his palms, as if he had struck a 1-meter-thick tank armor. Meanwhile, Hakuin stood utterly unperturbed. At this moment, Hakuin slowly turned around, his head held high. Glaring down at the hooded figure with a mocking expression, is that all? How could I possibly lose? The hooded figure's heart sank in shock. How has this brat suddenly grown so powerful, in a flash? The hooded figure retreated rapidly. Conversely, Hakuin stepped forward, raising his right hand, launching a strike through the air. First move of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the angry dragon regrets. In the next instant, a violent surge of internal energy erupted from Hakuin's palm. Accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, it reverberated with intensity. In the reflection of the hooded figure's pupils, he beheld a colossal golden dragon soaring towards him. Oh no, in a moment of panic. The hooded figure dared not be reckless, unleashing both palms in retaliation. A thick plume of black mist erupted from his sleeves, green serpent poison palm. In the blink of an eye, the black mist transformed into a dazzling green poisonous serpent. Clashing violently with the oncoming golden dragon, a thunderous boom ensued as the two forces collided, erupting in a small mushroom cloud. Thus this confrontation unfolded. The shock within the hooded figure's heart reached an unimaginable peak. He realized that if he continued to engage with this youth, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Immediately the hooded figure signaled a halt, feigning admiration as he spoke. At such a young age, to possess such internal energy and true chi. Your future is limitless. You are the most gifted young person I have encountered in 5 centuries. You are truly deserving of the title genius. Upon hearing this, Hakuin silently lit a cigarette, nonchalantly shaking his finger, and smugly declared, No, I am not a genius. The hooded figure raised an eyebrow. If you are not a genius, then who is? Continuing to bask in his own self-importance, Hakuin replied, I have encountered far too many geniuses. Yet every genius refers to me as a genius. Eventually, I came to understand that genius is merely the threshold to meet me. Yet if you do not practice martial arts, you will see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you step into the martial world, you will see me as a mayfly observing the vast sky. Therefore, I am the genius among geniuses. Let the applause resonate. The hooded figure could only stare in disbelief. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In an instant, over 20,000 viewers felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Damn, I haven't had my fill yet. It was so exhilarating that I couldn't even sleep. Alas, the streamer has gone offline, and now there's nothing left to watch. How am I supposed to endure this night shift? Slap. The joy is dissipated, hands thrown up in exasperation. Suddenly, the screen in the livestream flickered back to life. Hakuin, facing the camera on his phone, announced, By the way, my dear followers, tomorrow night, I shall stir things up as usual. I hope everyone will enthusiastically suggest new ghost exploration locations in the pinned video on my account. I will select the most liked comment as the next exploration site. Farewell. Slap. The livestream once again plunged into darkness. Good grief, a counterattack is it? Slap. The joy has vanished once more. What do you all think about Lanrua Temple? Shall we directly vote to go there? I've heard that Lanrua Temple is even more sinister than the funeral home. How about the haunted mansion? The general's tomb from the Yuan dynasty. Rumor has it that there lies a millennia-old corpse king. The number 11 bus, they say that bus can take you straight to the underworld. In a flash, the viewers expressed their opinions. At this moment, Hakuin and Li Shui were each driving back to Jinghai City. Hakuin was behind the wheel of a Tank 900, while Li Shui drove an aging Santana police car, which, aside from the horn being silent, was otherwise quite noisy, and although the headlights were dark, every other light was illuminated. Boasting 2 decades of a GE.as expected, the Santana broke down midway, the coolant boiled over. Fortunately, Hakuin was following closely behind, so he managed to prevent Li Shui from being stranded. Hakuin stepped out of his vehicle and approached the flustered and frantic Li Shui, patting her shoulder and saying, What is the point of keeping this junk car? Shall I help you push it into the ditch? Li Shui, oh no. Subsequently, after some deliberation, the two pushed the car to the side of the national highway. Then Li Shui hopped into Hakuin's Tank 900, speeding down the highway towards Jinghai City. Along the way, they began to chat. By the way, what brings you here? Hakuin took a drag from his cigarette and asked, Aren't you on duty? In response, Li Shui swung her petite feet. The seat was too spacious for her, leaving her feet dangling, and replied, Someone reported a suspicious individual behaving recklessly and threatening lives, so I came over. Hakuin, oh, damn, these little rascals are really bored. Hakuin took another drag from his cigarette, grumbling. If someone reported that my looks were so stunning they caused a fatality, I wouldn't say a word. But wait, why were you the only one dispatched on 2 separate calls, according to police regulations? There should at least be 2 officers, right? And besides, are they really okay with letting a young woman run around at night? Hakuin expressed his concern. Li Shui sighed and revealed the truth. Our West City substation is currently severely understaffed. Moreover, there have been an unusual number of strange occurrences lately, very eerie. In fact, we've lost several colleagues already. Her tone diminished towards the end, reflecting her sorrow. Upon hearing this, Hakuin felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Sigh, I fear that chaos is on the horizon. Strange creatures are emerging. Li Shui nodded and then curiously asked, Haokuin, since you're so capable, could you assist us, the police? In response, Haokuin rubbed his thumb, index, and ring fingers together and chuckled. That depends on the resources available. Resources? Absolutely. Li Shui opened up about a recent case they encountered yesterday. A wealthy lady reported that her son went missing while exploring in the deep mountains. The family promised a reward of 50 million for a living son and 10 million for a deceased one, and they would pay immediately. Haokuin's eyes widened. Chapter 20. A woman's youth is precious, while a man's youth is as disregarded as grass. What the hell? Helping to find someone can yield such a fortune. Is this rich lady really that generous? I'm in dire need of cash. Li Shui chuckled. So Haokuin, have you accepted the offer? Of course, I've taken the job. I'll give you 10% of the commission. What? I don't want your money. Li Shui shook her head. Don't be foolish. Trust me, once the job is done, I'll hand you cash, and no one will ever trace it back to you. Li Shui? Oh, is this a form of bribery? Bribery? No, it's called a finder's fee. Understand, I realize you're quite single-minded, Haokuin remarked, somewhat exasperated. Oh, but I want to be an upright police officer, Haokuin. Oh, he felt a subtle stir in his heart. This girl was different from the others. His earlier irritation at her for disrupting his plans evaporated. Alright then, once we succeed, I'll treat you to a meal, then I'll also get you a small gift. Please tell me the last known location of the rich lady's son. Li Shui nodded and replied, according to the GPS tracking on the rich lady's son, his disappearance location should be near Lanrua Temple. Lanrua Temple is approximately 700 to 800 kilometers from Jinghai City. Upon hearing this, Haokuin was momentarily taken aback. He felt as though he had heard the name Lanrua Temple somewhere before. Alright, I'll remember that. Next, Haokuin drove Li Shui back to Jinghai City, where they stopped at a night market near the West City substation to grab a late-night snack. As they grilled skewers and drank beer, it was unclear whether it was due to his enhanced stamina, but Haokuin's appetite was astonishing, and his capacity for alcohol was equally remarkable. He devoured 100 skewers of big waste meat, 200 skewers of grilled meat, and consumed nearly 300 assorted skewers. He even polished off 4 boxes of beer as if they were mere water, leaving the barbecue stall completely empty. The stall owner was astonished. Damn, he can eat more than a pig. When it came time to settle the bill, the stall owner's calculator nearly smoked from overuse, finally tallying the total, 6,888. The stall owner, being generous, rounded it down to 6,000. Upon hearing this amount, Li Shui's expression turned troubled. Because she only had 1,000 yuan in her pocket, she had originally planned to treat Haokuin to a meal. But unexpectedly, Haokuin was so voracious. Boss, could we pay later? Li Shui hadn't finished her sentence when Haokuin stepped in front of her. Let me handle it, you can treat me next time. Li Shui felt a warmth in her heart, vigorously nodding. Okay. Subsequently, Haokuin drove Li Shui back to the station. She lived in a dormitory provided by the station. After watching Li Shui safely enter the dormitory building, Haokuin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had quickly thought of using the female corpse to divert the attention of that black-robed masked figure. Otherwise, Li Shui could have very well become a corpse herself. Once again thinking of the black-robed masked figure, Haokuin felt a surge of anger. Damn it, I need to find an opportunity to take him down. If I don't, I'll be endlessly tormented. After making this vow in his heart, Haokuin pressed the accelerator and sped towards home. Before long, Haokuin arrived home. Upon entering, he found the dining table laden with delicious dishes, and the house was spotless. What in the world? Haokuin scratched his head. Looking towards the bedroom, he noticed the door slightly ajar, emanating a pink glow. It seemed incredibly enticing. Haokuin suddenly recalled the black-robed masked figure's loud conspiracies during the livestream. Could it be that the alluring corpse has arrived, here so soon? Then let me use this big stick to give you a good time. The corners of Haokuin's mouth curled up as he retrieved the peachwood stick from his waist. He kicked the door open. Indeed, a figure was nestled beneath the covers. Without hesitation, Haokuin brandished the peachwood stick and swung it down. With a loud smack, a voice cried out from under the blanket. A figure sprang from the bed. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yuzhen? At this moment, Wang Yuzhen was clad in a delicate, sheer pink nightgown illuminated by the pink lamp, exuding sensuality. What the hell are you doing here? Haokuin exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. In response, Wang Yuzhen approached with a pitiful expression. Darling, can we get back together? I was foolish before to suggest breaking up, but I've realized over the past few days that I still love you. Please give me another chance, honey. As she spoke, Wang Yuzhen tugged at Haokuin's arm, acting coy. As for Haokuin, how could he not see through Wang Yuzhen's intentions? This vixen had undoubtedly watched his livestream. Knowing he had become immensely successful, earning tens of thousands in a single night, and was now trying to worm her way back in for his money, get lost, Hakuin had no sympathy, delivering a sharp slap. "Don T, let me see you again, otherwise, I'll break your legs." However, it was then that Wang Yuzhen, like an unyielding adhesive, clung back to him. "Darling, if you believe that beating me will alleviate your frustrations, then go ahead, strike me, I implore you." With that, Wang Yuzhen knelt down. Upon hearing this, Hakuin shot her a sidelong glance. "Are you serious? You're inviting me to hit you, are you not? Very well, I shall oblige. Hit wherever you wish, just do it, you wretched soul." After uttering these words, Wang Yuzhen cast a flirtatious glance at Hakuin. "Alright, you asked for it." With that, Hakuin seized a peachwood stick and struck with all his might. The sound of blows echoed, smack, smack, smack. In truth, after the first strike landed, Wang Yuzhen was already too pained to utter a sound. It was only after enduring 7 or 8 blows that she managed to gasp out a complete phrase. "Hakuin. You scoundrel, are you trying to kill me?" Hakuin shrugged. "Did you not just invite me to hit you? Why are you blaming me now?" Wang Yuzhen found herself at a loss for words. So she bluntly stated her purpose for coming today. "Hakuin, I lay it bare, if you refuse to reconcile with me, we shall settle accounts. Over these nearly 3 years, I have squandered my prime youth on you. My sister has already loosened, you must compensate me for my lost youth. I do not ask for much, just 1 million will suffice, otherwise, I will not let this matter rest." Upon hearing such absurdity, Hakuin scoffed. 1 million, are you dreaming? So, a woman's youth is precious, but a man's is as worthless as dirt. The more I hear, the angrier I become. Perhaps I should strike you a few more times. As I have the chance to do so later. The scene shifted dramatically as Hakuin unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Wang Yuzhen, who, thoroughly beaten, fled in tears. After banishing this calamity, Hakuin deleted the password for the fingerprint lock and Wang Yuzhen's fingerprint as well. He then disposed of the sheets she had just lain upon, replacing them with fresh ones. The reason was simple, he found them dirty. Though Hakuin could be somewhat lecherous at times, he still adhered to the principle of not returning to past mistakes or trifling with foolishness. Next, he indulged in a refreshing bath and comfortably sank into the newly changed sheets. Thanks to his training in the dragon subduing 18 palms and cloud ladder technique, Hakuin's physique was robust to an extraordinary degree. Even after battling the masked figure for nearly half the night, he felt no fatigue. "Kwa, are you there?" Hakuin called out softly, his tone resembling that of an eager admirer. "Host, please speak. My drone was destroyed by a thief. Could you send me another one?" "Certainly, master." "Are you truly sending it?" "Indeed." "Oh my, without further ado, we are now family. I shall call you brother, and you may call me father." A high-performance live streaming drone is being gifted to the host. Drone specifications are as follows. 1. The maximum flight altitude reaches 2,000 meters. 2. Equipped with 416K ultra-high-definition stabilization cameras, supporting super night vision, allowing clear imagery even in complete darkness. 3. Maximum flight speed can attain 300 kilometers per hour. 4. Maximum load capacity of 500 kilograms. 5.8 Redesigned propellers, noise reduced to 50 decibels. 6. Maximum endurance of 40 hours, supports solar recharging. 7. Features a self-destruct function, with a force equivalent to a 240mm howitzer shell. 8. The body contains 3 miniature drones, which will automatically release when the main unit cannot pass through narrow areas, continuing to follow the host. 9. The drone no longer supports voice control. It has been upgraded to mental control, automatically capturing thrilling moments. As the notification from Gua concluded, a drone, nearly the size of a bed, materialized in the bedroom. "Goodness, isn't that rather large?" Hakuin exclaimed in astonishment. However, recalling he possessed a supreme bag capable of containing anything, he quickly reassured himself, even if it were an An-255, he could still accommodate it. After stowing the drone within the bag, Hakuin opened his phone and began searching for information regarding the Joshio Shunlei sect. Previously, during his tussle with the masked figure, he had detected a hint of trepidation upon revealing his identity. This led him to surmise that the sect was of considerable significance, since he had declared himself a descendant of the Joshio Shunlei sect. He should substantiate this claim. Thus, he resolved to investigate thoroughly to avoid being caught off guard should inquiries arise about the details. Immediately, Hakuin powered on his computer, opened a browser, and accessed a forum named Tianya Haijiao, where he was a regular visitor. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he enjoyed browsing through it. The forum was a repository of many bizarre and mysterious occurrences, often when he struggled to locate a live streaming ghost hunting venue. He would turn to this forum for guidance. Soon, through keyword searches, he uncovered the origins of the Joseon Shunlei sect. The Joseon Shunlei sect originated during the Northern Song dynasty and is a sect of Taoism. Its founder, Wang Wenqing, claimed to have encountered the fire master Wang Jun on the Yangtze River in his youth, who imparted to him the path to ascend to the heavens and commune with the divine. He later traveled to the Pure Truth Cave, where he met an old woman, allegedly the mother of lightning, who bestowed upon him the knowledge to summon winds and rain, with further guidance from Wang Jun. He learned to command spirits and invoke thunder and lightning. Unlike other Taoist sects, the Joseon Shunlei sect focuses solely on the mastery of lightning techniques. Its ultimate skill is the Joseon Shunlei method, which contains a total of 108 lightning techniques, categorized into 36 heavenly thunders and 72 earthly thunders. The most formidable among them is the Joseon Shunlei spell, reputed to summon the thunder from the 33 heavens for one's own use. Capable of striking down all that exists, unmatched and unopposed. Conversely, the weakest is the palm thunder among the 72 earthly thunders. Approximately 200 years ago, the Joseon Shunlei sect was obliterated, reportedly due to internal strife. The sect's leaders and disciples unleashed lightning upon one another, resulting in their complete demise. The exact cause of the internal conflict remains unknown. Goodness, was the masked figure actually correct? This sect truly has become defunct? Hakuin felt a sense of shock. It was evident that the masked figure possessed genuine understanding, that he was not merely speaking nonsense. With thoughts of the masked figure in mind, Hakuin proceeded to search for Blood Sea Old Demon on the forum using keywords. He distinctly recalled that during their confrontation, the masked figure had indeed referred to himself as the Blood Sea Old Demon. Believing this search would yield fruitful results, he continued. Before long, the search results appeared, yielding 3 answers. 1. Brothers, how to defeat the boss Blood Sea Old Demon. Journey game. 2. Blood Sea Old Demon latest pirated chapter. Wadian novel. 3. Legends related to Blood Sea Old Demon, folktales. Hakuin clicked on the third answer and read attentively. The article described the Blood Sea Old Demon as a member of a mysterious ancient sect known as the 10,000 Laws sect, which had long been hidden within the Xuanwu kingdom, engaging in heinous activities that openly defied the state. It was said to have 28 generals among its ranks, with the Blood Sea Old Demon ranked 27th. Furthermore, the Blood Sea Old Demon did not initially belong to the 10,000 Laws sect. He was originally an elder of the Western Region Star Constellation sect, which had been exterminated over 500 years ago. This implied that the Blood Sea Old Demon was at least 5 to 6 centuries old. In the past 5 to 600 years, the Blood Sea Old Demon had made 3 appearances in the mortal realm. The first was during the chaotic final years of the Ming Kingdom, where he emerged to pillage and slaughter an entire city. The second was during the tumultuous end of the Qing Kingdom, where he reappeared to continue his looting. The third time occurred just over a century after the establishment of the Xuanwu Kingdom, when he surfaced and, after some unknown mischief, was captured by an organization known as the 13 Divine Gates, which had official backing. He was severely beaten and fled back into the mountains, never to be seen again. Upon reaching the conclusion of the article, Hakuin silently lit a cigarette, unable to help but reflect. This world conceals countless secrets. The 10,000 Laws sect, the Blood Sea Old Demon, the 13 Divine Gates. His thoughts began to wander, and before long, exhaustion overcame him, and he fell asleep. Chapter 22. Why is your gluteus maximus so exaggerated? After a night of silence, Hakuin awakened, having slept until he naturally came to. It felt utterly delightful. Over the past few days, without the disturbance of Wang Yuzhen, Hakuin found a newfound tranquility when he had cohabited with her. She had been an incessant source of annoyance, always insisting on this and that. If he attempted to scroll through his phone quietly at night, she would complain that the light disturbed her ears. If he wished to indulge in a bit of morning slumber, she would say that his snoring disrupted her studies for the civil service exam. Now, at last, there was peace. My goodness, single life is truly delightful. I hope it continues this way indefinitely. If it ever becomes unbearable, I could flirt with a few ladies, maintaining a stance of neither initiating nor rejecting, neither responsible nor committed, just a step above a scoundrel, yet below a lover. Pulling out his phone, Hakuin opened Douyin. As expected, the fan groups were even more lively than before. The new fan groups he had established yesterday were all filled to capacity with enthusiastic followers. Many viewers tagged Hakuin, urging him to watch trending videos on Douyin. Shocking, the Thunder King emerges. A mere wave of his hand wields the power of a 152mm howitzer. Eagle Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues a strong protest. I strongly condemn our nation's development of humanoid self-propelled artillery. Shockingly, the legendary lightness of Foot is not merely a myth, could it truly exist? Astonishing, a certain spirit-seeking streamer engaged in a fierce battle with an aged hermit in the deep mountains for 300 rounds. Who exactly is this enigmatic old man? Bewildering. In the dead of night, a corpse inexplicably emits delicate gasps. Is this a reflection of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Hee. It seems I have become even more popular. Hakuin excitedly licked his lips and then accessed his account back in D.to his amazement. The number of followers had surged past 1 million. Hakuin suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Previously he had perceived those streamers with millions of followers as unattainable peaks to which he could only look up. Little did he know, he had also ascended to such heights that this sensation was utterly exhilarating. At that moment, several group chats erupted with fans fervently tagging him. Hakuin infiltrated the chats and observed, "Do you have time this week? Kun, I humbly request a lesson on the Palm Thunder. Kun's Flying Swallow. Kun, I wish to learn your palm techniques, may I, please name your price? Kun's 108 postures. Kun. I bow to you, I desire to learn lightness of foot. Once upon a time, Kun, please take me as your disciple, I can endure hardship, I am willing to do any task. I won't even ask for payment, I only wish to learn genuine skills. Maple Pavilion Evening. Kun, do you have connections? If needed, I can assist. Borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens again. Kun. I wish to become your disciple. Hakuin finally understood. It turned out the fans were eager to become his disciples. This appears to be a rather lucrative avenue. Hakuin stroked his chin, grinning mischievously while contemplating the pros and cons. First and foremost, the notion of teaching disciples and starving the master was utterly impossible for Hakuin, whether it be Palm Thunder, the 18 dragon subduing palms, or the cloud leaping technique. All were system-enhanced versions. Once unleashed, they drew upon the power of the system. For instance, with Palm Thunder he could launch attacks around the clock. Should others learn Palm Thunder, they would be utilizing their own internal energy, likely exhausting themselves after a few attempts. Thus, he harbored no fear in teaching freely. After all, they would never reach the pinnacle of his martial arts. Consequently, Hakuin established a VIP group chat entitled Kun's Steed, with the group number 9777-59745. He set the entry fee at 10,000 yuan payable via his Douyin account, granting access to the group of this 10,000 yuan served as tuition. Moreover, it was a one-time payment, allowing for permanent access to his teaching services, with no subsequent fees. Not to boast, but this price was astonishingly low. Any martial arts school out there would demand at least 80 to 100,000 yuan for genuine skills. By pricing it at 10,000 yuan, he was practically a living bodhisattva. Merely 10 minutes later, over 200 fans had paid the 10,000 yuan to join the Kun's Steed VIP group chat. Hakuin, upon calculation, was taken aback. 200 fans equated to 2 million yuan. If 10,000 people signed up, that would amount to over 100 million. Goodness, this was an incredible profit. At that moment, within the Kun's Steed VIP group chat, roar. Kun, please teach us. Palm Thunder, Palm Thunder. Palm techniques, Palm techniques. Lightness of foot, lightness of foot, lightness of foot. After pondering briefly, Hakuin typed a message to clarify. Everyone, please don't rush, I will take the next few days to write down the principles of Palm Thunder, 18 dragon subduing palms, and cloud leaping technique, and I will produce corresponding training videos. I sincerely hope to approach this teaching endeavor in an organized, systematic, and rational manner. I do not wish to be haphazard in my methods, to spare you the burden of learning and myself the fatigue of teaching. Upon hearing this, the VIP fans expressed their understanding. The streamer is right, let us not be impatient. From Kun's words, it is evident he is a responsible master. Regardless, Kun has stated this is a permanent teaching arrangement, so we can afford to wait. Indeed, slow work yields fine craftsmanship. Tian Wenjing, but I can't wait any longer, I feel like I'm dying. I dream of experiencing the sensation of flying before I pass away. As soon as the fan named Tian Wenjing uttered these words, the group chat fell into a sudden silence. Hakuin's heart ached. He could already envision a frail youth lying on a hospital bed, tears of unwillingness streaming down his cheeks. Damn, I could cry, given his plight. How could I accept his tuition? I truly am despicable. Meanwhile, the tone of the chat shifted. What the hell, bro upstairs, are you ill? Tian Wenjing, brother, what's wrong? Terminal illness. I propose we raise funds for Tian Wenjing. After all, we are all well off. Borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens again, agreed, fundraising, we are all disciples of KUN, in essence, we are all part of the same sect, since we are all fellow disciples. We should help one another, I will donate 100,000. I'll donate 200,000, provide your account number. 500,000, cash transfer is up to you. Tian Wen-jing, ha. I was just joking, I just want to learn lightness of foot faster, please don't take it seriously, I'm fine, doghead, the fans? The next moment, Tian Wen-jing, I'm coming for you. Tian Wen-jing, do you want to fight? Are you toying with our emotions? Get out of here. Yuan Shu, the Yuan family's forklift truck is here. At this moment. KUN, Tian Wen-jing, this better not happen again, or I'll refund your money and you'll be out. Tian Wen-jing, KUN, I'm so sorry, I'm a fool, I hope everyone doesn't hold a grudge against a fool. I will send everyone red envelopes as compensation. The next second, a 10,000 yuan red envelope exploded in the group. You little rascal, you've come to your senses. No need for red envelopes. We're not short on that. Since KUN has forgiven you, I won't hold it against you. Tian Wen-jing, you better watch what you say in the future, this group is not an ordinary one. It is filled with hidden talents, in terms of status, you're not even close. Tian Wen-jing, yes, the esteemed one is right. In an instant, the fan named Tian Wen-jing, a clever little rascal, was left trembling in fear. Conversely, Haokuan watched the spectacle with amusement. These fans were truly skilled at putting on a show. I can barely keep up with them. At that moment, a message in the group piqued Haokuan's interest. Borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens again, KUN, how about we establish a sect? You can be the leader, and we'll be the disciples. KUN, won't that involve illegal assembly? Hello everyone, I am Manyobi, KUN, I've consulted with the relevant authorities, and as long as we publicly declare it a fitness group, we should be fine. KUN, then what are we waiting for? Let us brainstorm a name for our sect. How about Axe Gang, Doghead? Axe Gang is too kitsch. How about Explosive Sky Gang? How about Gathering Dominance Sect, Doghead, Bro Upstairs? That's brilliant. Let us think of a more serious name. Gathering Dominance Sect sounds too crude. What if a girl joins? Meanwhile, Haokuan, taking a puff of his cigarette, pondered the name for the sect. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He immediately typed out a message to the fans. How about, we call it the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sect? What the hell, that's good. Isn't that the sect from which the streamer hails? That sounds perfect, we couldn't ask for more. If you think about it seriously, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Sect is the most fitting, after all, it has a prestigious origin. Once the sect name was determined, Haokuan interacted with the fans for a while before getting to work. He sat down at his desk, writing out the principles for Palm Thunder, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and Cloud Leaping Technique. At that moment, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, it was a message from Lee Man. Dear Douyin Superstar, it's time for class. Attached is a beautiful selfie of Lee Man in yoga pants, taken in front of a gym mirror. Haokuan swiftly typed, why are your gluteal muscles so exaggerated? Drooling, Lee Man, stop it, shy, Haokuan, I suddenly feel an urge to punch your gluteal muscles, doghead, Lee Man, come on if you dare, I'll let you hit me, playful, oh dear. I can't even focus on writing the principles. Excitedly, Haokuan tossed aside his notes. He then hurriedly took a shower, brushed his teeth, had breakfast, and dressed in 5 minutes before rushing downstairs. Chapter 23, a 300-kilogram record? Bring me a 3-ton barbell. Shortly after Haokuan arrived at the Miracle Gym, following the address provided by Lee Man, Miracle Gym was impressively large, a standalone 8-story building. In a city with a population of 20 million and thousands of gyms, Miracle Gym ranked among the top 3. According to Lee Man, the total number of members at Miracle Gym had exceeded 200,000. Nobility and commoners alike, the good and the wicked, representatives of every walk of life, such as the diversity of humanity. Haokuan ascended to the 6th floor, or realm dedicated to high-end fitness. Upon entering, he was greeted by an endless array of exercise equipment. Numerous robust individuals were vigorously engaged in their workouts, drenched in sweat, while several young women, with pronounced curves, pedaled on stationary bikes or strutted on treadmills with an alluring grace. Koen-gu, you've arrived. Lee Man approached him. Haokuan turned to her, noting her form-fitting attire, a ponytail, A snug sports top, yoga pants, and athletic shoes, all accentuating her physique to perfection. The ample curves were undeniably pronounced. Your gluteus maximus appears even larger than in the photographs. Surely it has undergone some enhancement? Hakuin spoke without reserve, voicing whatever came to his mind. Pfft, you're insufferable. This is the result of hard work. Li Man playfully punched Hakuin, then linked her arm with his and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to my VIP gym room." As they walked closely together, they resembled a couple in love. Just then, a towering figure approached, a man who must have stood nearly 2 meters tall. With arms thicker than the average person's thigh, resembling a living iron tower, this behemoth fixed a jealous gaze upon Hakuin. Unfazed, Hakuin met his stare with unwavering confidence. As they passed each other, the giant halted and spat out a curse. "What the hell are you looking at?" "Indeed, I am observing the wall," Hakuin replied without hesitation, wondering what kind of wall could give birth to such a gorilla. "You dare insult me?" The giant's fury ignited, and he swung a fist toward Hakuin. "Seeking death, are we?" Hakuin did not relent. He retaliated with a punch of his own. The giant's fist collided with Hakuin's body, yet he remained unmoved. In contrast, Hakuin's strike landed with a resounding thud, sending the giant crashing to the ground in utter shock. After a moment of bewilderment, the giant bellowed, "Someone's causing trouble." At this proclamation, several fitness enthusiasts discarded their weights and approached like crabs scuttling over. In an instant, Hakuin and Li Man found themselves encircled by these hulking figures. Li Man, apprehensive, quickly attempted to mediate. "This is all a misunderstanding, Kaigo. I hope you won't hold this against us. On behalf of my client, I apologize. Forgive us." With that, she bowed respectfully to the giant. Zhang Kai, however, scoffed. "If apologies were effective, would that mean I could kill someone and simply say sorry to the victim's family without consequence? If you truly wish to apologize, do so sincerely. If you're willing to spend the night with me, I might overlook this little incident, right, brothers?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding fitness enthusiasts erupted in raucous approval. "Kaigo is right. Yes, spend the night with Kaigo. Li Man, he has liked you for quite some time. There is nothing inappropriate about it. You ought to indulge us as well, huh?" The crude remarks from the fitness enthusiasts ignited Li Man's anger, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Just then, Hakuin interjected, "You'd be better off sleeping with the sow. The sow's fruits would ensure you're left wanting for more." With that, Hakuin struck Zhang Kai with a powerful blow. The force sent Zhang Kai hurtling across the room, crashing into a treadmill with a loud crash, leaving his fate uncertain. The astonishing scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. This kid from Wodong, how could he possess such strength? One blow sent Kaigo flying over 10 meters. Is he even human? They pondered amongst themselves, unsure whether to retaliate. Should we confront him? How would we even approach that? The once belligerent fitness enthusiasts now seemed to wilt under the weight of uncertainty. Parting to create a path, this display of prowess filled Li Man with a newfound sense of security. "Koengu is so incredibly manly. I'm utterly captivated." In contrast, Hakuin remained unperturbed, scanning the crowd and declaring, "You think pumping iron makes you formidable? You believe that a few barbell squats make you invincible? You think that merely manipulating some dumbbells grants you strength? You believe that larger muscles equate to superiority? Ha, you are woefully naive." Upon hearing this, the fitness enthusiasts bristled with indignation. One among them retorted, "What good is fighting prowess? In this world, connections matter. Kai Ji's squat record is 300 kilograms. Can you match that?" Hakuin merely raised an eyebrow. 300 kilograms? You dare call that a record? Bring me a 3-ton barbell. The crowd gasped. 3 tons? Are you jesting? That's absurd. The world record for barbell squats is only 541 kilograms. If you can squat 3 tons, I'll eat feces. Li Man, equally astonished, thought to herself, though Koengu is impressive, could he truly handle 3 tons? That seems beyond human capacity. Koengu, don't do anything reckless. You might get hurt, she urged, gently tugging at his arm. She refrained from outright dismissing him, instead tactfully framing her concern as worry for his well-being, showcasing her high emotional intelligence. Hakuin chuckled, giving her a playful squeeze on the rear. "Fear not, it's merely 3 tons to its not as if it were 30 tons. The fitness enthusiasts were left in disbelief. One of them, increasingly skeptical of Hakuin's claims, rallied his companions. "Brothers, let us gather all the weight plates on this floor." He was determined to see if this braggart could indeed handle 3 tons soon enough. The entirety of the floor's weight plates was amassed, but they only totaled 2 tons, leaving a shortfall of 1 ton. Consequently, the group scoured other floors for additional plates. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes, the 3 tons of weight plates were finally collected. Such a spectacle inevitably drew a crowd, with gymgoers from the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors converging to witness the commotion, many even live streaming the event. It became apparent to the fitness enthusiasts that a single barbell could not accommodate 3 tons. The one who had previously boasted of eating feces suggested, "Let us not push for 3 tons, just 1.5 tons will suffice. If you can manage it, I'll eat feces. If not, you'll eat it." However, Hakuin shook his head, firmly rejecting the compromise. "No deal, I said 3 tons, and that is what I shall do. No discounts, prepare 2 barbells for me." "Alright, you're bold," the man, now determined to put Hakuin to the test, directed his friends to assemble another barbell weighing 1.5 tons. Before long, 2 barbells, each weighing 1.5 tons, were positioned before Hakuin laden with heavy plates. "Do you need assistance to lift it?" the man inquired. "No need, I'll handle it myself." With the gaze of hundreds upon him, Hakuin grasped 1 barbell in each hand and, with a swift motion, lifted them effortlessly as if they were mere plastic rods. With a powerful thrust, he propelled both barbells skyward, seamlessly guiding them onto his shoulders. In an instant, the ends of the barbells bent alarmingly under the immense weight, yet astonishingly Hakuin remained unbowed, his legs firmly planted. Unyielding, observe closely, Hakuin began to descend into a squat, his leg muscles swelling impressively. With a series of audible pops, his pants tore under the pressure of his expanding muscles, as he reached the limits of his squat. He sprang upward with remarkable precision, completing a flawless barbell squat. "Oh my goodness, he truly managed a 3-ton squat?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. Hakuin flashed a cunning smile. "That's just one, what's all the fuss about?" He then proceeded to squat again. Point 2, the crowd counted in unison. "Down, up, wow, 3, down, up, 4th one." After completing the 10th repetition, Hakuin finally came to a halt. He casually unloaded 2 barbells, each weighing 1.5 tons, from his shoulders. The thud, the barbells crashed onto the floor, producing a dull thumping sound. The entire floor trembled twice in response. Such an astonishing commotion left the onlookers utterly convinced of the barbell's weight. "Holy cow, this is no mere show. The weight is genuinely several tons. This guy is terrifying, he looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He resembles Brother Kuin. Brother Kuin is known for livestreaming while wearing a mask, so I'm not entirely sure, but his demeanor bears a striking resemblance to that of Brother Kuin." Meanwhile, Hakuin fixed his gaze on the fellow known as Shit Eater. "Friend, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Shit Eater, ever willing to accept his losses, promptly dashed into the restroom. Hakuin, uninterested in verifying whether that fellow actually ate or not, pulled the still-dazed Li Niannian along and exited the crowd. At that moment, the fitness enthusiasts who had previously made things difficult for Hakuin suddenly dropped to their knees before him, blocking his path. "Boss, will you take me as your disciple? I want to be as strong as you. Just name your tuition, I'll pay whatever it takes. Teach us your skills." Hakuin did not respond immediately. Instead, he quietly retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket and pulled out a Huazi. Placing it between his lips, as he prepared to light it, an astute fitness enthusiast stepped forward to light the cigarette for him. Hakuin inhaled deeply, exuding an air of pride. "Not everyone is worthy of being my disciple. I only teach geniuses, and you all are simply too weak. Can you learn the power of my palm honed over 20 years? With that, Hakuin raised his hand and struck the treadmill beside him. With a loud bang, the several hundred-pound treadmill was sent flying sideways. Bang, bang, bang. It collided with several other treadmills before finally coming to a stop. The entire scene was a chaotic mess. Such terrifying power utterly subdued everyone present. "Niannian, take me to your fitness class." Hakuin draped his arm around Li Niannian's shoulders and left the crowd. Upon hearing this, Li Niannian wished she could find a hole to hide in. "You're already so formidable. What fitness class could I possibly teach you? How about I attend your fitness class instead?" Before long, Li Niannian led Hakuin into her private VIP fitness room. Meanwhile, a throng of young women in the gym flocked over, eager to request Hakuin's WeChat. After all, Hakuin's recent extraordinary display had left them completely awestruck. He's too strong, too terrifying. A man of such caliber must possess equally exaggerated skills in other areas, right? In contrast, Hakuin, faced with the enthusiasm of these young women, naturally adhered to the 3 principles: do not initiate, do not refuse, do not take responsibility. He quietly opened his WeChat QR code, allowing them to scan it at will. Conversely, Li Niannian felt a twinge of jealousy. A man so exceptional should be kept hidden, not paraded around for all to see. He might attract unwanted attention. Oh no. He's already being watched. What to do? Subsequently, Li Niannian commenced her class, which was a yoga session. Dozens of beautiful students followed her guidance, demonstrating various stretching poses. Hakuin watched with immense satisfaction. It was truly delightful. Moreover, merely watching was not enough. Hakuin eagerly assisted the female students in executing some challenging yoga poses. Young lady, your thighs are incredibly pleasant to touch. Young lady, your form is not quite correct. Let me give you a little push. Young lady, Chapter 25, 800 tons, even Ultraman would need to be spun around by Brother Kuin before leaving. 2 hours later, Hakuin departed from the Miracle Gym. He had originally intended to stay a bit longer, however, the influx of visitors was overwhelming. The news of his 3-ton barbell squat and the treadmill sent flying had spread throughout the entire building. Too many people wanted to become his disciples. Li Mianmian's VIP fitness room was completely overwhelmed. It even sparked chaos, with one female student having her pants stolen. To avoid causing trouble for Li Mianmian, Hakuin had no choice but to make his exit. After grabbing a meal at a restaurant, Hakuin returned home. He opened his computer and accessed his Douyin accounts back in the pinned voting video prepared last night. Fans had selected the location for tonight's livestream, Lanrua Temple. Isn't that the place where a traveler went missing? Hakuin recalled the information provided by Li Shui last night. At that time, Li Shui mentioned that a wealthy lady had asked the police to find her son. A reward of 50 million would be given for finding him alive and even 10 million for finding him deceased. The last GPS location of the wealthy lady's son pointed directly to Lanrua Temple. At that moment, a notification chimed in Hakuin's mind. Ding, a new robbery mission has been released. Steal the demon's testicles. Reward, Power of Splitting Mount Hua. Power of Splitting Mount Hua, a power derived from the ancient god Pangu. In ancient times, Pangu created the heavens and the earth, and now the host can split Mount Hua. This power is not limitless. With a single strike, Mount Hua can be cleaved in two. Holy cow! Splitting Mount Hua? That sounds incredibly impressive. Hakuin excitedly shook his thigh, realizing that visiting Lanrua Temple was a must. Immediately, Hakuin opened the Tianya Haijiao forum and began searching for information related to Lanrua Temple to prepare thoroughly for the evening's livestream. There were numerous posts, spanning several pages. Clearly, Lanrua Temple was a topic of high interest. After skimming through, Hakuin gathered an understanding of Lanrua Temple's origins. Lanrua Temple was a Buddhist temple built over 1,000 years ago. Renowned for its immense scale, it was once hailed as the #1 temple in the world, attracting countless devotees for worship. Its incense offerings flourished for over 200 years, producing a total of 1,800 enlightened monks. However, later revelations about the temple's secrets of physical enlightenment suggested that the so-called enlightenment involved forcibly killing monks, sealing their orifices, and injecting wax into their bodies, leaving them displayed on lotus pedestals to achieve incorruptibility. Subsequently, rumors emerged that Lanrua Temple was a den of vice, with its abbots secretly harboring 3,600 women, creating a personal harem. Such actions tarnished the temple's reputation. In response, the ruling dynasty, seeking to remedy financial deficits, dispatched troops to raise Lanrua Temple under the banner of eradicating Buddhism. The temple was left in ruins. However, strange occurrences began to emerge surrounding Lanrua Temple. Villagers nearby reported seeing the once ruined temple, now seemingly restored, with palatial structures and bright lights, bustling with noise both day and night. Occasionally, lascivious sounds could be heard emanating from within. Those brave enough to enter Lanrua Temple never returned. Over the centuries, documented cases of disappearances at Lanrua Temple have exceeded 1,000. Upon reaching this point, Hakuin was convinced the wealthy lady's son had likely ventured into Lanrua Temple for adventure and met his demise at the hands of its malevolent entities. Next, Hakuin took out his phone and opened the DD map to check the navigation. The navigation indicated that the actual distance between the two locations was quite far, nearly 900 kilometers. There were no direct flights or high-speed trains, only slow green trains. Clearly, the most time-efficient method was to drive. However, covering 900 kilometers alone would be nearly impossible unless one possessed a steel-like constitution and a brain capable of maintaining constant focus. Although Hakuin's physical condition was exceptional now, squatting a 3-ton barbell felt like child's play. He had never been one to tolerate prolonged sitting. Throughout his school years, he had been reprimanded countless times for his inability to sit still. Perhaps I could have a drone carry me over. Wouldn't that be too lacking in style? Or maybe I should call someone from the group to take turns driving. Having a companion on the road to chat with would be delightful. With these thoughts in mind, Hakuin opened the Koenji's Mount VIP group chat. The chat was bustling with activity. Brothers, let me tell you something serious. I just witnessed someone perform a 3-ton barbell squat. And he did 10 in a row. Attached is the video. If that barbell weighs 3 tons, I'll eat it. Looks fake, probably a gym advertisement. Wait, this person looks a lot like Koen Gu. The physique and demeanor are quite similar. Holy cow, it really is Koen Gu. I've seen Koen G's face. He didn't wear a mask during his earlier livestreams. Yes, this is Koen Gu. It truly is Koen Gu. I'm certain. Holy cow, so it was Koen Gu doing squats that makes the barbell's weight absolutely believable. In my opinion, it's not just 3 tons, it must be at least 8 tons. Doghead, 80 tons, otherwise it wouldn't match Koen G's strength. Doghead, 800 tons, even Ultraman would have to be spun around by Koen Gu before he could leave. Doghead, but... damn, these guys really know how to blow smoke. Hakuin watched in disbelief. Koen Gu, everyone, I've finalized the location for tonight's livestream at Lanrua Temple. However, it's a bit far, and I'd like someone to accompany me on the drive. Only one spot available, must be from Jinghai, and able to drive. Most importantly, must possess some skills for self-preservation. Self-preservation skills, self-preservation skills, self-preservation skills. Important matters must be repeated thrice, upon utterance of these words. The tone of the group chat instantly shifted. Wow, Koen Gu, choose me, I'm from Jinghai. Koen Gu, I come with my own car, I bring both a car and a girl, I have a helicopter at home. I'll have the butler fly you over, I own an aircraft carrier. I can have fighter jets take you there. At this moment, a private message from Centimeter Brother popped up, borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens. Koen Gu. I know some spells for self-defense, and I can drive. Hakuin found Centimeter Brother's claims rather intriguing. He immediately messaged back, could you elaborate on what kind of spells you possess? Borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens, I can exorcise ghosts. I can handle zombies, I also practice the Paperman technique. I have a legacy. Hearing this, Hakuin's pupils contracted. Wow, exorcising ghosts, dealing with zombies, and knowing the Paperman technique, moreover, possessing a legacy? Buddy, you seem even more formidable than I am. Hakuin felt a bit uneasy, so he typed again to confirm. This isn't matter to boast about. Lanrua Temple is quite perilous, even more so than a funeral parlor. If a fight breaks out, I might not be able to look after you. I hope you can respond sincerely. Are you truly as capable as you claim? Chapter 26. What the heck? How does a girl have such a crude username? Borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens. If I'm exaggerating, my little chicken will explode on the spot. Hakuin, wow, what a fierce vow. Share your address. I'll drive over to pick you up. Hurry and get ready. Borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens. Just wait for me under the big utility pole at the entrance of Dafeng Street. Half an hour later, Hakuin arrived at Dafeng Street. This street is a vast ancient thoroughfare, brimming with all sorts of wares. Fortune-telling, antiques, jade, gambling, snacks, medicine, and more. It can be said that anything one might need in life can be found here. Hakuin had visited once before during a spirit investigation in a Republican-era villa. He had encountered a supernatural occurrence, suffering from a persistent high fever. He then heard from fans that there was an impressive fortune-telling elder in Dafeng Street who could help exorcise evil spirits. With the spirit of trying, he sought the elder's assistance. To his surprise, it worked remarkably well. After consuming a bowl of talisman water, his fever subsided instantly. The elder informed Hakuin that he was being haunted by a female ghost. Now, as sitting in the car, Hakuin's gaze sharpened as he spotted a large utility pole at the street's entrance. Beneath it stood a person clad in a baseball cap and black sportswear. She was tall, with skin as fair as snow, and her exposed arms were so white they seemed to reflect light. Strapped to her waist was a small pink bag. Centimeter Brother is a girl. Hakuin was taken aback. Damn it, a girl with the username borrowing 10 centimeters from the heavens? What the heck, is this too wild? Beep beep. Hakuin honked twice. The girl, who had been engrossed in her phone, looked up through the lowered car window. He gestured for her to get in, and upon seeing this, the girl joyfully ran over. After opening the car door, she enthusiastically extended her hand to Hakuin. Koen Gu, I'm thrilled to meet you. Hee. Hakuin shook her hand, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Your username, why is it so crude? Hearing this, the girl's face flushed, and she offered no explanation. Just asking. Hakuin chuckled, then shifted to a more serious tone. Reiterating, Miss Lanrua Temple is very dangerous. Are you certain you can protect yourself? You saw last night's livestream. That female police officer nearly got killed by that demon. You need to think this through. To his surprise, the girl responded with unwavering confidence. Koen Gu, don't worry, I can truly protect myself. If you don't believe me, just watch. With that, the girl opened her waist bag and pulled out numerous talismans. This is a yellow talisman, this is a purple talisman, this is a Bagua mirror, this is a compass, this is a revered ancestor's consecrated seal, and this is... Hakuin was momentarily stunned. Wow, it's like a treasure chest. Alright, it's evident you indeed possess a legacy. What is your name, Yao Yiling? The girl replied, nice name, Hakuin praised, then pressed the accelerator, following the GPS towards the Jinghai City Expressway entrance, before entering the highway. Yao Yiling suggested buying some snacks and drinks for the journey, or they might get hungry along the way. Hakuin thought this was a great idea. Women are indeed more meticulous than us men. Thus, the two browsed a supermarket, a fruit shop, and a bakery, purchasing a large bag of delectable treats. Throughout the journey, they indulged in their snacks. Halfway through, Hakuin let Yao Yiling take the wheel. Surprisingly, she was not merely a pretty face. Her driving style was quite aggressive. She overtook every vehicle in sight, seamlessly changing lanes with remarkable skill, even performing several blade-like maneuvers. Her driving skills were impressive, surpassing Hakuin's, leading him to wonder if she had previously raced cars. Through casual conversation, he learned that Yao Yiling's family was in business, often driving a blue license van through various streets. They had traversed even the most challenging roads. Honing her driving skills, however, Yao Yiling did not disclose what business her family was in. And Hakuin did not pry further. Nevertheless, given that Yao Yiling was a top contributor in his livestream, gifting him tens of thousands, she likely came from wealth. Finally, after a high-speed journey at 140 km per hour for 5 hours, Hakuin and Yao Yiling exited the highway. After leaving the highway, there was still about 50 kilometers of national road, followed by 20 kilometers of county road, and then 10 kilometers of mountain road. Ultimately, there were 8 kilometers of narrow paths only accessible by motorcycle. Hakuin felt utterly exhausted and seriously considered pushing the car into a ditch and using his extraordinary lightness of body to fly over. However, he refrained, knowing that moving too quickly could lead to a loss of reference points, making it easy to get lost. When they stood before a sign reading "Danger ahead, consequences of trespassing are to be borne by oneself." It was already 10 p.m. The sign was surrounded by a fence of barbed wire. Peering through the gaps in the wire, they could see a dense forest within, eerie and foreboding. A faintly visible path, likely trodden by adventurers, wound through the trees, leading to an unknown destination. Hakuin lit a cigarette to relieve his fatigue, glancing at Yao Yiling, and asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Yao Yiling shook her head, smiling sweetly. "I'm fine, not too tired." "It's a pity you're not a guy," Hakuin mused. She had managed to endure such a long journey without a single complaint. Truly impressive, stronger than most men. "If only I were a guy," Yao Yiling suddenly remarked. Hakuin detected something in her tone. Next, Hakuin and Yao Yiling squeezed through a large hole left in the barbed wire and followed the faint path through the dense forest towards the general direction of Lanrua Temple. Around midnight, they finally stood before an imposing gateway covered in moss and made entirely of massive stones. Above the gate, the words Lanrua Temple were carved prominently. Peering inside, they found a landscape of ruins, with debris strewn across the ground, blending seamlessly with the forest. Only through this grand gateway could one catch a glimpse of its former grandeur. Hakuin retrieved his gear from a bag, donning a mask, draping a Taoist robe over himself, and wielding a peachwood stick. This appearance was quite comical. Yao Yiling burst into laughter at the sight. "What's so funny? You've never seen this before," he retorted. Afterward, Hakuin pulled out a drone from his bag to begin a livestream. Chapter 27. Hakuin have always relished danger. As the livestream began, a flood of viewers quickly joined, the numbers skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, they surpassed 10,000. It was already midnight, and many were asleep, yet Hakuin managed to maintain such high viewer counts, proving that his content was indeed compelling. In the chat, excitement erupted. "Wow, the rascal finally started streaming. I thought Koengu had given up on streaming." "Koengu, seriously, can we get a time update? You've been streaming for over 3.5 hours. I dare you to stream all night." Dog emoji. "Stream for a lifetime. Don't ever end it." Dog emoji. Looks like tonight's night shift just got entertaining. By the way, where are you streaming from? Who is that standing next to the streamer?" Hakuin glanced at the viewers' comments and quickly clarified, "Dear viewers, I've been traveling today. The journey was exceptionally long, over 900 kilometers one way, so I apologize for the delay. Tonight's streaming location is the most voted exploration site, Lanrua Temple. The lovely lady beside me has an identity that will astound you." "Koengu, don't." Yao Yiling bit her lip and interjected. Hakuin paused, quickly understanding her intent. She is my sister, Yao Yiling?" Viewers, is she your biological sister or a cousin? Please clarify. Definitely a cousin. Cousins aren't completely off limits. Dog emoji. Koengu, your sister looks great, fair, and tall, quite fitting for you. At this moment, Hakuin glanced at the barrage of comments from his viewers, chuckling as he playfully scolded, "You bunch of beasts, come on, let me take you inside for a tour." With that, Hakuin made his way toward the entrance. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed down the path, growing ever closer. The engine hummed as its headlights danced erratically over the uneven ground. Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be a viewer? Hakuin pondered with suspicion. Before long, the motorcycle came to a halt before the two of them. As the blinding headlights extinguished, Hakuin finally discerned the figures. To his astonishment, it was the renowned ghost hunter F3, the bald Lu Deshang, the tall and lanky Guan Xiaoyu, the rotund Zhang Zhengfei. Damn it, how are you still haunting me? Like a stubborn plaster that just won't come off. Why are you everywhere? Hakuin's gaze darkened, refusing to offer them a welcoming expression. Just yesterday, during the livestream at the Ancestral Hall, if it weren't for Lu Deshang's incessant shrieking like a pig being slaughtered while being chased by a zombie, it would have been a different story altogether. Brother Nilbi would have already secured a leg of the undead. Why must we repeat such an ordeal? On the other hand, Lu Deshang, puffing out his chest, retorted, Is Lanrua Temple your family estate? Why should you be able to go and we cannot? Am I right, everyone? With that, Lu Deshang eagerly glanced at the screen of his phone, revealing a disheartening count of 0 viewers in his livestream. Oh no, Lu Deshang felt as if the sky had fallen, completely disheartened. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that this livestream at Lanrua Temple would rekindle his popularity, for he had concocted a rather brilliant script. If executed well, it would surely elevate the streaming experience, attracting a surge of fans and gifts, perhaps even winning the heart of a charming young female viewer, just as Lu Deshang was lost in his fantasies. Hakuin interjected, This place is unsafe. I advise you to leave immediately. You were fortunate to escape yesterday. If you insist on entering Lanrua Temple this time, your ancestors may not be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Lu Deshang snickered, Yesterday, I merely had an off day, which is why that demon managed to catch me. I'm not boasting, but after a night of rigorous training, I have mastered a powerful technique. This time, not even a demon or deity could stand in my way. With that, Lu Deshang brandished a self-made peachwood sword from his waist, demonstrating its prowess with exaggerated flair. Meanwhile, his two lackeys cheered him on. Our boss's swordsmanship is incredible, everyone. This is the unique Duga 9 swords technique crafted by our streamer. Isn't it amazing? If you think it is, send some gifts our way. In an instant, the trio was leaping about like monkeys. If it weren't illegal to hit someone, Hakuin would have gladly struck them down. Damn it, what fools! Growing weary of their antics, Hakuin grabbed Zhao Yiling and attempted to walk through the entrance. But just then, Friends, I advise you to turn back immediately. Suddenly, a voice called out from above the entrance. Who are you? Zhao Yiling, startled, placed her right hand on her pink handbag, ready for action. Hakuin, however, remained calm and looked up at the top of the entrance, where, unbeknownst to him, a figure in black attire sat, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Who are you? Hakuin inquired. Who I am is of little importance. This place is perilous, a realm not meant for mortals. You must leave at once. The figure replied in a calm and deep tone. Sensing no malicious intent, Hakuin clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you for the warning, my friend. However, I, Koan, have always had a penchant for embracing danger. With that, he struck the stone archway with his palm. First came a resonant roar, followed by a thunderous crash. The solid stone entrance, towering at 7 to 8 meters and thick at 4 to 5 meters, trembled violently. The cloaked figure atop the entrance staggered as the stone cracked beneath Hakuin's hand. The figure's pupils constricted in alarm. Chapter 28. If I do not show off, who will? This spectacle was captured by the drone's camera, causing the live stream to erupt with excitement. Damn, the streamer is so impressive. He managed to intimidate the figure in black with a single blow. Thumbs up, black-clad figure. I thought you were weak, but you turned out to be formidable? I have always enjoyed embracing danger. What a bold line. Dog head emoji. That palm strike must possess at least 10,000 pounds of force. Surprised, 10,000 pounds is the least. After all, our streamer is the man who can squat 3 tons. 3 tons? What is that about? Well, here is the story. Let us go. Seeing that he had showcased enough bravado, Hakuin pulled Zhao Yiling through the entrance, moving further inside. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiling appeared dazed, allowing Hakuin to lead her onward. As the old saying goes, seeing is believing. Previously, while watching the livestream, she had thought Hakuin was not as impressive as he seemed. However, having witnessed his effortless palm strike that cracked the stone, she could only think incredible. Zhao Yiling had encountered skilled individuals before, but never had she seen someone as extraordinary as Hakuin. Duga 9 swords. First form, flying dragon in the sky. At that moment, Lu Deshang's voice rang out from behind. Turning to look, Lu Deshang was rolling over, performing acrobatics, with his 2 lackeys on either side filming his invincible moves. What the hell? Hakuin could no longer contain himself, clenching his fists in frustration. It seemed that without teaching Lu Deshang a lesson today, he would not understand the true extent of Hakuin's prowess, just as Hakuin prepared to confront Lu Deshang. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the vast forest, creeping in with alarming swiftness. Within moments, the white mist became so dense that visibility dropped to mere inches. Meanwhile, the live stream was also engulfed in a sea of white. What the hell? What's happening? Is there fog? Where did this dense fog come from? This fog is too sudden, it's definitely something supernatural. Damn, at this moment a brave man quietly tucked his feet under the covers. Shivering, I hope the streamer is alright. Koan, I sense a malevolent aura, Yao Yiling remarked, pulling out a yellow talisman from her pink handbag. Poised for action, she scanned the surroundings, exuding an air of confidence. Hakuin, momentarily entranced, remarked, "You look stunning, may I steal a kiss?" "Oh, Koan, do you say this to other girls too?" Yao Yiling asked, her cheeks flushing. "Not at all." Hakuin lit a cigarette with a smirk. "Ordinary flattery doesn't catch my eye." "But you are different, shall we share a kiss?" "You." "Oh," Yao Yiling cautioned, "be careful, the malevolent aura here is intense. I've never encountered such a potent presence before." She deliberately diverted the topic. No worries, Hakuin waved dismissively. Striding confidently ahead, Koan is fearless. You're quite self-absorbed, Yao Yiling remarked, following closely, unable to resist a bit of teasing. "While you are impressive, you should tone it down. In this world, there are always greater talents." Hakuin halted, raising an eyebrow. "I do not share your perspective. I believe that if I do not show off, who will? Showing off is an art, and I am its master. Observe closely and learn well. The path of self-aggrandizement lies within." With that, Hakuin spread his arms wide, eyes closed, gazing skyward. Yao Yiling mused, strangely, despite his constant showboating, I find him less irritating than I usually would. As someone who despised arrogance, she couldn't help but feel intrigued by Hakuin. Perhaps his flamboyance was just too smooth, she rationalized to herself. At that moment, the fog thickened further, reaching a point where one could barely see their own hand. The ghost hunter F3, visibly frightened, huddled close to Hakuin, almost clinging to him. "Get away from me," Hakuin snapped, his gaze icy wide. In response, Lu Deshang retorted, "You really are rude. This place is not your home. Why do you care where I stand?" "Right, everyone." His words provoked a chorus of reactions from the 5 viewers in Lu Deshang's livestream. "You're a total jerk. What a fool. Aren't you afraid Koan will beat you up? I keep wondering what kind of idiot gave birth to someone like you. You are the kind of person who, even if cured, would still drool. Promise me, don't stream anymore. Choose a different path. You make me feel nauseous." Lu Deshang gazed at the 6 barrage comments, feeling a chill in his heart. With only 5 viewers in total, how could 6 people be cursing him? This live broadcast could no longer be described as a failure. There was no room for decline. Suddenly, the thick white mist seemed as if it had been whisked away by a fan, dissipating in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, a grand palace of immense scale appeared before everyone. Inside, it was brightly lit and bustling with voices. How lively it was, even a fool could discern the abnormality within. Chapter 29. So was Brother Koan actually in the atmosphere? Did we all misunderstand him? Such an astonishing scene was captured in its entirety by the drones above. The viewers began to buzz with excitement. Where did this ancient mansion spring from? It's so brightly lit inside. And the figures are bustling. It looks quite lively. This must be a den of ghosts. I've heard that Lanrua Temple becomes lively at night, filled with the sounds of ancient instruments and various lewd noises. Hey, can someone elaborate on those lewd sounds? I have a friend who wants to listen. Dogeface, let Brother Koan go in for a round, and you'll hear them. Right, Dogeface. If Brother Koan goes in, he might just become a Death Knight. Dogeface, National Server Ning Kaichen. Exactly, Luoshi. What is a Death Knight compared to me? I dare to confront the caterpillar. Do you dare? Not daring, Dogeface, but I really don't dare, Dogeface. At this moment, Hakuin looked at the enormous palace, feeling a slight shock. The ability to conjure such a grand structure in an instant indicated that this monster possessed formidable powers. He silently glanced at Yao Yiling beside him, pondering something. Just then, the tightly shut palace doors slowly opened. A dense white mist wafted out 7 beautiful young women, clad in ancient, sensuous garments of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Danced gracefully towards them. They were stunning, like celestial beings. With each sway of their hips, their snow-white thighs peeked enticingly from beneath their high-slit garments. "Gentlemen, after your arduous journey, you must be weary." The most beautiful woman in purple addressed the group with a bow. Signaling to the 6 women behind her, "Sisters, quickly assist the 5 gentlemen into the palace to rest." In an instant, the beauties each chose their targets, pulling them along without regard for consent. As for Lu Deshang, His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such ravishing beauties in his life. Completely entranced, he cast aside all caution and took one woman under each arm, laughing heartily as he made his way into the palace. His two underlings mirrored his behavior. At that moment, the purple-clad beauty approached Hakuin, bowing and saying, "Esteemed gentlemen, there are many delicacies and fine wines inside. Why not step in and indulge? Ha, that I shall not be polite. I happen to be quite hungry." With that, Hakuin removed his rugged attire, allowing the purple-clad woman to lead him inside. However, Ya Yiling suddenly yanked him back. "Brother Koan, they are not human." After saying this, Ya Yiling revealed a yellow talisman pinched between her fingers. Her beautiful eyes darkening as she approached the purple-clad woman. The purple-clad woman, frightened, retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Esteemed gentlemen, what do you mean? How could I not be human?" Hearing this, Ya Yiling scoffed coldly. "What exactly are you? The truth will soon be revealed." With that, she began to chant softly, the talisman glowing faintly between her fingers. At that moment, Hakuin snatched the talisman away, his tone slightly reproachful. Hey, what are you doing? They are kindly inviting us for a meal. How can you say they are ghosts? How can you be so unreasonable? Hold back your big move, Ya Yiling." Viewers. Brother Koan, can you truly not see it? Ya Yiling was utterly astonished. "See what?" Hakuin, visibly impatient, wrapped an arm around the waist of the purple-clad woman. "All I see is that this girl is quite stunning." Ya Yiling was taken aback. Was this really what Brother Koan had just said? In an instant, disappointment flooded her face. "It seems I overestimated you. You are just like those other men, mere animals who think only with their lower halves." A farewell. With that, Ya Yiling turned away angrily, just a few steps into her departure. Not only did she not hear Hakuin calling her back, but she even caught his disgruntled mutterings, "Tch. It's better she left. Damn, spoiled. Purple-clad sister, hurry and take me inside for some fun. He. Of course, esteemed gentlemen. I promise you will enjoy yourself. Wow, you feel just like water. So smooth. He. That's because I'm made of water. Wow, you are quite ample, far more than that airport. So much substance." Hearing the flirtatious exchange between the two, Ya Yiling's anger reached its peak. "What does this mean? Is there someone like you? An airport? I certainly have one. I simply wear too many clothes. Humph, if you end up drained of young energy by a female ghost, don't come begging me to save you." With that, Ya Yiling stormed off in fury. The sudden rift between the two was captured in its entirety by the livestream. The viewers were left bewildered. What is going on? Why did Brother Koan clash with his sister? Did this newly formed CP just break up? It's reminiscent of a group of 5 in an internet CAF, playing ranked all night, only to avoid sitting at the same table for breakfast the next day. Dogeface, did you notice Brother Koan suddenly seems to have lost intelligence? It's so strange. I think what Brother Koan said was a bit excessive. How can he personally attack her? Calling someone an airport is truly insulting. Are you all fools? Can't you see? What did you see? Brother Koan is intentionally driving his sister away. Why would he do that? Because it's too dangerous inside. Oh my god, so Brother Koan was actually in the atmosphere. We all misunderstood him. Damn, I'm crying. Brother Koan is so great. At this moment, within the grand hall, the lavish decorations were resplendent. Glimmering with gold and jade, the marble floor reflected the outlines of people reminiscent of a royal palace. Hakuin, Lu Deshang, Guan Xiaoyu, and Zhang Zhongfei sat cross-legged at their respective tables. Each table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, both mountain and sea delicacies. The 7 beauties from earlier attended to the 4 as they dined. The air resonated with melodious instrumental music, and a throng of beautiful women danced gracefully at the center of the hall. This scene was captured by a small silent drone released by the main drone. The viewers at home were envious to tears. This is truly the life of an emperor. I envy this so much. I wish I could be there in person. How about we form a group and go? We might still make it. Are you crazy? This is a den of ghosts. Are you trying to throw your life away? A ghost den is nothing. I'd dare to go even to a zombie den. Dying under a peony is still a romantic way to go. A bunch of fools thinking with their lower halves. Thinking with their lower halves? Watching a livestream and turning it into gender discrimination. That girl calling us lower half thinkers is definitely a looker. Agreed one. Meanwhile, on Hakuin's end, he did not eat a single morsel. He was well aware that these dishes were inedible. In contrast, Tanshan F3 was devouring food with fervor, lifting plates as he feasted. Hakuin did not bother to dissuade them, indifferent to the fates of these 3 fools. He squinted his eyes, observing the surroundings through his mask. Where exactly were the fairies? Chapter 30. So, it turns out they are transgenders. Damn, earlier Hakuin had received the system task rob the fairies' testicles, although he did not understand why the task fixated on the fairies' testicles. He simply aimed to complete the task. As long as he presented the testicles to the system, the task would be considered complete, then he would be rewarded with powerful rewards. At present, the dancing maidens serving the meal certainly did not appear to be fairies. They seemed too weak. Clearly the true fairies had yet to make an appearance. He decided to wait before taking action. At that moment, the purple-clad woman approached with a delicate wine jug, pouring wine for Hakuin. "Esteemed gentleman, why are you not eating or drinking? Is the food not to your taste?" To avoid revealing his intentions, Hakuin chuckled and replied, "Who said I'm not eating? I'm just savoring it." See, with that, he picked up chopsticks, pretending to sample the dishes. He carefully selected from the array of food. A lamb leg, most likely transformed from rotten flesh steak, probably made from the bones of the deceased. Roasted piglet, likely a product of human meat. Peanuts, more like crushed stones, this will do. He promptly grabbed a peanut, stuffed it into his mouth, and pretended to chew. Not bad, delicious. The purple-clad woman, haha, that's hilarious. Purple-clad woman, you took so long to choose? And you picked a peanut, dogeface. Purple-clad woman, sometimes it's just quite speechless. Through the incident where Kun solely consumes peanuts, I have gleaned the following 3 insights, the individuals above. Are you indulging in verbose nonsense? Are you familiar with the Pythagorean theorem? Indeed, yet it bears no relevance to this matter. Just how thin is a cicada's wing? As thin as a cicada's wing. How hard is a stone? Hard as a rock, with a humorous tone. But as the saying goes, once one is comfortably fed, thoughts of desire arise. After a few rounds of drinks, the spirit of exploration began to stir. Particularly Lu Deshang, panting heavily with his squinty eyes, suddenly lunged at a girl with a howl. As for his 2 underlings, witnessing their leader's boldness, they cast aside their reservations. In the blink of an eye. Guan Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhongfei were reduced to mere husks. Suddenly, they were deflated, leaving only a pile of bones wrapped in skin. They were dead. Lu Deshang, too, had his vitality drained, his form transforming into a gaunt shadow of himself. Gasping for breath, he stood there, moaning weakly. Deservedly so. Hakuin chuckled softly. At that moment, the woman in purple approached him, her fragrant lips pressing against his. Hakuin distinctly felt her drawing his vitality. He smirked. Reveling in her eagerness to absorb his energy, with a cold laugh, he blew his own vitality into her. The woman in purple felt an unbearable burning sensation coursing through her body. She attempted to flee. But Hakuin firmly grasped her head, relentlessly feeding her more energy. In an instant, her body visibly swelled. The woman in purple struggled with all her might to break free. "Sisters, help," as her cry echoed. The surrounding women rushed to her aid. Seeking death, Hakuin kicked the woman in purple aside. Then, at blinding speed, he donned the notorious outfit of a bandit. He slipped on the stockings, draped the robe over his shoulders, and retrieved a peachwood staff. Koengu is suited up. He is ready. Koengu, Bandit Combat Power 10,086. The enhancement is visibly striking. At that moment, a woman in red lunged at him. Her nails extending at least half a meter long, she aimed a fierce strike at Hakuin's face. Without hesitation, he swung the peachwood staff. With a resounding crash, the red-clad specter was sent reeling. Her spirit shattered, vanishing like smoke. Such formidable combat prowess left the remaining specters too intimidated to make a move. He is a Taoist. The woman in purple shrieked in fright, retreating quietly. "Sisters, we are no match for him. Quickly summon our mother." Upon hearing this, Hakuin chuckled, amused. "Your mother certainly has a talent for childbirth, producing so many daughters. Even a sow couldn't compete with your mother. Tell her to come out. Let us see if I won't deal with her." With that, Hakuin kicked over a nearby table, wreaking havoc in the hall. Soon, the place was in utter disarray. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "You little brat, is this the place for your reckless antics?" As soon as the words were spoken, the previously closed doors of the hall burst open with a violent wave of energy. Following this, a remarkably agile figure dashed into the room. With sharp claws, it lunged straight for Hakuin's face. Unfazed, Hakuin unleashed a powerful strike, the second form of the 18 palms of the dragon, the flying dragon in the sky. In an instant, a small azure dragon erupted from Hakuin's palm. The dragon grew larger with every moment it flew forward. With a thunderous crash, it collided with the figure, yet the person astonishingly tore through the dragon with bare hands, continuing their assault on Hakuin. "What the hell? This one has some skill." Hakuin dared not underestimate the opponent. Rolling to evade a claw strike, the figure missed, effortlessly snapping a pillar that 3 people could barely encircle. Turning to look back, Hakoan noted that the figure was exceedingly tall, at least over 2 meters, clad in an eclectic array of colorful garments. Her face was painted with an unappealing, ghostly white makeup reminiscent of a 90-year-old lady suddenly learning to apply cosmetics. "Kid, you have some talent." The towering, grotesque woman did not continue her attack. Instead, she regarded Hakoan with a curious expression. In turn, Hakoan scrutinized her. Suddenly, a grave realization struck him: this creature was a female demon. So how could a female demon possess male attributes? What a joke! Did the elder brother make a mistake? Must one offer a male organ? This is a female. Could it be substituted with a thunderous entity? Hakoan inquired diplomatically. It is male. So it is a hermaphrodite. Ah, Hakoan comprehended at last. You figured that out. The tall woman was initially taken aback, then her expression darkened. You have no need to live. I will tear you apart. Chapter 31. This demon is truly formidable. How dare she impersonate the Buddha? As she spoke, the tall woman lunged at Hakoan once more, yet undeterred, Hakoan unleashed a palm strike filled with lightning. The Taoist's art, water friends. 6. With a resounding boom, a lightning sphere shot from his palm. The tall woman appeared astonished, switching her claws into palms to strike the incoming lightning sphere. In that instant, a vine-like appendage shot forth from her sleeve, swiftly morphing into a door. Zzz. Bang! The lightning sphere collided with the door, both exploding. Kid, you possess some skill, the tall woman remarked playfully. Should I consume your flesh and blood? It would surely be nourishing. With a flick of her long tongue, she revoltingly swirled it around her lips. Eat me. That depends on whether your teeth are strong enough. Hakoan mocked, then suddenly called out. Friend, how much longer will you hide? This demon has revealed herself. You should emerge now. The conflict between Ji and Bao, benefiting from the chaos, is not your style, is it, water friends? What is Kuan-gu saying? I can't comprehend. Friend, where? Kuan-gu is just putting on a show, right? It shouldn't be mere theatrics. Perhaps there truly is another. Tall woman, what? There's another expert? The conflict between Ji and Bao. Benefiting from the chaos, that is hilarious. Just then, as Hakoan's words fell, over a dozen agile figures burst through the hall's ceiling, descending into the chamber. There were 13 in total, all clad in pitch-black night gear. Leading them was the masked individual who had earlier attempted to dissuade Hakoan at the entrance of the temple. Under the illumination, his dark attire appeared bizarre, resembling a black hole capable of swallowing all light. Little brother, how did you know I was here? The man inquired curiously. Hakoan responded enigmatically, your mouth should not pose such questions. The man was taken aback. At that moment, the tall woman suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. Today is truly lively, with so many guests. Since you're all here, why not stay? As her words fell, the tall woman emitted a cloud of white mist. The mist surged outward, filling the entire hall in an instant. Visibility plummeted to near zero. Everyone, be cautious. This is a 1,000-year-old tree demon. Its magic is unfathomable. You must remain on high alert, the masked leader warned his 12 subordinates, and Hakoan then drew a fearsome, oversized black sword from his back. It was impressively imposing, weighing at least 200 pounds. Suddenly, the mist dissipated. The next scene left everyone present wide-eyed. A magnificent golden Buddha statue sat atop the hall. The statue was colossal, at least 10 meters tall, resplendent in gold. How dare you impersonate the Buddha? Outrageous! The man wielding the heavy sword swung fiercely, yet, when the blade struck the statue, it emitted a sharp clang. Upon inspection, the sword's edge had already shattered. Gasp! The wielder's expression turned alarmed. At this moment, his 12 subordinates brandished various weapons, launching an assault on the golden Buddha. However, it was utterly futile. The golden statue was impervious, withstanding all strikes. Meanwhile, the weapons in their hands had nearly all shattered. Just then, the lips of the golden Buddha began to move. Lay down your weapon, and you shall become a Buddha instantly. Lay down your weapon, and you shall become a Buddha. Lay down your weapon. A series of ominous Buddhist chants resonated from the Buddha's mouth. The sounds were terrifying and malevolent. Moreover, with each chant, a physical swastika symbol erupted from its mouth. The pace of the chants quickened, with swastikas continuously spewing forth. In the blink of an eye, the hall was filled with these symbols. Be cautious, this is the demon's illusion. Quickly guard your spirits, the wielder of the heavy sword warned loudly, urging his comrades to recite an incantation. Yet, his 12 subordinates were not so fortunate. They seemed to lose their sanity, turning on each other in a frenzy, while swinging their blades at their comrades. They laughed maniacally. Lay down your weapon, and you shall become a Buddha. Ha ha ha, I have become a Buddha, Buddha. the teachings of Buddhism are boundless. In a mere span of seconds, 5 individuals collapsed amidst a pool of blood. The wielder of the heavy sword was filled with fury. He raised his sword and charged forward, intent on striking down the statue of Buddha once more. If he failed, his comrades would perish. Yet, despite wielding his sword with such fervor that it seemed to smoke, he could inflict not a single scratch upon the statue. Damn it, what to do now? The heavy sword wielder was in a state of desperate urgency. Glancing back, he saw 3 more of his brothers had fallen. At that moment, he noticed Hakuin casually strolling around the golden Buddha, picking his nose, as if he were on a leisurely sightseeing trip. The heavy sword wielder's face darkened with frustration. Little brother, do you not intend to lend a hand? How long will you merely observe, having previously witnessed Hakuin's prowess, which could shatter boulders with a single palm strike? He knew he was no ordinary foe. However, Hakuin merely chuckled awkwardly. Just a moment, I'm looking for its, appendage. Once I find it, I'll spring into action. The heavy sword wielder was taken aback. Just as he was about to question Hakuin's fixation on this peculiar search, oh wow, I found it, Hakuin exclaimed, smacking his forehead. This demon's appendage is actually on its head. Atop the statue's head were 2 enormous spheres. Initially, Hakuin thought it was some unique hairstyle, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. In disbelief, Hakuin unleashed his extraordinary agility, soaring upwards with a whoosh. Gathering energy, he unleashed a palm strike the size of a basketball. With a thunderous boom, the 2 spheres were instantly severed from the golden statue, gripped tightly in Hakuin's hands. What the heck? The streamer is ruthless, stealing the demon's appendage. What a bandit, truly a bandit. Demon, I thought it was useless, so I gave it to him. Doge, the golden statue seemed to lose its power, emitting a piercing wail. A moment later, the gilded exterior of the statue crumbled into pieces. Countless cracks spread across its surface. With a resounding bang, the statue exploded. In the next instant, a towering, grotesque tree demon revealed its true form. It seemed to grow larger with each gust of wind. Bursting through the temple's ceiling, reaching a height of several dozen meters, the entire hall was obliterated with a single swipe of its hand. Debris and beams fell like rain, cascading down. Chapter 32. Good heavens! Stealing from teammates, the demon has revealed its true form. The heavy sword wielder shouted a warning. Little brother, quickly retreat. Hearing this, Hakuin smirked and replied, retreat? Ha, the one who should be retreating is it. System, request task settlement. Beep, settling the system task, robbing the demon's appendage. Task completed. The system is collecting the appendage of the Millennium Tree Demon. System reward granted. Split the Mount Hua. As the system notification concluded, Hakuin felt a surge of power coursing through his body. This force was immensely overwhelming, as if the ancient deity Pangu had possessed him, just as Hakuin reveled in his newfound strength. Little brother, watch out behind you, came the warning from the heavy sword wielder. Startled, Hakuin turned to see the tree demon swinging its enormous vine-like arm towards him. With a resounding crash, Hakuin was sent flying, unsure of where he landed. The heavy sword wielder sighed in disappointment, thinking, this little brother is not as formidable as I thought. He immediately joined forces with the remaining 3 subordinates to engage the tree demon. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword with a crescent arc. The sword energy surged defiantly. However, the tree demon demonstrated remarkable resilience, not even flinching as it simply swatted the heavy sword wielder away. The heavy sword wielder was sent hurtling 100 meters, crashing heavily against the entrance, where he finally came to a halt. The entrance was utterly destroyed. This showcased the terrifying might of the tree demon strike, as the heavy sword wielder rose from the rubble. His blood surged violently. He spat a mouthful of black blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he glanced towards his 3 subordinates, and his eyes widened in horror, for they had been gruesomely impaled by the tree demon's vines. The tree demon brought the vines to its maw, opening its gaping jaws, feasting upon their flesh and blood, much like skewered meat. The sounds of screams, wails, and agonizing cries filled the air. Such a horrific scene ignited an overwhelming fury within the heavy sword wielder. I will kill you. With great effort, the heavy sword wielder staggered toward the tree demon, dragging his colossal sword behind him. Meanwhile, the tree demon, noticing this man had not yet perished, extended a vine that shot forth unexpectedly. Spanning over 100 meters, it pierced through his body. With a sickening squelch, the heavy sword wielder felt his flesh punctured. He could muster no more strength. He knelt, grasping the vine piercing his chest, his expression one of unwillingness. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, demon, do not act recklessly. As the voice fell, a fiery yellow talisman soared through the air, landing on the vine that had pierced the heavy sword wielder. The talisman ignited instantly, flames bursting forth. the tree demon let out a howl, hastily retracting the vine to extinguish the flames. The new arrival was none other than Ya Yiling. She rushed forward to support the staggering heavy sword wielder. "Are you all right?" Hearing this, the heavy sword wielder struggled to move his lips, replying, "You must leave. You are no match for the tree demon. Now, it's not too late to flee." With a cough, the heavy sword wielder spat another mouthful of blood, his mouth foaming with crimson. "Where is Kuan?" Ya Yiling asked, scanning the surroundings. "That guy who likes to wear a hood." In response, the heavy sword wielder, with great effort, pointed toward the direction of the tree demon, saying, "He was struck." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed unconscious. He was slain by the tree demon? Ya Yiling's eyes widened in shock. He was merely knocked away, not killed. "Oh my goodness, this has thrown me into a panic. Could you not have finished your words before fainting? What a monumental misunderstanding." "Dear sister, please do not act foolishly. You are certainly no match for this tree demon. Run now. Kuan has fled. If you do not escape, you will meet your demise." "I believe she will not run." Kuan was slain. Ya Yiling stood frozen, murmuring to herself. She raised her gaze toward the tree demon. Scattered on the ground were bloodied corpses, some half-eaten. Clearly, among them was Kuan's. "Kuan." Ya Yiling bit her lip. It was only at this moment that she comprehended Kuan's earlier intentions to send her away. Kuan was not a man who thought with his lower half. He simply did not wish for her to be in danger, thus, he had intentionally spoken harshly, urging her to leave. Now, it was too late. Ya Yiling felt deep regret and self-reproach. Had she remained by Kuan's side, perhaps the situation would not have turned so dire. Her talisman techniques could have countered the demon. It was all her fault for throwing a tantrum. With a cold glint in her eye, Ya Yiling gazed at the tree demon. She patted her pink handbag. A glowing purple talisman, crackling with lightning, appeared at her fingertips. "Demon, take this." With that, Ya Yiling began to chant an intricate and complex incantation, causing the purple talisman to radiate brilliantly. "What the heck? This woman has some skills." "A purple talisman? Whoa, it looks incredibly advanced." "The class representative is here." Talismans come in 4 ranks: yellow, red, purple, and black. The purple talisman is a rare artifact capable of subduing great demons. "And what about the black talisman? What can it subdue?" "For those above, the black talisman can instantly obliterate this tree demon. As far as I know, black talismans are extinct, right? The Wang family, known for crafting them, has perished." "Wait, is Kuan back?" At that moment, Ya Yiling felt something slip from her fingertips. Looking closely, she realized the purple talisman had vanished. She turned around in confusion, only to find Hao Kuan standing behind her, toying with her purple talisman. "This talisman looks nice. I'll take it." Without waiting for her consent, Hao Kuan tucked the talisman into his pocket. Ya Yiling. "Oh, viewers, good heavens, stealing from teammates. Kuan, you're not dead?" Ya Yiling exclaimed, her tone a blend of excitement and tears. "I'm no fleeting soul." With that, Hao Kuan removed his hood, lit a cigarette, and began to complain. "Damn, this demon is quite formidable. Just now, it sent me flying over 20 miles. What the heck? It took me forever to catch up." Upon hearing this, Ya Yiling found it quite amusing. "Step back. You are no match for this demon. I will take it down." Chapter 33. Like a celestial being descending to vanquish demons. Truly a divine presence on earth. With that, Hao Kuan drew the peachwood staff from his waist. Upon hearing this, Ya Yiling obediently stepped back. At that moment, the man wielding the heavy sword, who had been rendered unconscious, awoke and uttered a plea. "Young brother, you must flee. You too are no match for the tree demon. It is far too formidable. If you escape now, you still have a chance." Upon hearing this, Hao Kuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "My friend, do you believe I could defeat it with a single strike?" The swordsman let out a wry smile. "If you could indeed do that, you would have done so already. Please entrust this letter to someone," he continued, producing a letter stained red with blood from his pocket, the envelope marked with an address. "Take this letter and go." However, Hao Kuan shook his head. "I won't deliver your letter. You can take it yourself later." "Everyone step back. I am about to show off." With that, Hao Kuan brandished his peachwood staff and strode confidently towards the tree demon, which was currently feasting on human flesh. In that instant, Hao Kuan's imposing figure appeared even more magnificent. A palpable aura of determination, akin to that of a lone warrior amidst thousands, emanated from him. Meanwhile, the swordsman found himself dazed, pondering whether this young man might truly be capable of victory. In the next moment, the swordsman, Ya Yiling, and the 30,000 viewers watching the livestream witnessed Hao Kuan leap high into the air. Staff in hand, the peachwood staff suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. A mighty cleave, with a thunderous roar, Hao Kuan's staff transformed into an enormous golden axe. The golden axe descended upon the tree demon, which was savoring its gruesome meal. In the following instant, rumble, rumble, rumble. The resounding commotion shook the very earth. The colossal golden axe cleaved through the towering tree demon, which stood several meters high with sheer force. Caught off guard, the tree demon was split in two, collapsing to either side. Boom, boom. The severed halves of the tree demon crashed to the ground. It was dead. This astonishing scene left everyone wide-eyed. Ya Yiling's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The heavily wounded swordsman was so shocked he nearly leaped to his feet. The 30,000 viewers were on their feet, watching the live broadcast in awe. All rise, welcome back, the god of war. Like a demon lord descending from the heavens, truly a deity among mortals. What a spectacular cleave. Is this not more exhilarating than Boruto? Absolutely thrilling, unbelievably awesome, truly invincible, what a delight to behold. Koen Go, watch closely, I will only demonstrate this once. In an instant, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, gifts began to rain down. Schwer, gifted a private jet 1, Miracle Fitness Coach, gifted a Carnival 1, Mountain Monkeys, my butt is the most red, gifted a Carnival 1, hello everyone, I am Manyobi, gifted a Carnival 100. At this moment Hakuin surveyed the fallen tree demon's corpse, holding his peach with staff as he made his way back. As he walked, he contemplated the earlier cleave, feeling as though it had not fully unleashed the power of the mighty cleave. After all, with a name like Mighty Cleave, it ought to be executed with an axe for maximum effect. Using his staff felt like a disservice to the technique. Hey, could you send me a suitable axe? I'm not asking for much, just the axe of Pango would suffice. Hat, as if that would happen. With a mischievous grin, Hakuin chuckled. Ding, system task initiated, rob the lecherous Akun of his treasures. Task reward, Heavenly Destruction Axe. Heavenly Destruction Axe. This is a divine artifact left behind by the ancient deity Chaotian Gang. It embodies boundless righteousness, capable of cleaving through myriad evils. Only a hero can wield it. Oh wow, is this a pillow sent to me while I was dozing off? You are even better than a wife, get lost. At this moment Hakuin began to ponder the task, since the target was to rob the lecherous Akun. He needed to locate the lecher, however. The question was, where would he find such a character? Hakuin felt a bit at a loss. Just then, the swordsman limped over. He gazed at the fallen comrades on the ground. A heavy heart weighing upon him, lifting his eyes to Hakuin, he clasped his fists in gratitude. Young brother, thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for you today, we would have surely perished at the hands of this tree demon. Hakuin waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort. If you truly wish to thank me, a casual offering of 10 or 8 billion would suffice, the swordsman replied. I cannot produce 10 or 8 billion. His face flushed with embarrassment, but he continued, however, we can offer you an exceptional opportunity, young brother, your powers are extraordinary, you are more than welcome to join us. Together, we can vanquish demons and uphold justice in the world. Hakuin narrowed his eyes and inquired, you all, what is your affiliation? In response, the swordsman glanced at the drone hovering above and said, young brother, could you please turn off your live stream, some matters cannot be known to the world? Hakuin nodded and ended the broadcast. What the hell, are you hiding things from us? Damn, would it kill you to let us listen in? Seriously, come on. Can't you learn from that demon and just say it out loud? Doge. Once he confirmed the stream was indeed off, the swordsman produced a golden token from his chest and proclaimed, I am a member of the 13 Divine Gates organization. My name is Lin Shursan. Upon hearing this, Hakuin was taken aback. The 13 Divine Gates, he had heard of them before. Earlier, while researching the Blood Sea Old Demon on the Tianya Haijiao forum, he had stumbled upon this organization. To encounter them so soon was unexpected. A pleasure to meet you. Hakuin returned the gesture with admiration. Though the members of the 13 Divine Gates had been no match for the tree demon, they had still chosen to fight to the death. This spirit of self-sacrifice was commendable. On behalf of the 13 Divine Gates, I extend a sincere invitation to you, Lin Shursan said, extending his hand. Chapter 34. Dozens of beautiful female ghosts plead with Hakuin for sanctuary. Hakuin did not immediately accept the offer, as he was uncertain whether joining this organization would impose restrictions on him. For instance, would he be forbidden from live streaming, or perhaps even from indulging in life's pleasures? Forced to live like a monk, if that were the case, then what was the point of joining? After a moment, he waved his hand. You are gravely injured. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Seeing that the other party had not agreed, Lin Shursan's expression grew somber. He forced a smile and replied, it's fine, I can endure. A moment of meditation will suffice. With that, Lin Shursan sat cross-legged. Beginning to cultivate and heal his wounds. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, said Hakuin, heading toward the ruins of the Grand Hall. Hakuin had come to Lanruai Temple not only to live stream and complete the system task but also for an important purpose, to search for the son of a wealthy woman. Given the current situation, it was likely that the wealthy woman's son had met a fate similar to that of Lu Deshang, Guan Xiaoyu, and Zhang Zhengfei, having been drained of life by the female ghosts. Damn it, this place is so vast, where can I find him? Hakuin felt a bit at a loss. At that moment Hakuin's gaze sharpened as he spotted a female ghost perched on a gnarled tree. It was the ghost clad in purple. Come down, Hakuin commanded, pointing his peachwood staff at her. The purple-clad ghost trembled in fear and, not daring to delay, floated down to kneel before Hakuin. Great One, please spare me. I was coerced by that tree demon into committing these acts. After it became sentient, it trapped our souls, preventing us from reincarnating. It forced us to seduce men to provide it with life energy and flesh to enhance its power. If we refused, we would face annihilation. I acted out of desperation, she sobbed, her tears flowing like rain, evoking sympathy. Simultaneously, other female ghosts hidden nearby drifted closer, kneeling before Hakuin and pleading for forgiveness, each one weeping pitifully. Stop crying, you're giving me a headache, Hakuin exclaimed, exasperated. He delivered a slap to the purple-clad ghost and showed her a photograph. Tell me, have you seen this person? The purple-clad ghost nodded. I have seen him. He visited here a month ago. Where is his body? Hakuin inquired further. Please, Great One, follow me, the purple-clad ghost replied, leading the way. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a small hill, about 7 or 8 meters high. Resembling a pyramid, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no ordinary hill. It was a mound of human bones, countless skulls, leg bones, arm bones, ribs. How many lives have you taken? Even Hakuin, having witnessed much, was taken aback by this horrifying sight. The purple-clad ghost sensed the anger in Hakuin's voice and was instantly frightened, kneeling down with a thud as she explained, Great One, we never harm the loyal and righteous. We only target those lecherous and despicable individuals. Upon hearing this, Hakuin glanced sideways. And what about me? Am I also seen as a lecherous scoundrel in your eyes? The woman in purple replied. Oh, go, find him for me, not a single hair or bone is to be overlooked. In response, the other female spirits dared not disobey and floated up the corpse mountain to begin their task. Before long, they discovered the body of the missing hiker. The corpse, clad in a hiking jacket, was relatively intact, save for a pile of bones still attached to the skin, the flesh and blood having been entirely siphoned away. Hakuin searched the corpse and found an identification card, which revealed that the individual was indeed the son of a wealthy lady. He then collected the body into the supreme urine bag and turned toward the temple entrance to meet Yao Yiling. Brother Koan, those female spirits are following us. Yao Yiling pointed behind her. Hakuin turned to look back and saw dozens of enchanting female spirits standing a mere 10 meters away. As Hakuin took a step forward, they mirrored his movement. When he stepped back, they retreated in kind. Why are you following me? Hakuin asked with a sidelong glance. The leading purple-clad spirit, after a moment's hesitation, finally summoned her courage to float before Hakuin and kneel. Great One, we have nowhere to go. We beseech you to take us in. How bold of you! I had no intention of harming you, yet you audaciously seek to come to my home for free meals and lodging. With that, Hakuin swiftly drew his peachwood staff at the spirits, exclaimed, Whoa, Great One, we do not seek to take advantage. The purple-clad spirit, speaking in a pleading tone, urged her companions and sisters, quickly share your talents. At her call, the spirits eagerly proclaimed their skills. I can cook. I can handle household chores. I can dance, even pole dance. I excel at playing the flute, any flute you desire. I am proficient in massage. Upon hearing this array of talents, Hakuin couldn't help but feel intrigued. These were no mere spirits but rather free caretakers. Just imagine, waking up in the morning, female spirits presenting toiletries at the bedside, attending to his grooming once finished. All he would need to do is open his arms, and they would carefully dress him in meticulously chosen garments, always neatly folded without a wrinkle, perhaps even lightly scented, after donning his attire. Breakfast would be served with an array of 18 dishes, accompanied by performances of song and dance from the spirits. As he enjoyed his meal, he would revel in their performances. After breakfast, a simple snap of his fingers and a command of smoke, please, would summon a spirit to obediently present a cigarette and light it for him. After indulging in a post-meal smoke, he would set out on his errands. Before leaving home, the spirits would kneel in a row, calling out in unison, Master, may your endeavors be smooth and successful. His emotional satisfaction would be immeasurable. At noon, upon returning from his business, the spirits would assist him in removing his shoes and clothes. The dining table would be laid with 28 dishes, whatever he desired, they would personally serve into his mouth. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, Hakuin decided to indulge in a massage from the spirits. Evening would bring more of the same, and even in the deep of night, the massages would continue. Oh, how delightful! Hakuin felt utterly blissful, even drooling at the thought. Brother Koen, what are you grinning about? Yao Yiling inquired. Perplexed, clearing his throat, Hakuin replied, oh nothing. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said to the spirits, let me make one thing clear, I may take you in, but let us be upfront. Meals and lodging are provided, but there will be no wages. If you agree, come with me, if not stay here. Chapter 35, You a soft and lovely girl run a coffin shop. The spirits were overjoyed, immediately expressing their assent. Great one. We all agree. As long as you take us in, we will meet any condition. Great one, we will serve you well. Hearing this, Hakuin laughed heartily. He then opened the supreme urine bag, widening its opening. Ladies, please step in. One by one, the spirits floated inside. Brother Koen, are you not worried about being drained of your yang energy with so many spirits? Yao Yiling kindly cautioned. Upon hearing her words, Hakuin sighed, looking skyward at a 45-degree angle. His expression somber. Truth be told, I did not wish to take them. It's just that they are so pitiful. Alas, I cannot bear to abandon them, if I were to be drained of my yang energy. I suppose that would be my misfortune. Yao Yiling. How could she not understand Hakuin's thoughts? She immediately pouted, turning her head away. You really leave me speechless. Noticing her displeasure, Hakuin chuckled, wrapping his arm around Yao Yiling's slender waist. Seizing the moment to flirt, oh, why feel jealous over a bunch of spirits? Who is jealous? I am not, she retorted, huffing as she broke free from his grasp and continued walking ahead. Hakuin smiled silently. This little girl, could it be that she has developed feelings for me? He chuckled to himself. The two of them then proceeded toward the temple entrance. As they passed the ruins of the main hall, they were surprised to see Lu Deshang staggering out, wobbling toward them. Upon sighting him, Hakuin's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell, you've become nothing but skin and bones, and yet you're still alive. Has your ancestral grave sprung back to life? Hakuin was genuinely astonished. This fellow's life force was indeed extraordinary, akin to an unkillable cockroach. Brother Koen, save me. Take me to the hospital, Lu Deshang pleaded for help. Hakuin ignored him. You can die if you wish. He simply rode Lu Deshang's motorcycle, taking Yao Yiling down the mountain. Hey, what the hell, is there any humanity left in you? Not only do you leave me to die, but you also steal my motorcycle, Lu Deshang shouted as he chased after them. The following day at noon, Hakuin and Yao Yiling returned to Jinghai City. Hakuin did not take Yao Yiling home directly but first visited the West District Police Station to hand over the hiker's body to the wealthy lady. Upon seeing her son transformed into a mere pile of bones still attached to skin, the lady broke down into wails. My son, my dear son, you were always so mischievous. I never thought you would truly become skin and bones. Oh, my son, how audacious you were. Hearing the lady's lamentation, Hakuin scratched his head, feeling something was amiss. It was undeniably a sorrowful scene, yet he found it hard to suppress a laugh, once the wealthy lady had finished crying. She faithfully handed Hakuin 10 million. He accepted it without hesitation. Before leaving the police station, Hakuin intended to see Li Shui, for after all, she had contributed to this 10 million. He planned to give her $1 million. If she refused, he would find another way to press the money into her hands. However, Li Shui's mentor Zhang Aigua informed him that she was out on a case, thus Hakuin decided to take Yao Yiling home first. On the way back, Hakuin spoke earnestly. Little Yao, thank you for accompanying me to Lanrua Temple this time. Though you did not contribute much, your efforts were appreciated. I've decided to share $1 million with you from the 10 million. What do you think? If you find it insufficient, feel free to suggest an amount. Upon hearing this, Yao Yiling felt warmth in her heart but immediately declined. This money rightfully belongs to you. I do not want it. If you truly wish to thank me, just take me out for a meal. Very well then. Hakuin did not press her further. Noticing the time, he said, it just so happens to be noon. Let's eat first, and then I'll take you home. However, Yao Yiling shook her head. I want to go home first to take a shower. I feel all grimy, and my outfit is not suitable for going out. Upon hearing this, Hakuin looked at her in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect this tough girl to care about her appearance. Get lost, I am not a tough girl. Yao Yiling playfully punched Hakuin on the shoulder. Her demeanor exuding flirtation, Hakuin stared dumbfounded, internally murmuring, such a beautiful girl, yet her online name is borrowing 10 centimeters from the sky. This is truly hard to fathom. Before long, Hakuin drove into Dafeng Street, under Yao Yiling's guidance. They parked in front of a coffin shop, intriguingly named Old Yao's Coffin Shop. What the hell? Your family runs a coffin business? Hakuin exclaimed in astonishment. Yao Yiling smiled slyly. Did I scare you? Not really. Just found it unexpected, Hakuin clarified. Which family has their daughter running a coffin shop? Truly hard to comprehend. Following this, Yao Yiling exited the car and began fiddling with the shop's roll-up door, and Hakuin followed suit. At that moment, a nearby shopkeeper chimed in, "Oh, little Yao, is this your boyfriend? He looks quite handsome." Upon hearing this, Yao Yiling's cheeks flushed red. "Aunt Wang, don't say such nonsense. He is my friend. Is he your boyfriend?" The woman chuckled. Yao Yiling's face turned even redder. She refrained from further explanation and hurriedly opened the roll-up door, pulling Haokuan inside. Upon entering, one could see that the layout of the coffin shop was exceptionally tidy. Everything arranged meticulously, various items were placed in perfect order. Leaning against the doorway was a large pitch-black coffin. As they walked a few steps further, they noticed some paper figures, paper houses, and even a paper car that had yet to be fully assembled on the floor. These paper creations were remarkably lifelike, exquisitely crafted. Haokuan gazed in amazement. "Did you make all of these?" "Indeed," Yao Yiling replied with a proud expression. "Your hands are truly skillful," Haokuan remarked, giving her a thumbs up. "Kunkan, feel free to make yourself comfortable. I am going to take a shower," Yao Yiling said, ascending the stairs to the second floor. "How about we shower together? I feel sticky too," Haokuan joked. "Get lost." Yao Yiling rolled her eyes. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the upstairs bathroom. Chapter 36. Two Women in a Play. 36 women sing the grand performance of the Phoenix. Haokuan was tempted to join her for a shower, but he thought that it might be a bit too forward to bathe together on their first meeting. So he dismissed the idea. Bored, he began to wander around the coffin shop, his gaze fixated on a price list on the table, which read, "Authentic Hell banknotes, 100 yuan per jean, 100 denomination, paper boy and girl pair, 1888 paper car, 5888 Transcendence package, 13140 grave selection and feng shui, 28888 Nanmo coffin for benefiting descendants, 100,000 per set exorcism fee, starting from 10,000, specific prices negotiable." Good grief, is running a coffin shop really this lucrative? Haokuan was astonished. No wonder this girl was so wealthy, treating herself to such extravagant gifts. Turns out, she is truly a rich lady. Just then, he heard footsteps descending the stairs. Haokuan turned to look, only to see Yao Yiling coming down in a light, white floral dress, appearing as if draped in snow. Her face was fair, her neck pale, her arms white, and her legs even whiter. "Goodness, you're so pale you could reflect light," Haokuan exclaimed. "Pfft." Yao Yiling chuckled softly, then pointed upstairs. "I left the bathroom heater on, if you wish to shower. Feel free." Upon hearing this, Haokuan waved his hand dismissively. "I want tea shower. Even if I did, I have no clothes to change into. I can't possibly wear yours. Come on, let us go eat. I'm nearly starving." Yao Yiling laughed, naturally linking her arm with Haokuan's as they walked out. After locking the roll-up door, they drove away amidst the whispers of the neighbors. As they departed, the chatter among the neighbors grew louder. "What do you think they were doing in the store?" "I'm not sure. I couldn't overhear anything from behind the roll-up door. Of course, you wouldn't hear anything. Little Yao has taste. She found such a handsome boyfriend. No wonder she turned down the suitors I introduced her to. It seems her standards are high. I feel like I've seen little Yao's boyfriend somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. Yes, he does seem familiar." Following this, Haokuan and Yao Yiling chose an upscale restaurant and settled down to enjoy steak. Haokuan wasn't particularly keen on steak himself. He preferred home-style dishes. However, the steak was Yao Yiling's choice, and he had no option but to acquiesce. He found it puzzling why women had such a penchant for steak. Li Man liked it, and so did Yao Yiling, although Li Shui did not share this preference. As they dined, they engaged in conversation. Through their chat, Haokuan learned that Yao Yiling's ancestors were part of a branch of the Maoshan sect. After her forebear completed his studies, he returned to secular life and opened a coffin shop. Over the decades, this shop gained considerable renown. Upon taking over the business, Yao Yiling revamped its strategy, focusing on a mid to high-end market, providing comprehensive services for dignitaries and the affluent during weddings and funerals. Indeed, Yao Yiling possessed considerable skill, and over time, her reputation flourished. Thus, she had no worries about business. Despite the high prices of items in the coffin shop, there were plenty of customers willing to spend. Earning several million a year was a breeze, and during peak seasons or with wealthy clients, business thrived even more. Haokuan listened with envy, wishing he could join her venture. As for why Yao Yiling's online name was borrowing 10 centimeters from heaven, there was a story behind it. Her father had longed for a son to inherit his legacy. However, 20 years ago, shortly after Yao Yiling was born, her father met with a tragic fate, leaving him bereft of hope. In despair, he passed the family business to her. Understanding her father's regrets, Yao Yiling gradually developed a desire to embody masculinity. Unfortunately, one's gender is predetermined at birth, and no amount of later change could alter that fact. Upon hearing this, Haokuan interjected, "Your father is quite narrow-minded. What does it matter whether it's a son or a daughter? Is having a son necessarily a good thing?" "Not at all. Listen to Kunkan. Embrace being a woman. If all else fails, just find a son-in-law. The legacy can still be passed on. Touched by Hakuin's words, Ya Yiling suddenly asked, would you be willing to be my family as son-in-law? I would not. Hakuin shook his head vigorously. Before long they had eaten their fill. They had initially planned to watch a movie, but Ya Yiling was feeling drowsy. After all, the past day and night had been spent either driving or battling monsters. Even with her boundless energy, she could not withstand the fatigue. Consequently, Hakuin opted to drive her home. Shortly thereafter, Hakuin returned home. The first thing he did was open the bag of supreme urea. Instantly, a cloud of white mist billowed forth. The mist coalesced into female ghosts. Hakuin instructed them to line up and began counting. There were a total of 36 female ghosts, quite a number. After the count, the ghosts curiously wandered around the modest abode. Having lived in seclusion in the mountains, and not being modern spirits, they had never encountered contemporary appliances. They marveled at the television, fiddled with the kitchen's range hood, explored Hakuin's computer, and expressed interest in the toilet, all the while chattering incessantly. As the saying goes, 2 women create a play, and with 36 women, it was akin to 18 grand performances. Moreover, these performances could intertwine. Hakuin's head was about to explode from the noise. He immediately donned a stern expression and scolded. Can you all please be quiet? I find your behavior quite insufferable. I took you in not to have you as concubines. Get to work, clean this place up. No loud talking. The female ghosts, intimidated, hurried off to fulfill his commands. Washing dishes, doing laundry, mopping the floor, and scrubbing the toilet, they all busied themselves. Meanwhile, Hakuin reclined comfortably on the bed, relishing the massage from the purple-clad female ghost. Through their conversation, he learned that the purple-clad ghost was named Su Shaoqian. Centuries ago, she was the daughter of a second-rank official. However, her father was executed for participating in a rebellion, leading to her fleeing into the world. Chapter 37, 36 Ghost Concubines. Is the Emperor's life not as good as mine? One evening, this vile individual, under the guise of imparting teachings, lured Su Shaoqian into a secret chamber and forcibly violated her. Afterward, he imprisoned her in a dungeon, where thousands of women were held as his playthings. Eventually, when the truth of his debauchery was exposed, the court dispatched troops to annihilate the temple where he resided. Those hiding in the dungeon, including Su Shaoqian, met the same fate, becoming the soldiers' playthings, and were all executed afterward. Su Shaoqian transformed into a ghost, wandering the ruins of the temple with the other female spirits. Time passed, and a crooked tree within the ruins absorbed so much resentment and flesh that it began to take on a form. This tree spirit established a barrier to prevent the female ghosts from escaping, coercing them to lure nearby men, seeking to absorb their vitality and flesh to enhance its power. Some female ghosts attempted to rebel, only to be devoured by the tree spirit. Eventually, Su Shaoqian and her companions resigned themselves to their fate, becoming puppets of the tree spirit, subject to its whims. Over the centuries, they had lured and killed countless men. However, Su Shaoqian had her principles when selecting targets. She adhered to 3 rules. Never kill the impoverished, never harm the ambitious, and never slay the righteous. She lured and dispatched nearby bandits, bullies, rogues, and shameless lechers. In her own words, siphoning the vitality of such individuals would slightly alleviate her guilt. By your logic, your willingness to absorb my vitality yesterday implies that I am indeed one of those shameless lechers. Correct. Hakuin cast a sidelong glance. Su Shaoqian responded, to be honest, master, I feel you are even more of a bully than the bullies themselves, especially when you wear that mask. You truly do not resemble a good person at all. Hakuin inquired, and what do you think of me now? Su Shaoqian, with a playful twinkle in her eyes, let her delicate hands roam over Hakuin's body, replied, aside from being a bit lecherous, you are actually quite a good person. Upon hearing this, Hakuin shot her a sidelong glance. I am quite irritable at the moment. Oh, I understand. After a delightful afternoon nap, Hakuin awoke leisurely under Su Shaoqian's attentive care. He dressed and made his way to the living room. To his surprise, the previously chaotic room had been tidied up by the female spirits. The kitchen was impeccably clean, miscellaneous items were neatly arranged, the floor tiles gleamed from being mopped, clothes were folded with precision, and even the toilet was shining brightly. Hakuin felt a sense of satisfaction. Having these female spirits serve as free maids was indeed a splendid choice. With reliable support, he could focus on earning money, pursuing women, and building his career with peace of mind. Observing Su Shaoqian's keen insight, she signaled the other female spirits to kneel and led them in a respectful call, "Long live the Emperor." As the echoes of their voices filled the air, Hakuin felt elated. Goodness, is this not the life of an emperor? Glancing at the beautiful faces of the female spirits, he mused that even the emperor's numerous consorts could not compare to them. What a delightful experience. In the evening, the female spirits began preparing dinner, each responsible for a dish, totaling 36 unique and flavorful creations. As Hakuin indulged in his meal, he watched the female spirits dance. Relishing the dual pleasure of taste and sight, after dinner, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, he had yet to finalize the location for tonight's livestream. Damn it, he had been so engrossed in enjoyment that he completely forgot about the northern expedition. Opening the Douyin backend, he found an influx of messages from viewers. Dog, you haven't posted the voting video for today's livestream location yet. Dog, you're not planning to skip the stream tonight. Are you? Koen-gu, what are we streaming tonight? Koen-gu, I'm furious. The sheer volume of messages overwhelmed him. He calculated that if he posted the voting video now, it would likely be too late. He would have to choose the live stream location himself. Hakuin contemplated, perhaps he should visit the temple again and deal with that bloodthirsty old demon. After all, it was just a casual stream, whatever works. At that moment, a WeChat notification popped up. It was from Ya Yiling. Koen-gu, I just woke up, I'm hungry. Hakuin replied, if you're hungry, just eat. Ya Yiling responded, you, gritting teeth emoji, I just took on a job. Want to join me? Hakuin replied, I'm afraid I don't have the time, I'm worried about what to stream tonight. Ya Yiling said, that's why I want you to come with me. Hakuin asked, oh, what kind of job did you take, is it a good one? Ya Yiling replied, I'm not telling you, pouting emoji, I'm heading out soon, you figure it out. Hakuin said, give me 10 minutes. Ya Yiling countered, 5 minutes. Hakuin agreed, deal. He knew that Ya Yiling's job would surely be something spectacular, likely with strong livestream potential, otherwise she wouldn't have sought him out. Goodness, this girl is genuinely kind to him. Knowing he had nothing to stream tonight, she proactively offered him content. Empathizing with her, he decided to take a roasted chicken to go. Soon Hakuin drove to Dafa Street. Parking in front of a coffin shop. He noticed that Ya Yiling had changed back into her athletic attire, looking quite capable, and had brought along a peachwood sword, which was beautifully adorned with sparkling gemstones. Clearly not an ordinary item. When Ya Yiling took the passenger seat, Hakuin handed her the takeout box, saying, here, I brought you something, eat up. Ya Yiling felt warmth in her heart. Thank you. After tasting a bite, she found it quite delicious and asked, did you make this? With a chuckle, Hakuin boasted, of course, in my heyday, I trained my culinary skills at New Oriental. If I weren't streaming, I'd definitely be a renowned chef. Intrigued, Ya Yiling replied, when you have time, I want to try your cooking. Hakuin responded, by the way, what kind of job did you take? He took a puff of his cigarette, steering the conversation away. I see you've brought out your peachwood sword. Quite an impressive setup, Ya Yiling explained. A wealthy lady said her home is haunted and wants me to take a look. Just that. Hakuin felt a bit disappointed. It was just a ghost, not much of a live stream hook. Ya Yiling chuckled, better than having nothing to stream, right? He nodded in agreement, true, but what kind of ghost is it? A lecherous ghost, Ya Yiling replied. Hakuin's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that his current system task was to cut off the tools of a lecherous ghost. System task, cut the tools of a 1,000-year-old lecherous ghost. Task reward, Celestial Destruction Axe. Goodness, this lecherous ghost is a perfect opportunity, truly marvelous. Hakuin felt a surge of joy, if all went well. The Celestial Destruction Axe would soon be his. Shortly after, under Ya Yiling's guidance, Hakuin drove to a luxurious residential area in Jinghai, Dongjiao No. 1. The neighborhood was comprised entirely of independent villas, with 2 security guards at the entrance standing like retired Special Forces soldiers. Occasionally, a patrol team would march by, showcasing the high standards of Dongjiao No. 1. A guard approached to inquire about their purpose, and they stated their intent, providing the homeowner's name, Tang Jiejia. After the guard contacted the homeowner and received confirmation, they were allowed entry. Soon guided by the guards, they arrived at the door of a 5-story villa, where a butler welcomed them inside. Chapter 38, Is eating a lot so glorious? Should we award you a prize? Under the butler's guidance, they entered the spacious living room and met the villa's owner, Tang Jiejia. She resembled a cute little girl, petite and adorable in her kawaii pajamas. The ancient saying holds true, among 10 little girls, 9 are rich, and 1 lives in a villa. Master Yao, you've arrived, Tang Jiejia greeted with a radiant smile, her gaze drifting to the handsome Hakuin, sparkling with curiosity. Master Yao, who is this? Before Ya Yiling could respond, Hakuin, with a straight face, boasted. I am her master. Ya Yiling gasped. Though, Tang Jieji beamed. Your master is so handsome and youthful. He seems about our age. Hakuin, puffing with pride, declared. Ahem, to be honest, I am already 1,380 years old. Impressive, right? Tang Jieji exclaimed. Oh, seeing Hakuin's increasingly absurd claims, Ya Yiling, fearing the deal might fall through, quickly interjected. Miss Tang, where is that lecherous ghost? Tang Jieji pointed towards the staircase. It's on the second floor. Let me show you. Ya Yiling followed her upstairs while Hakuin, setting his small drone free, began the livestream. As the livestream footage illuminated the screen, eager viewers flooded in, quickly reaching over 10,000. The barrage of comments poured in. A loud boom in the sky. Koen-gu makes a dazzling entrance. You actually managed to start on time, opening at 7. Oh, where is this? So luxurious. Is this your home, Koen-gu? Damn, Koen-gu lives in a villa now? Why do I feel so miserable? This is worse than dying. Can't stand seeing my brother suffer, yet can't bear seeing him in a Land Rover. Dog emoji. Koen-gu. Quickly tell me, this villa is rented. It's rented. Watching the comments stream, Koen-gu chuckled. Don't be too upset, everyone. I haven't reached the point of living in a villa yet. This is the home of a wealthy little girl. Tonight, we're going to hunt ghosts. After briefly explaining the situation, Hakuin followed Ya Yiling's lead. Soon, they were brought to the door of a bathroom. Tang Jieji pointed at the tightly shut bathroom door. Her voice trembling with fear as she spoke. Master Yao, every time I use this toilet, I feel as though something is lurking beneath me. Moreover, every night as I drift into slumber, I am haunted by such dreams. I sense that lecherous spirit is concealed within the toilet. Upon hearing Tang Jieji's brief account, Hakuin and his companion grasped the situation's essence. It was not a complex matter, merely a lewd spirit hiding within the toilet. For such trifles, Hakuin could not be bothered to intervene personally. After all, he was a master capable of cleaving tree demons that had existed for centuries. Why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Disciple, since it is but a minor lewd spirit, I entrust its handling entirely to you. Just ensure you procure a piece of its water pipe for me later, Hakuin said, casually puffing on his cigarette. A look of indifference upon his face, Ya Yiling rolled her eyes dramatically, gritting her teeth in reproach. Why have I become your disciple? Humph. With that, Ya Yiling huffed and kicked open the bathroom door. As expected, there it was. At the far end of the bathroom, a dark figure was crouching over the toilet, reaching in as if to fish out something delectable. Upon noticing someone at the door, the lewd spirit rose to confront Ya Yiling. Delicious, it exclaimed, followed by a long belch that unleashed a putrid stench. Ya Yiling nearly lost her balance, wondering how much it could have consumed, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries. She drew her peachwood sword and lunged forward. However, the lewd spirit charged at her with a roar. Before Ya Yiling could properly wield her sword, she was knocked back by the spirit's force. Both human and spirit tumbled into the living room. Ya Yiling found herself pinned beneath the lewd spirit. Hee, little girl, you smell so good. Come share a kiss with me, the spirit said, opening its foul mouth and extending a long, snake-like tongue. Ya Yiling exclaimed. Oh no. This scene caused Hakuin, who was lazily smoking, to sit up in alarm. Hey, are you even able to handle this? If not, let me take over. I can definitely manage. Ya Yiling gritted her teeth and, with a swift knee strike, sent the lewd spirit flying off her. Then, she patted the pink handbag at her waist, retrieving a yellow talisman which she held between her fingers. Her lips moved as if chanting an incantation. The talisman began to emit a faint glow. This spectacle was captured by a miniature drone, eliciting awe from the viewers in the livestream. Kunkin's sister seems quite formidable. Looks like she is also involved in the underworld. By the way, why did the host just call her a disciple? Didn't he refer to her as sister before at Lanrua Temple? I'm puzzled too. What is their exact relationship? Clearly, they are disciple and master. At that moment, the yellow talisman in Ya Yiling's hand burst forth with a light akin to a bright bulb. Tang Jieji watched with envy. Wow, Master Yao is truly impressive. Yet, the very next second, the lewd spirit spat forth a foul, murky liquid, completely eradicating the yellow talisman in Ya Yiling's grasp. Moreover, a long appendage suddenly shot forth from beneath the spirit, akin to a snake. Wrapping tightly around Ya Yiling's neck and lifting her high. Hee, little girl, you are no match for me, the lewd spirit cackled, swinging the water pipe and throwing her aside. With a resounding crash, Ya Yiling slammed against the wall. Pfft! She coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. This scene caused Hakuin, who had been idly smoking, to widen his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? I thought you were going to pull off something grand. Instead, you just dropped a massive turd? Disciple, retreat, allow your master to take over. With that, Hakuin drew the peachwood staff from his side, facing the utterly foul, filth-covered lewd spirit. In contrast, the lewd spirit sneered, "You think you can subdue me? I've consumed more than you could ever imagine. What do you have to fight me with?" Hakuin scoffed, scratching his nose with a mocking expression. "What, is it an honor to have consumed so much? Should I give you an award? Prepare to die." As he spoke, Hakuin gripped the peachwood staff and leapt forward with a powerful strike. The impact echoed as the lewd spirit staggered, smoke beginning to rise from its form. "Forgive me, great sir, I was wrong, spare me." With a squelch, the lewd spirit knelt before him, its submission slick and smooth. "Spare you?" Hakuin glared, pointing at the injured Yao Yiling. "You've reduced my dear disciple to this sorry state. She is all foul now, how could I possibly spare you? Prepare to meet your end." With that, Hakuin swung the staff once more. The spirit's water pipe was severed in an instant. "Got it," Hakuin exclaimed, elated as he tucked the large water pipe into his pocket. Then, another powerful strike landed. With a crash, the lewd spirit's form shattered, dissipating into nothingness. This spectacle prompted a flurry of cheers from the viewers in the livestream. Kunken truly lives up to his reputation. When Kunken strikes, the outcome is unmistakable. I relish watching Kunken's swift eliminations. As a loser, I love watching, dog emoji, at that moment. Hakuin concentrated, preparing to request the task settlement. However, he was approached by the lowly tycoon Tang Jieja with a starry-eyed admiration. "Master, you are so amazing, even more so than Master Yao. I admire you so much. Will you keep me company tonight? I feel a bit scared sleeping alone." Hakuin thought, "Oh no. Is this girl so forward?" He glanced at Yao Yiling, who wore a complex expression, and chose to decline politely. "Ahem, perhaps another time, definitely next time." With that, he waved at the drone camera. "Alright, everyone, today's demon slaying segment concludes here, class dismissed." With a clap, the live stream went dark. Viewers reacted with confusion. What the hell, the stream ended just 10 minutes in. That guy must have gone to have some fun. With whom? Of course, with that lowly tycoon. I truly hope the lowly tycoon is that alluring corpse. At that moment, Hakuin felt a jolt and applied for the task settlement. Processing task, robbery of the millennia-old lewd spirit's water pipe. Task incomplete. Hakuin was puzzled. This is a century-old lewd spirit, not a millennia-old one. What is the difference between a century and a millennium? They real lewd spirits, aren't they? Can't you just dispense the rewards? I'm quite eager for that heavenly axe of annihilation. Hakuin attempted to persuade. Stop talking nonsense, who do you think you are? You already thinking about rewards before the task is completed? The issue was, where the hell was he supposed to find a millennia-old lewd spirit? Look outside the window. Hakuin was taken aback. Glancing out the window, he noticed several shadowy figures lurking in the night. They were clearly ghostly beings. Moreover, there were skilled ones among them. Without a second thought, Hakuin crashed through the window and charged outside. Upon closer inspection, he found himself facing a dozen green-faced, sharp-toothed lewd spirits. The largest among them was undoubtedly the millennia-old lewd spirit. Hakuin smirked, seizing his peachwood staff and lunging forward. However, the dozen lewd spirits scattered in unison. Evading him, ignoring the others, Hakuin pursued the millennia-old lewd spirit relentlessly. Utilizing his cloud-scaling technique, he leapt between the towering buildings of the city. Yet, the millennia-old lewd spirit was incredibly swift, despite Hakuin's utmost effort. He could not keep up. In fact, it felt as though the spirit was toying with him, maintaining a distance of 100 meters, occasionally turning back to give him the middle finger. "How dare you!" Hakuin had never experienced such indignity. He vowed to capture the crafty spirit and teach it a lesson. 10 minutes later, Hakuin found himself at the edge of Jinghai City, where the millennia-old lewd spirit dove into the depths of the mountains. Disappearing from sight, Hakuin sensed something was amiss. This lewd spirit was clearly attempting to lead him away. Why else would it venture into the dense forest? This was bad. Yao Yiling and that tycoon could be in danger. Suddenly realization dawned on Hakuin. He immediately ceased his pursuit and rushed back. Before long, he returned to the villa, only to find Yao Yiling and the tycoon, Li Jieja, safe and sound. Yao Yiling had even taken a bath and was sitting on the sofa watching television with the tycoon. Hakuin was utterly confused. What on earth were those lewd spirits up to? Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Checking it, he saw it was a call from the police officer, Li Shui. "Kunken. My master mentioned that you came looking for me at noon. I was out on a case then, but I'm now at your house to visit." "Huh? Why do I hear sounds of a struggle? Aren't you at home?" I knocked, but there was no response. I just heard a woman scream inside, "This is bad, an unfortunate incident has transpired at your residence." Hakuin, bewildered and perplexed, immediately initiated a video call to Li Shui via WeChat. Within the video feed, he beheld the utter devastation of his home, a chaotic scene marred by signs of struggle and shattered windows. Most alarming of all, the 36 female spirits he had tended to had vanished without a trace. Cursing under his breath, Hakuin realized the true aim of those lecherous fiends was not the wealthy woman Tang Jieja, but rather his collection of 36 female ghosts. He had fallen victim to a cunning ruse designed to lure him away while they pilfered his cherished spirits. The question of how these rascals discovered his secretive menagerie of 36 female ghosts was indeed puzzling. Could it be that they had gleaned this information from his live broadcasts? Did these lecherous beings truly enjoy tuning into his streams? Unbelievable. After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Hakuin understood that if he did not act swiftly to rescue his spirits, they would surely fall into the hands of those lascivious miscreants. The very thought of his beloved female spirits being mistreated by such scoundrels made his heart ache with frustration. Damn it, he had yet to fully enjoy their company. How dare they usurp his fun? Yao Yao, come home with me. With that, Hakuin grasped Yao Yiling's hand and made for the exit. What is going on? What happened? Yao Yiling inquired, her expression one of confusion. Didn't you deal with those ghosts outside? Why are we going home? Chapter 40. From now on, just follow behind me and provide support. Upon hearing this, Hakuin took a deep drag from his cigarette and succinctly stated, deal with what? I was treated like a dog, and to make matters worse, my home has been robbed. The dozens of female spirits I kept have all been taken. Upon hearing this, Yao Yiling burst into laughter. Ha ha, you were hoarding beauties, weren't you? Look, the lecherous ones have set their sights on you. Seeing Yao Yiling reveling in his misfortune, Hakuin felt a strong urge to reprimand her. The two arrived at the entrance of the villa. Hakuin tossed the car keys to Yao Yiling, instructing her to drive to his neighborhood while he took off first, employing a swift leap to vanish into the night. This scene was witnessed by the wealthy woman Tang Jieja, who stood agape, her mouth forming an A-shape. My goodness, Master Yao, your master is incredible, he can actually perform likeness skills. Could you please share his WeChat with me? I beg you. Yao Yiling could easily discern Tang Jieja's intentions and vigorously shook her head in refusal. Absolutely not. Why not? Tang Jieja pressed, unwilling to relent. Because my master is not interested in women. He is not capable in that regard, you understand? Yao Yiling replied coyly. Tang Jieja, taken aback, responded, oh, well, then I suppose I won't add him after all. I'm not particularly fond of impotent men. At that moment, Hakuin, soaring through the air, suddenly sneezed, achoo. The force of the sneeze caused him to falter, landing squarely in the middle of the road. Damn it, who was talking behind my back? Wiping his nose, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, preparing to take a few puffs before continuing on his way. Just then, an urgent honking echoed behind him. Beep 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 beep. The honking was insistent, akin to a death knell. Hakuin turned to see a driver of a modified car leaning out of the window, shouting, "Are you an idiot? A pedestrian waiting at a traffic light? Move it, don't impede my launch." With a sidelong glance, Hakuin pointed at the traffic light, which had only 5 seconds left until it turned green, and remarked, "Kid, have you ever seen likeness skills? Likeness skills? Get lost." The blonde driver barked. However, the very next moment, the light turned green. The driver witnessed the figure standing in front of his hood suddenly disappear in a flash. In a flurry of sparks and speed, Hakuin had already raced to the next intersection. With a few agile leaps, he took to the air, vanishing into the night. Whoa, did I just encounter a deity? The blonde driver exclaimed, leaping from his car to kneel on the ground, bowing to the heavens. Oh great deity, I offended you just now. Please forgive me. I am but a fool, a fool. 5 minutes later, Hakuin, having landed back in his neighborhood, slipped through the shattered window into his home. Inside, chaos reigned, signs of struggle were evident everywhere, and all 36 female spirits had been abducted. Li Shui, who had been waiting on the sofa, rushed over as soon as Hakuin entered, asking, "Brother Koan, do you need to report this to the police?" Hakuin waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a heavy sigh. "This is not the work of mere mortals, you police should refrain from getting involved." Li Shui nodded obediently, then began to tidy up the scattered items on the floor. Coincidentally, she was dressed in a white mini skirt today, her curvaceous form bent over as she cleaned, a sight of exquisite beauty. At that moment, Hakuin was deep in thought, pondering where to search for the missing female spirits. After considerable reflection, he was still at a loss. Just then, he lifted his gaze and was greeted by a delightful sight. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman should appreciate appearances rather than delve into intentions, Hakuin's eyes widened. When a beauty presents herself for your admiration, refusing to look would disqualify you from being a true gentleman. What is a gentleman? Only those who are genuine and unpretentious deserve that title. Undoubtedly Hakuin was such a person. Just then, Ya Yiling arrived. Upon entering the room, her gaze met Li Xue's, and in an instant, a flicker of rivalry and jealousy flashed between the two women. Who is she? Who is she? Both women exclaimed in unison. Hakuin, well aware of the tension in the air, recognized the brewing conflict. If he couldn't see this, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Hey, let's not jump to conclusions, he urged, gesturing for the two to calm down. Li Xue, please help with the cleaning. Yao, you need to come with me. Without waiting for either woman's consent, Hakuin took Ya Yiling by the hand and led her outside. Once they reached the ground floor of the community, Hakuin asked Ya Yiling, Yao, do you have any way to locate those female spirits? Ya Yiling huffed, what? Still thinking about those female spirits? Hakuin sighed, it's not that I'm fixated on them, they were unfortunate souls in life and now bear the burden of their fate as spirits. If I do not treat them well, they may not even be able to exist as ghosts. He recalled the formidable power of those lecherous beings. They were as vicious as pythons. Did she intend to stand by and watch as the spirits were harmed? Ya Yiling replied, alright, I never said I wouldn't help. Oh, you really have a way. Hakuin's interest was piqued. Ya Yiling, with a hint of pride, opened her pink handbag and pulled out several sheets of talisman paper. She deftly began to fold the papers into small paper dogs. Then, she chanted, paper becomes dog, dog becomes spirit, spirit, heed my command, I am your general. 36 female spirits have been captured. I implore you to uncover the whereabouts of the culprits. Hurry and seek. I also beseech the sun-eating, moon-devouring deity to lend me your strength, swiftly, as the law commands. As she finished her incantation, the little paper dog sprang to life. The dozen or so yellow paper dogs scattered in different directions, sniffing here and there, before darting off. Wow, Hakuin watched in astonishment, never expecting Ya Yiling's talismanic skills to be so extraordinary. Impressive, right? Ya Yiling looked at Hakuin with an air of self-satisfaction, clearly seeking praise. Not bad. Hakuin replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, though you possess many skills, your combat prowess leaves much to be desired. Just stick close to me and provide support. I could use a helper. Upon hearing this, Ya Yiling's annoyance flared, and she pinched Hakuin's arm fiercely. Can you not show off? Hee. Hakuin smirked mischievously. In just a few minutes, one of the little paper dogs returned, barking at the two. The paper dog had made a discovery. Let us follow it. Chapter 41. Is this how you throw dog food? Approximately 2 hours later, Hakuin and Ya Yiling drove with the paper dogs to a desolate area. Hakuin was all too familiar with this place. It was the site of the Yi Zhuang in Shankuan City, the very lair of the Blood Sea Old Demon. Could it be that these lecherous fiends are somehow connected to that Blood Sea Old Demon? Hakuin suddenly realized that the abduction of his female spirits was likely the work of the Blood Sea Old Demon. He had initially planned to go live and broadcast the demise of the Blood Sea Old Demon, but something told him that this was not the right moment. His instincts warned him that someone might be monitoring his every move through the livestream. Thus, Hakuin abandoned the idea of going live. Quietly following the lead of the paper dogs into the dense forest of the mountains, meanwhile, deep within a massive cave in the mountains, a cloaked figure sat cross-legged on a stone bed, eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, the dozen or so green-faced, tusked fiends glided into the cave, leading the bound female spirits. The foremost of them, a millennium-old lecher, knelt and proclaimed, Master, we have returned. You were right. This brat has indeed kept a batch of female spirits captive. Each of these spirits is more enchanting than the last, making for exquisite cultivation material. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure in black slightly opened his eyes and raised the smartphone in his hand, saying, it was this magical tool that informed me. I witnessed that brat live streaming at Lanrua Temple yesterday, collecting those female spirits with my own eyes. What do we call this? The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind, you may all withdraw. I intend to savor these female spirits thoroughly. With that, the cloaked figure, a visage twisted with malice, advanced toward the female spirits. In stark contrast, the spirits trembled in terror as they beheld the approaching figure. The leader among them, the purple-clad spirit Su Shaoqian, quickly discerned the formidable power of the cloaked figure. Despair engulfed her heart. She knew that today, their prospects were grim. Koen Gu, where are you? Where are you? Casting a glance toward the cave entrance, Su Shaoqian fervently wished for Koen Gu to appear, riding on clouds to rescue them. Yet, the entrance remained desolate. Evidently, Koen Gu had not come. Tears streamed down Su Shaoqian's cheeks. But just then, a familiar voice rang out from the cave entrance. Damn it, is it really you, you old scoundrel, who has bound my female spirits? As the words fell, Hakuin emerged at the cave mouth. It's Koen Gu, Su Shaoqian cried out. Sisters, we are saved. Hearing this, the other female spirits erupted with joy. It's Koen Gu, truly Koen Gu. he is our hero. Koengo has come to rescue us. We are saved. Whoa, just seeing Koengo brings me such comfort. Conversely, the cloaked figure's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension upon recognizing the newcomer as Hao Koen. Brat, how did you find this place? He inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Hao Koen, with a disdainful expression, retorted, why would you ask such a trivial question? Is that the crux of the matter? With that, he lit a cigarette, yawned, and spoke casually. Last time I let you off easy. Consider yourself fortunate. This time, your luck has run out. You might as well take your own life to spare yourself the agony of death. The cloaked figure laughed mockingly. Brat, those words should come from me. You dare intrude into my lair alone. Do you not regard me, the blood-sealed demon, colorful ghost? 13 guardians attack. As the command was issued, the 12 fiends at the cloaked figure's side responded in unison. Lunging at Hao Koen. Brat, you wander into heaven's path, yet choose to plunge into hell. Let me see you suffer, shouted one. Brothers, do not steal my thunder. Let me have my fun with him, another chimed in. Since the boss is taking the lead, we shall hold back. This brat is fortunate. He gets to enjoy a final thrill before death. Upon hearing their taunts, Hao Koen's eyes turned icy. The one who should be screaming in delight is you. Thunder, palm, lightning. With a resounding boom, a ball of lightning erupted from his palm, striking directly at the millennium-old fiend's weapon. With a tremendous explosion, the weapon was obliterated. Hao Koen performed a swift maneuver, catching the remnants of the weapon and pocketing them. Ha, are you enjoying yourself? He laughed heartily, then unleashed another lightning ball indiscriminately towards the fiends. The fiends, witnessing Hao Koen conjuring lightning with his bare hands, were instantly filled with dread, retreating in fear. However, the cloaked figure bellowed. Rallying the fiends, everyone, and attack together. Before my true energy runs out, I refuse to believe he can eliminate you all. With that, the fiends nodded in agreement. The master is right. Together, let us attack. Yes, together, in an instant. The 12 fiends charged from all directions, attempting to ensnare Hao Koen in their embrace. Yet, as they made contact, an inexplicable force emanating from Hao Koen's Taoist robe flung them back. They could not even come close. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Koen wielded his peachwood staff and struck back. Bang, 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 bang. With each strike, a fiend was sent reeling, their souls scattering. While he struck, Hao Koen simultaneously conjured lightning, launching a dual assault. Bang, 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 boom, boom, in mere moments. The 12 fiends were utterly vanquished, their souls scattered to the wind. This stunning display naturally elicited cries of admiration from the female spirits. Wow, Koengo is amazing. I'm utterly in love with Koengo. Koengo, I shall bear your ghostly children. Hao Koen relished the praise, tossing a kiss to the female spirits. I love you all too, moi. He then inquired, you weren't mistreated by the fiends? Were you? Su Shaoqian replied, Koengo, rest assured, we are all unscathed. We only offer ourselves to you, others cannot lay a finger on us. We have cultivated for centuries, possessing the ability to manually close secret passages. Love you. With that, Su Shaoqian blew a kiss toward Hao Koen. Hao Koen caught the kiss, savoring it in his hand. Wow, your kiss is delightful. The playful exchange between them, disregarding the cloaked figure, only served to darken the latter's expression. Damn it, am I invisible? Is there such a thing as pouring dog food in front of me? Brat, go eat shit. With that, the cloaked figure leapt forward, claws resembling those of a ghost lunging toward Hao Koen's face. Chapter 42, Peachwood Sword. Why am I the one who ends up injured? Seeking death. Hao Koen scoffed coldly, raising his staff to deliver a powerful blow. In that instant, a torrent of blade energy surged from the Peachwood staff. The cloaked figure was horrified, evading to the side, yet the blade energy shattered the stone bed behind him, splitting it neatly in two. Such a scene left the cloaked figure trembling with fear. He retreated to the far side of the cave, confronting Hao Koen from a distance. This is truly eerie. You've become exponentially stronger in just a few days. You can manifest blade energy now? Where do you hail from? Hao Koen, casting a sidelong glance, sneered. Let me tell you the truth. I am from the system. System? The cloaked figure was taken aback, pondering what system could signify. Could it be the name of a sect? Just then, Hao Koen began to chant forceful / Mount Hua. The cloaked figure looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. He witnessed Hao Koen leap and slash downward, his peachwood staff transforming into a massive dark yellow axe. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon the cloaked figure, rendering him immobile. He could only watch in horror as the axe descended closer to his head. No, 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 no. The next instant, boom! The colossal axe cleaved down, piercing through the cloaked figure's body. Done. Hao Koen stowed the staff and clapped his hands. In stark contrast, the cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, asked expressionlessly, Brat, what do you call that move? Forceful / of Mount Hua, specifically for cleaving beasts. Hao Kuan replied. Oh, the cloaked figure nodded, then staggered toward the cave entrance, muttering to himself, the 10,000 Methods sect will not let you off. My charm inspector will not spare you either. You've ruined my 8 centuries of cultivation. Hao Kuan, casting a sidelong glance, retorted, are you done? Can you die already? As the words left his lips, the cloaked figure suddenly froze, his body then split in half with a loud crack. The two halves toppled in opposite directions. He was dead. The female spirits witnessed this spectacle, astonished. He killed him, and yet he could still take a couple of steps. This blade energy, it's too powerful. Wow, Kuan Gu is incredible. I believe the greatest fortune of my life is to become Kuan Ji's woman. Kuan Gu truly provides a sense of security. Subsequently, Hao Kuan freed the female spirits from their chains and shackles. He then wandered through the cave, discovering a blood pool filled with crimson liquid. While he could not discern its true nature, his instincts told him that it must be a treasure of some sort. With a decisive motion, he retrieved the supreme urea bag and promptly collected the blood pool, presenting it as an offering to the system. Task completion request, ding, calculating the task of robbing the Millennium Lecher's tools. Task exceeded expectations. The system is confiscating the Lecher's tools along with the blood pool of the 10,000 Methods sect. Reward distribution, Tiangang Great Destruction Axe Feng Shui Compendium. Wait. What, an additional Feng Shui Compendium? Hao Kuan was momentarily stunned. It seemed the blood pool was quite valuable. At that moment, as the notification faded, Hao Kuan felt an influx of knowledge related to Feng Shui flooding his mind. He was not boasting. Should he offer Feng Shui consultations or examine burial sites now, he would undoubtedly excel. Furthermore, he felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, he beheld a long-handled double-edged giant axe. This axe exuded an aura of dominance. Measuring a staggering 2.5 meters in length, with a handle that could be retracted to a shorter form. In other words, this axe could transform between a long-handled and a short-handled variant at will. Its weight must be at least 200 pounds. Fortunately, Hao Kuan possessed profound inner strength, enabling him to wield it effortlessly. Swinging the giant axe against the cave wall, he heard a sharp sound as the blade sliced through the rock like tofu, leaving a deep gash. What a magnificent axe! Hao Kuan was utterly enamored. As for the peachwood staff hanging at his waist, Hao Kuan withdrew it in faint reluctance, saying, oh peachwood staff, it's not that you're lacking, but I've encountered something far superior. Farewell, good brother. With that, he casually tossed the peachwood staff behind him. The next moment, a voice exclaimed, ouch. Turning to look, he saw Yao Yiling clutching her head, grimacing in pain. Evidently, the staff had inadvertently struck her forehead. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, did I hurt you? Hao Kuan approached, gently cupping Yao Yiling's face and giving it a light rub. In response, Yao Yiling reproached him playfully. How can you just throw things around like that? She then bent down to retrieve the peachwood staff and returned it to him. Here you go. However, to her surprise, Hao Kuan shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. I don't want the peachwood staff anymore. I've found something better. What? Yao Yiling was taken aback. Holding the staff, she scrutinized it closely and noticed faint purple lightning flickering along its surface. Clearly, it was a rare magical artifact, crafted from 500-year-old lightning-struck peachwood, far superior to her ancestral peachwood sword. Such a high-grade artifact, and he simply rejected it? Wasn't he that a waste? Are you sure you don't want it? Yao Yiling asked, her expression one of disbelief, assuming he was jesting. Come on, I've already said I don't want it. Why are you still talking about it? Hao Kuan replied, slightly exasperated, waving his hand dismissively. If you want it, you can have it. Yao Yiling's eyes lit up. Thank you. She embraced the peachwood staff tightly, while her own peachwood sword, she tossed it aside, declaring with conviction, oh, peachwood sword. It's not that you're lacking, but I've found something far superior. Farewell, dear sister, peachwood sword. So, why am I the one left hurt? Subsequently, Hao Kuan used the supreme urea bag to collect the female ghosts and then drove Yao Yiling back to the coffin shop. On the way, he dropped her off and returned home. Upon arriving, he found Li Shui still tidying up. The previous mess had been transformed into a state of neatness. Hao Kuan felt a warm sensation in his heart. This Li Shui truly was a wonderful girl for daily life. Seeing Hao Kuan return, Li Shui stretched her aching back and smiled adorably. Kuan Gu, you're back. Are you hungry? I've prepared something for you downstairs. Hao Kuan felt warmth swell within him once more. Then let us eat. Chapter 43. Only 1,000 days of theft. How can there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves, after a night devoid of conversation? Hao Kuan awoke the next morning, feeling refreshed. On his bedside table lay a note left by Li Shui. Kuan Gu, breakfast is in the pot, remember to eat. Love you. Hao Kuan's heart warmed. This little girl. Li Shuai was simply wonderful. If only he could marry her, life would be a delight. He proceeded with his morning routine, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and having breakfast. Once everything was in order, he prepared to get to work. At that moment, the supreme urea bag began to stir. Clearly, the female ghosts, having been confined overnight, were eager for some fresh air. Last night, Hakuin had refrained from releasing them, fearing it would frighten Li Shuai. Immediately, Hakuin opened the urea bag. Upon their release, the female ghosts were overjoyed, akin to pets that had been caged for days finally being allowed outside for a walk. Moreover, all 36 female ghosts began chattering at once, their noise surpassing that of 100 birds in chorus. Hakuin felt as though he were amidst a construction site. The sounds of machinery echoed, jackhammers, excavators, dump trucks, cutting machines, and welding equipment clashing in a cacophony. The din was enough to leave him dizzy. Everyone, please quiet down, Hakuin glared, admonishing them. In response, Su Shaoxian, looking aggrieved, said, Koengu, we were only chatting because we were bored. Why not help us find some entertainment? Then we won't be noisy. Entertainment? You want fun? You look like you need a good cleaning, Hakuin retorted sternly. Yet, Su Shaoqing bit her lip, playfully chiding, Koengu, you weren't like this last night. Just last night, you were blowing kisses at me. How can you be so grumpy after just one night? Boo-hoo. I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Hakuin felt his head growing heavy. He certainly couldn't. He explained that he had been engaged in a fierce battle with Li Shuai the previous night. Already entering a sage mode of contemplation, coughing, he sought a way to placate the female ghosts. If you find it boring, then go watch TV in the living room. I, Koengu, have something very important to attend to. And it must not be disturbed. To this, Su Chanshan expressed her discontent. Koengu, the living room is too small for all 36 of us, besides, each of us has different favorite TV channels, why not buy a few more TVs? Considering this, Hakuin came up with an idea. How about I get each of you a phone instead? One ghost, one phone, you can play however you like. Su Shaoxian clapped her hands in delight. Koengu, is that true? Are you really going to buy us phones? I'm so touched. Having witnessed Koengu using a phone, she was immensely intrigued by the device, dreaming of one day owning one herself. As long as you behave and do as I say, I promise to buy you phones, but the question is, can you comply? Are you obedient? In unison, the female ghosts chorused, Koengu, we will absolutely be obedient. Hakuin nodded. Since you're so compliant, then I won't buy the phones. The female ghosts, what? Koengu, you. The female ghosts were visibly furious, especially Su Shaoxian, who lunged at Hakuin, exclaiming to her sisters, let us drain Koengu dry. Make him unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Hakuin, what the hell? 3 hours later, Hakuin emerged from his room, leaning against the wall for support. Damn, those female ghosts were relentless, even with his profound inner strength. He was no match for them. I concede. Immediately, he opened the Doggeast app and hurriedly ordered 36 fruit phones, requesting swift delivery. He feared that any delay might cost him dearly once the female ghosts received their phones. They indeed ceased their raucous behavior, allowing Hakuin to focus on his work. His first task was to send a video request for leave. After last night and today, his energy had been thoroughly depleted. He likely wouldn't be able to stream tonight. The second task involved writing the incantations and techniques for dragon subduing 18 Palms, Cloud Ladder, and Palm Thunder, along with filming practice videos, after a busy afternoon. He finally finished. He then opened the Koengu S Mount VIP group chat and discovered that the number of participants had surged from over 200 to over 400, that meant an addition of over 200 people. Translating to a substantial increase in revenue. Exciting. He promptly uploaded the incantations, techniques, and practice videos. The group chat erupted in excitement. What the hell? Koengu uploaded files to the group. All martial arts materials. Everyone hurry and download to learn. Koengu, may you enjoy peace and safety throughout your life. Koengu, to everyone, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to me in the group chat. I probably won't respond anyway. Koengu is truly responsible. Huh? What do you mean by that, Koengu? Koengu, just kidding, I'll hold a special QA session for you all when I have time. You startled me. I thought Koengu was going to be a hands-off manager. Brothers, study hard. The responsibility of strengthening the Nine Heavens Thunder sect rests on our shoulders. Closing the group chat. Hakuin appeared quite relaxed. At this moment, all the necessary tasks had been completed, and he had the evening off. Finally, he could indulge in a little leisure. Straining his ears, Hakuin noticed that the female spirits outside his bedroom were unusually quiet. He stealthily opened the door and tiptoed over. To his surprise, the female spirits were wearing headphones, engrossed in their phones, reminiscent of internet-addicted youths. Hakuin breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the spirits remained quiet and did not cause a ruckus. Everything would be fine, yet a twinge of anxiety crept into his heart. Last night, his 36 female spirits had been abducted by a group of lecherous men. Hakuin pondered what he would do if such a situation occurred again. What if another group of villains emerged to abduct his beloved spirits? Was he to remain at home watching over them every day? That simply wouldn't do. After all, one cannot guard against thieves indefinitely. After much contemplation, Hakuin felt that if he could affix high-grade protective talismans around the house, it might help avert future disasters. Speaking of talismans, a person came to mind. Yao Yiling, Chapter 44, Need help with feng shui? Wow, this is something I'm familiar with. Last night, Hakuin had witnessed Yao Yiling's talismanic skills firsthand. Her paper charms were nothing short of extraordinary, truly impressive. If he could enlist her help to draw a batch of talismans for his home, it was likely that only particularly powerful malevolent entities would dare to intrude. With that thought in mind, Hakuin swiftly initiated a video call to Yao Yiling on WeChat. Hey, what are you up to? Hakuin inquired, staring at the screen. To his surprise, Yao Yiling poked her head out from under the covers, yawning languidly. I haven't gotten out of bed yet. What? The sun has already set, and you're still sleeping? Even pigs don't sleep this long. Hakuin feigned astonishment. Get lost. Yao Yiling playfully swatted at the phone camera with her delicate hand, a light reprimand for Hakuin, then continued, I have a job to do. Will you accompany me? Upon hearing this, Hakuin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of job? It's a feng shui consultation, Yao Yiling replied. What? I'm quite familiar with feng shui, Hakuin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He had just acquired a comprehensive secret technique on feng shui from a hanging talisman last night, and he was eager to put it to use. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Stop boasting. How could you possibly know feng shui? Yao Yiling rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. You'll see for yourself soon enough, Hakuin replied with an enigmatic smile. Get up quickly, I'll be at your doorstep in 5 minutes. 10 minutes, 5 minutes isn't enough, Yao Yiling pouted. Do you think I'm a man who can just shake it off? 8 minutes, no more than that. Deal. 8 minutes later, Hakuin arrived at the coffin shop on Dafeng Street. With the feng shui secret technique in mind, he immediately recognized that the coffin shop was situated at the prime location of Dafeng Street. No wonder this girl's coffin shop is thriving. It's rooted here, Hakuin muttered to himself. At that moment, the rolling shutter of the coffin shop began to rise, revealing Yao Yiling clad in snug athletic wear stepping out. Wow, you seem even more beautiful today than yesterday. You've even put on light makeup. Hakuin noticed the soft pink eyeshadow beneath her eyelids. Yao Yiling, slightly annoyed, responded, I wore makeup yesterday too, didn't you notice? Honestly, I didn't. Hakuin scratched his head sheepishly. Yao Yiling pouted. You're only thinking about your female spirits, you never pay attention to me. I'm noticing you now. You're beautiful, let us go grab a bite. Hakuin leaned closer. Get lost. Yao Yiling rolled her eyes dramatically. Look at you, clearly liking me yet refusing to go out for a meal. It's truly perplexing. Hakuin shrugged, exuding a playful demeanor. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as deep as the ocean. I don't like you, Yao Yiling huffed, her lips pouting in irritation. Their playful banter caught the attention of nearby neighbors, who chuckled at the scene. Yao Yiling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly pulled Hakuin into the car. Following Yao Yiling's directions, they drove towards the outskirts of Jinghai City. Around 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at their destination, a magnificent courtyard-style residence perched on the mountainside. The homeowner, Wang Jian, was a well-known real estate mogul in Jinghai. Upon their arrival, Wang Jian, accompanied by a bodyguard, stepped forward to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Jian got to the point, explaining the matter at hand. My ancestors instructed me that their burial site is located on a feng shui treasure ground known as the Dragon Eye. This place will ensure the prosperity of the Wang family for 20 years. However, the Dragon Eye has a drawback. Every 20 years, it will close its eyes. Once it closes, it becomes a cursed grave. If we do not relocate my ancestors' remains before that happens, my family will face calamity. Therefore, I would like to request Master Yao to help me find a suitable feng shui site nearby to temporarily relocate my ancestor. Yao Yiling nodded and said, Mr. Wang, please lead the way. However, Wang Jian waved his hand, saying, not so fast. Another master has yet to arrive. Yao Yiling froze, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, having navigated the business world for years, easily discerned Yao Yiling's thoughts and quickly added, Master Yao, please don't take offense. Finding a feng shui treasure site is a matter of great importance for my family, one that affects our fortune for the next 20 years. This must be approached with utmost care. We cannot afford any mistakes. As the saying goes, even horses can stumble. Thus, I have enlisted another feng shui master to join us in this endeavor. I hope you won't mind. Wang Jian's words were unmistakably clear. He didn't fully trust her to handle the matter alone. This feeling of distrust was quite disheartening for Yao Yiling, were it not for the generous compensation. She might have walked away from the job entirely. In contrast, Haokuan, unable to contain himself, shot a sideways glance at Wang Jian and retorted, I must say, Mr. Wang, is this how you conduct business? If you doubt Master Yao's abilities, then why hire her in the first place? You bring her on board yet refuse to let her handle things independently, insisting on bringing in another person for confirmation. How amusing is it that when you're with your wife, you fear she might upset you, so you call in another woman. Hearing such crude remarks, Wang Jian's expression darkened as he asked, Master Yao, I have refrained from inquiring until now, but I must ask, who is this person? Before Yao Yiling could respond, Haokuan interjected, I am her master. The declaration left Wang Jian momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Yao Yiling felt a warmth in her heart. This sense of being protected enveloped her. She glanced at Haokuan. Her eyes filled with affection. Since you were Master Yao's teacher, your skills must be even greater, right? Wang Jian said with a half-smile. Of course, that goes without saying, Haokuan replied, not holding back. Hey, kid, how dare you speak to our boss like that? Mind your manners. A burly bodyguard stepped forward, pointing a finger at Haokuan. Chapter 45, the so-called Five-Finger Mountain Emperor's Tomb. This is clearly the ultimate feng shui for a homesick camel. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Haokuan retorted, unfazed, and swiftly struck with a palm thunder. With a resounding slap, the burly bodyguard was sent sprawling, crackling with electricity. This startling display left Wang Jian utterly shocked. You possess lightning techniques? He stammered. Haokuan shot him a sidelong glance. What, doesn't it seem plausible, or would you like to experience it yourself? With that, he began to summon a sphere of lightning in his palm. Approaching with a grin, Wang Jian quickly retreated, exclaiming, No need, I believe you. Apologetically he added, Master, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you can forgive me. I shall no longer wait for that, Master. Let us proceed to select a burial site in the mountains at once. Upon hearing this, Haokuan, with a composed demeanor, nodded in agreement. Now that is more like it, you old fellow, possess some sense, disciple, let us be off. With that, Haokuan took Yao Yiling by the hand and moved forward. However, at that moment, a Mercedes G-Class appeared, traversing the mountain path and halting at the entrance of the courtyard. Two individuals disembarked from the vehicle. The foremost figure was a white-bearded, balding Taoist priest, while the driver was likely his apprentice, who bore a substantial load on his back. The duo approached with the gait of dragons and tigers. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wang Jian's face, yet he still greeted them. Guitu Daozhang. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist, with eyes partly closed and gently stroking his beard, feigned profundity, and nodded, I am already aware of your affairs. Let us hasten to the mountains before darkness descends to seek a new resting place for your ancestors. Having spoken, the old priest pointed dismissively at Haokuan and Yao Yiling, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Who are these two, may I ask? Could they also be here at your behest to consult on geomancy? As the saying goes, a mouth without hair cannot be trusted to undertake serious matters. Wang boss, do you not find it beneath you to employ these two youngsters? Who are you two, exactly? Upon hearing this, Haokuan did not indulge him and retorted sharply, I am your father, Guitu Daozhang. Youngster, which path do you walk? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The old priest's eyes widened. I traverse the secret passage of your mother, Guitu Daozhang. You seek death. In a swift motion, the Taoist drew a peachwood sword from his waist, pointing it directly at Haokuan. In contrast, Haokuan raised his hand, unleashing a palm thunder that soared forth, witnessing the thunderball hurtling towards him. The Taoist's pupils constricted. He hastily raised his sword to defend. With a resounding boom, the thunderball erupted upon contact with the peachwood sword, the tremendous force sending the Taoist stumbling back several meters. Oh, not bad, you managed to deflect my palm thunder, Haokuan remarked with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, the Taoist was inwardly alarmed, astonished by the young man's extraordinary prowess. How could he summon palm thunder without reciting incantations or employing hand seals? Truly peculiar. However, pride would not allow the Taoist to concede easily. After all, how could he continue to navigate the world without face? Immediately, he retrieved several yellow talismans from his bag. Youngster, since you are intent on opposing me, let us engage in a proper duel. Upon hearing this, Haokuan cast a sidelong glance. Duel with me, you think you are worthy? As he spoke, Haokuan raised his right hand, a thunderball swelling larger by the moment. Meanwhile, Wang Jiayin, witnessing the escalating tension, felt a surge of trepidation. He knew that if these two continued to clash, it could lead to dire consequences. Masters, I implore you to spare me, Wang Jiayin, and cease this altercation. The hour is late. Let us proceed into the mountains to select a burial site for my ancestors. That if you insist on fighting, then do so away from me, and I shall no longer employ your services. Upon hearing this, both parties finally sheathed their weapons. Subsequently, the group ventured into the dense mountain forest. After navigating the winding path through 9 twists and 18 turns, the Taoist suddenly pointed towards a mountain range and exclaimed, "Ah, this place is extraordinary. There are 5 peaks here resembling 5 fingers, and these 5 fingers are tightly clenched. It is undoubtedly the Emperor's tomb. Wuzhishan, Wang Boss, if your ancestors are buried here, I assure you that within 3 generations, an emperor shall arise." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiayin's heart raced. Taoist Gui, are you serious? Wang Jiayin had earned enough wealth in his lifetime that even 10 prodigal sons could squander for 10 lifetimes without exhausting it. What he liked most was power. If an emperor were to emerge from his lineage, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Jiayin, do you think I am the sort to jest? The Taoist stroked his white beard. Exuding an air of confidence, I Gui Tu Daozhang, swear upon my life. As long as your ancestor's tomb is relocated to the center of Wuzhishan, I guarantee your Wang family will possess wealth, power, and influence. Should I fail to deliver on my promises, you are welcome to hold me accountable. Hearing such a declaration from the Taoist, Wang Jiayin found no reason to doubt. Yet, at that moment, Hakuin took a puff of his cigarette and sighed leisurely. Old Gui, are your eyes deceiving you? This is not Wuzhishan at all. It is clearly a camel lying upon the earth. As he spoke, Hakuin pointed towards the surrounding landscape and continued, and look around, the yellow sand swirls, creating a desolate scene. This indicates that the camel is situated in the midst of a desert. This is the feng shui of a homesick camel. If your ancestors are buried here, their descendants are destined to wander far from home. By then, do not expect to become an emperor. Merely surviving away from home would be a blessing. Upon hearing Hakuin's interpretation, Ya Yiling scrutinized the area and could not help but exclaim, it truly resembles a camel. Wang Boss, this place is a desolate land. It is not suitable for burial. In contrast, the Taoist, witnessing his assertions being undermined, angrily retorted, nonsense. This is undeniably Wuzhishan. How could it possibly be a camel? Wang Boss, do not listen to these 2 youngsters' ramblings. Trust me, my judgment is infallible. Meanwhile, Wang Jiayin's expression wavered, torn between whom to believe. Just then, a gust of mountain wind swept from the direction of Wuzhishan. A sound akin to a camel's mournful cry echoed forth. Moo, moo, moo. Chapter 46. This is clearly a woman's grave. Listen, is that not the cry of a camel? Hakuin glanced sideways, surveying the crowd. Wang Jiayin's face filled with astonishment. This is indeed a camel. I can hear it. Conversely, the Taoist's composure faltered. Had he truly misjudged, mistaking a homesick camel for Wuzhishan? If word of this spread, he would lose immense face. Thus, he sulked ahead, seeking another auspicious site. However, from then on, whenever the Taoist felt pleased about locating a favorable site, Hakuin would invariably counter his claims. Whenever the Taoist proclaimed a site as auspicious, Hakuin would declare it inauspicious. Whenever the Taoist asserted a location was good, Hakuin would deem it ominous. Most crucially, every time Hakuin was correct. Witnessing his hard-earned reputation being dismantled by this young man, the Taoist became increasingly incensed. Youngster, then tell me, where should Wang Boss's ancestral grave be relocated? Hakuin quietly lit another cigarette and sighed. As for where the grave should be moved, we can deliberate slowly. However, I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to visit Wang Boss's ancestral grave. My intuition suggests that there may be an issue with it. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiayin was taken aback. Master, do you mean to say that the dragon vein beneath my ancestor's grave has prematurely closed, turning into an inauspicious site? Hakuin shook his head. Not quite. Then what is it? Wang Jiayin inquired, perplexed. In response, Hakuin took a puff of his cigarette, scrutinizing Wang Jiayin's features, and began his analysis. Wang Boss, based on your appearance, I surmise that your family is matriarchal. Am I correct? Though it seems you have been thriving these past years. The internal struggles you have endured are known only to you, are they not? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiayin was taken aback. How could this person be so aware of his family's affairs? The fact that a woman led their household was a well-guarded secret. Master, how did you know? No need for further discussion. Quickly take me to your ancestral grave. Before long, the group arrived at Wang Jiayin's ancestral grave just before nightfall. As expected, the grave was indeed situated atop the dragon's eye of a green dragon, which had not yet completely closed, still capable of sustaining for 3 to 5 months. This grave seems fine. It is quite good, the Taoist remarked as he circled the grave, failing to discern any issues. In contrast, Hakuin smiled faintly. I say, old Gui, did you not notice anything? Notice what? The Taoist asked, bewildered. I did not notice anything either. Ya Yiling also failed to perceive any problems with the grave, everything appeared normal. Pay close attention, Hakuin declared, plucking a blade of grass from the grave's head and displaying it to the group. Observe this grave grass. It is exceedingly feminine in nature. This is clearly a woman's grave. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' pupils dilated in disbelief, especially Wang Jiayin, whose reaction was most pronounced. He shook his head vehemently, declaring, impossible, that is absolutely impossible. I witnessed my ancestors being buried here with my own eyes when I was young. Moreover, I have been paying respects at this site for decades. How could I have been mistaken? How could this possibly be a woman's grave? Hakuin chuckled and began to elucidate. Men's graves have upright grass, while women's graves possess soft, yielding grass. For elders, the grass is sparse, whereas for children it flourishes. As he spoke, Hakuin pointed towards an unknown grave mound several meters away and said, Boss Wang, look at that grave. The grass is lush and thriving. It must belong to a child, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiayin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation, saying, Master, you are indeed correct, that is indeed a child's grave. It belongs to my cousin's child, who drowned 10 years ago and was buried there. Hakuin nodded, then pointed at Wang Jiayin's ancestral grave, saying, Now take a look at your ancestor's grave. The grass upon it is exceedingly frail, barely able to stand upright. This surely cannot be a man's grave, but rather that of a woman. Comparing the two, Wang Jiayin could indeed discern the differences in the grasses of the graves and found himself unable to shake off a growing belief in Hakuin's words. On the contrary, the Taoist priest, Gui Tu, scoffed, You make a compelling case, young man, but what if you are mistaken? Hearing this, Hakuin shot a sidelong glance. If I am wrong, I shall stand vigil over Boss Wang's ancestors for 10 years as an apology. But what if I am right? How shall we proceed then? To this Gui Tu straightened up, chuckling, If you are correct, I shall crawl back down the mountain, barking like a dog. Furthermore, I shall never assist anyone with feng shui or burial matters again. How does that sound? Very well, let us wager. Hakuin agreed. A wager it is. Gui Tu boldly proposed to Wang Jiayin. Boss Wang, shall we unearth your father's coffin, since you intend to relocate the grave anyway? Why not open the coffin first? Wang Jiayin pondered this internally. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to open the coffin without having chosen a new burial site, yet he could not shake off the feeling that there was indeed something amiss with his ancestral grave. Despite the flourishing of his business, the family's finances were tightly controlled by his wife, leaving him with a sense of being a mere puppet. Now, with Master Kun asserting that his ancestral grave was that of a woman, it confirmed some of his suspicions. Thus, why not open the coffin? After all, it would need to be done eventually. Wang Jiayin decided to go for it. Soon, his bodyguards fetched shovels and other tools, after Wang Jiayin knelt before the grave to pray. He ordered the coffin to be opened. Dozens of men toiled under the sun, and within half an hour, they had unearthed the coffin just before dusk. Old Gui, it's not too late to back out now. Hakuin teased with a smile. That should be my line. Gui Tu replied smugly. You are absolutely mistaken. Noticing the other man's indifference to the coffin, Hakuin lost his patience and waved his hand. Open the coffin. At his command, several bodyguards immediately began to pry it open, with shovels and crowbars in hand. As the nails of the coffin were pried loose, with a loud bang, the coffin lid shot up. When the crowd collectively moved the lid aside, looking inside, they were met with the sight of a corpse clad in a phoenix robe. The body had not fully decomposed, clearly buried only in recent years. How is this possible? Both Wang Jiayin and Gui Tu exclaimed in unison. Chapter 47. This burial method is known as phoenix above, dragon below, intended to suppress the male lineage. Wang Jiayin was astonished. How did my ancestor become a woman? Meanwhile, Gui Tu was shocked that this young man had indeed guessed correctly. There truly was a woman's body inside. This. Gui Tu's eyes widened in disbelief as he reached in to feel the bones of the corpse. After examining, he confirmed it was indeed a female corpse, devoid of male attributes. In an instant, Gui Tu was left in a state of utter bewilderment, as if the sky had fallen. In the next moment, he instinctively dropped to the ground, barking like a dog as he crawled down the mountain. This spectacle elicited laughter from the onlookers. However, Hakuin did not take the opportunity to ridicule him. Instead, he pulled him up, saying, Mold Gui, I didn't expect you to truly keep your promise. Enough of the barking, get up. Gui Tu shot him a sideways glance and retorted, That won't do. Once I, Master Gui, have spoken, my word is unalterable. I can endure this humiliation. With that, he continued to crawl down the mountain, barking all the while. You do have some spirit, Hakuin thought to himself, regarding him with newfound respect. At that moment, Wang Jiayin approached Hakuin and asked, Master, where exactly did my ancestors' remains go? Hakuin took a drag from his cigarette and analyzed. I cannot provide an answer to that question just yet, however, it seems highly likely that this is the work of your family's enemies. They have removed your ancestors' remains and buried this female corpse in their place, clearly aiming to bring ruin upon the Wang family. With that, Hakuin produced a piece of paper from his pocket. Handing it over while surveying for auspicious burial grounds earlier, I sketched a topographical map on this paper, marking a prime location for Feng Shui. At the time, I refrained from mentioning it due to the old Taoist's presence. Fearing he would cause disruption, now, I present this to you. If you were to bury your ancestor there, it would not be inferior to this Dragon Eye location. Of course, given that your ancestors' remains are missing. This burial site may not be of much use, perhaps save it for your own burial in the future. Wang Jian replied, Oh, if there's nothing more, we shall take our leave now. You can take your time searching for your father's remains. With that, Hakuin took Ya Yiling by the hand and began to depart. However, Wang Jian could not simply let them go. In his view, if Hakuin could discern that his ancestor's grave was that of a woman, then surely he possessed the ability to locate his ancestors' remains. Without hesitation, Wang Jian lunged forward, clinging tightly to Hakuin's leg, pleading, Master, if you can help me find my ancestors' remains, I will pay any amount. To this, Hakuin shot him a sidelong glance, a playful smirk on his face. Truly any amount? Wang Jian nodded earnestly. Yes, any amount. Hakuin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I have no need for your money, all I request is a villa once the task is completed. You are a real estate developer. That is not an unreasonable request, is it? Currently, Hakuin resided in a modest 3-bedroom apartment, which was sufficient for one person. However, with 36 female ghosts in his care, the space felt rather cramped. A spacious villa would certainly be more accommodating. A villa, that is a simple matter. Wang Jian confidently patted his chest. I have an unsold villa at Dongjiao No. 1. It's a 5-story mansion. Once this task is completed, I shall gift it to you. Upon hearing this, Hakuin's pupils constricted. Dongjiao No. 1, hiss. That is the most affluent neighborhood in Jinghai City. The wealthy Tang Jieja, who previously resided there, lived in that very area. The security there was tighter than that of a special forces unit. Each villa's price was over $1 billion. How could this young man possibly be so generous? Surely there was something amiss. What if there were some malevolent presence in that villa? Hakuin speculated. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian awkwardly chuckled, nodding. Indeed, I can't hide anything from you, Master. That villa is haunted. However, upon hearing this, Hakuin felt relieved. As long as it wasn't a shoddy construction project, he could handle a haunting. After all, he feared nothing more than ghosts. Subsequently, the two signed a legally binding villa transfer agreement. Once the contract was finalized, Wang Jian eagerly stated, Master, I entrust you with the task of locating my ancestors' remains. I hope you will take this matter seriously and strive to find them within a month. To which Hakuin replied with a sidelong glance, a month, and no, it won't take that long. I only need 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Wang Jian was taken aback. Then Hakuin pointed beneath the coffin, stating, if I am not mistaken, your ancestors' remains have not been removed, they are still within this burial site, otherwise you, Boss Wang, would not have enjoyed 20 years of flourishing fortune. Move the coffin aside and dig deeper. Hearing this, Wang Jian, though skeptical, commanded his men to comply. Once the coffin was moved and a few shovels full of earth removed, they indeed uncovered another coffin. As they pried open the lid, indeed, Wang Jian's ancestors' remains lay peacefully within. This revelation left Wang Jian utterly speechless. Master, why would my enemies set such a bizarre trap, burying a female corpse atop my ancestor's head? What could it possibly mean? Hearing this, Hakuin smiled faintly. This burial method is known as Phoenix above, Dragon below. Its purpose is to suppress the male lineage. Your enemies are using your ancestors' feng shui energy to nourish the female corpse's descendants. As a result, it is inevitable that among the offspring, males will falter while females prosper. Therefore, you should now understand who orchestrated this, correct? Upon hearing the implicit hints from Hakuin, Wang Jian suddenly comprehended. Master, do you mean to say that this is the mischief of my wife? In response, Hakuin shook his head and clicked his tongue. I never said such a thing. As the old saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. I have no desire to bear the infamy of breaking a union. You must ponder this on your own. The hour is late. We shall take our leave. With that, Hakuin took the entranced Ya Yiling by the hand and descended the mountain. Once back in the car, Ya Yiling, her face alight with admiration, inquired, Kuling-gu, how did you suddenly become so skilled in feng shui? You truly are remarkable. It feels as if your abilities surpass even my father's. Hakuin grinned mischievously, adopting a serious demeanor. I am a descendant of the Nine Heavens Thunder sect. There exists a grand legacy. quite impressive indeed. Upon hearing this, Ya Yiling's admiration deepened. How about coming to my house tonight for a bit? I would like to consult you further about feng shui. Haokuan. Oh, is it merely a consultation about feng shui? Haokuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, asking if there wouldn't be any subsequent activities. Ya Yiling giggled and playfully scolded, "You wishful thinker." Chapter 48. What the heck? The Ghostly Concubines livestream has gone viral, a Chinese ghost story? It was not until noon the following day that Haokuan emerged from the coffin shop. His face and neck adorned with numerous lipstick marks from the previous night's revelries. Have you heard of the coffin shaking? Alas, I have experienced it. It was quite exhilarating. Haokuan did not rush home. Instead, he drove to East Suburb No. 1 to meet with Wang Jian's company manager, transferring the villa into his own name. The transfer process was swift, completed in merely half an hour, after finalizing all the paperwork. Haokuan toured the villa but found no traces of ghosts, which he found peculiar. Despite Wang Jian's insistence that the villa was haunted, Haokuan saw not even a shadow of a ghost. However, he did catch a whiff of a strange odor within the villa. The scent was indescribable, somewhat musky, and not reminiscent of human fragrance, but rather akin to that of an animal. Upon entering the master bedroom on the second floor, he discovered several items of women's clothing on the bed and some cosmetics on the vanity. Without hesitation, Haokuan discarded these items. He then drove back home, preparing to bring the female spirits and any usable appliances over. Intending to move in today, before long Haokuan returned home and, upon entering, was greeted by the sight of the ghostly maidens dancing. 36 female spirits crowded in the modest living room, gracefully performing their dance. Dressed in matching red garments, their movements were synchronized and visually delightful. There was a sound system providing accompaniment, and in front of them, a smartphone had been set up from the display on the phone. It appeared they were live streaming. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqian, noticing Haokuan's entrance, quickly gestured for silence. Puzzled, Haokuan approached the phone and observed the live stream titled, "A Chinese Ghost Story." The viewer count stood at over 20,000. As he glanced at the barrage of comments, he noted, "They dance so well, it's mesmerizing. What a grand affair." 36 top-tier beauties, which union organized such a gathering. This live stream is absolutely captivating. Isn't this more entertaining than Kuan Gu's spirit exploration? Kuan Gu, it's not that you aren't outstanding, but rather that I have encountered a better option. At that moment, an array of gift animations burst forth in the livestream. Haokuan counted in just a minute, there were 5 carnival gifts, 8 airships, and dozens of sports cars. As for smaller gifts like stars and beer, they were countless. What the heck, you all are a sensation. Haokuan could hardly believe his eyes. There's no law, no justice. I've endured countless trials and tribulations in the realm of spirit exploration to attain my current standing. And yet you all have merely danced a little and become famous. How outrageous. Haokuan felt a twinge of unfairness. On the other hand, Su Shaoqian continued to dance, winking at Haokuan, signaling him not to cause trouble. Understanding her cue, Haokuan discreetly found a seat, silently admiring the 36 female spirits as they danced. To his surprise, they were indeed quite skilled, captivating enough to leave one speechless. After several minutes, the performance concluded, and Su Shaoqian gracefully approached the smartphone, waving to her audience. "Dear friends, we shall conclude today's broadcast here, and new friends, please follow us. We shall meet again tomorrow at noon. A Chinese ghost story. We'll see you then." With a flying kiss, Su Shaoqian ended the livestream. Immediately afterward, she rushed into Haokuan's embrace, a proud smile on her face. "Kuan Gu, aren't we impressive? Our livestream has gone viral." Haokuan gently stroked Su Shaoqian's hair, praising her. "I never expected you all to be so astute with live streaming. Quite remarkable indeed. By the way, how much have you earned?" In response, Su Shaoqian opened her phone and showed Haokuan the earnings from the livestream. "Over 1.7 million, what? This revenue exceeds what I earned during my own streams." Haokuan was astonished. "Kuan Gu, could you help me set up a bank card?" The backend prompted that I must bind a bank card in order to withdraw the funds. "I wish to cash out some of this money to buy daily necessities for the sisters." Upon hearing this, Haokuan's eyes twinkled as he began to persuade her. "Oh, why bother with a bank card? It is such a hassle. Why not simply bind it to mine? I have a ready card right here. Here, use mine." As he spoke, Haokuan pulled out a bank card and slapped it on the table. However, Su Shaoqian appeared quite reluctant. "Kuan Gu, if I bind your bank card, wouldn't all the live stream earnings go into your account? I worry you might swallow our funds. I still prefer to have my own card." Upon hearing this, Haokuan's eyes widened and he assumed a moral high ground, gesturing emphatically. What kind of talk is that? Am I the sort of person to do such a thing? Would I ever swallow your money? Su Shaoqian, you would I most certainly would not. I merely intend to keep your funds safe for you. Should you wish to use any, just let me know. Rest assured, Cohen would never take your money. Do you believe me? The female spirits shook their heads vigorously. How Cohen, is it that, between humans and ghosts, there exists no trust, even in such small matters? My heart aches. How Cohen clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. The female spirits, realizing his play had failed, How Cohen resorted to emotional appeals. My dear ghostly concubines, I must confess, I recently took out a loan of 10 billion to purchase a grand 5-story villa. Whom did I buy this villa for? For myself, clearly not to it was for all of you. To provide you with a larger space to float about freely. For your sake, I have burdened myself with a 10 billion loan. This is a sum that a normal person would take 10 lifetimes of hard work to earn without food or drink. I am exhausted, my heart aches. My well-being also suffers, upon hearing How Cohen's heartfelt words. The female spirits were moved to tears. Who would have thought Koengu cared for them so deeply? How magnificent he is! Let us all help Koengu repay his debt. By the way, is 10 billion a lot? I recall that even a single piece of ghost money is worth 100 billion. How can ghost money be compared to human currency? We worked hard for 3 hours of live streaming and only earned a little over 1 million yuan. Earning human currency is so difficult. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqian seemed to empathize with How Cohen's plight. With tears welling in her eyes, she embraced him and said, Koengu, I never realized you were so kind to us. You even bought us a villa. I won't contest you anymore. From this moment on, all the money we earn from our live streams will belong to you. You can use it to repay the loan. Upon hearing this, How Cohen grasped Su Shaoqian's delicate hand, filled with gratitude as he said, Thank you for your understanding. Come, let us share a kiss. Chapter 49. Does bus number 11 lead to the underworld? It must be him. Tonight, let us ride the bus. In the afternoon, with the assistance of a moving company, How Cohen relocated all his belongings to the new villa, upon seeing their new home in all its splendor. The female spirits were overjoyed, leaping in celebration. In their exhilaration, they even shed their clothes and dashed around. How Cohen found it quite difficult to maintain composure and urged, For heaven's sake, can you all please put your clothes back on? Shaking your behinds everywhere is hardly ladylike. With such rough behavior, do you not fear that I might record it and share it with your fans? Upon hearing this, the female spirits gasped in unison, Koengu. No, please don't send it to the fans, let us don our garments at once. Subsequently, How Cohen reached out to a nearby furniture store, arranging for the procurement of an extensive array of beds, dressing tables, and wardrobes, ensuring that each room would accommodate its occupants comfortably. The villa boasts 5 levels, in addition to a spacious rooftop terrace encompassing a total of 12 rooms of varying sizes. Naturally, the largest master bedroom on the second floor is designated for How Cohen himself, while the allocation of the remaining rooms is overseen by Su Shaoqian through her adept coordination. It is ensured that each room houses only 3 to 4 female spirits, thereby preventing overcrowding. Once everything is in order, the spirits commenced their cleaning, cooking, and fine-tuning of furniture placements, attending to various chores. In contrast, How Cohen opens the pinned video on Douyin's backend to examine the most popular spiritual exploration locations as voted by his followers. This evening, the site that garnered the highest enthusiasm among viewers is none other than Bus Route 11. The comment reads, Brother Cohen, I hope you take Bus 11 tonight and reach the final destination. This comment has received over 50,000 likes. Immediately, How Cohen opens his computer and enters the Tenya Haijiao forum to search for information regarding Bus Route 11. Upon investigation, he discovers that this particular bus is, astonishingly, a spirit communicating vehicle destined for the underworld. A first-hand account from an experiencer details the entire ordeal. On the back road of the Jinghai First Cemetery, a bus marked with the number 11 materializes from the mist almost every midnight. This bus resembles an antiquated model from the previous century, starkly contrasting with modern coach buses. Should anyone board the bus, they would be whisked away to the underworld, since the revelation of Bus Route 11's connection to the underworld. Numerous daring adventurers have sought to explore it, yet invariably, all who have boarded the bus have vanished without a trace. As for the experiencer, driven by curiosity, he too boarded Bus Route 11. He recounted seeing a deceased acquaintance on the bus, who then pushed him off, stating, This bus is not for the living. After being ejected, he found himself in a desolate and chilling landscape. He retraced his steps until he reached a place known as the Ghost Gate. And only by passing through it was he able to return. Following this harrowing experience, he fell gravely ill and remained bedridden for 3 months before recovering. After reading this account, Hakuin has finally pieced together the origins of Bus Route 11. At that moment, the long-awaited notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, a system task is being issued. Board Bus Route 11 and journey to the underworld. Seize £1 million of underworld currency or valuables. Task reward, to be determined, based on completion. Special addendum. Given the considerable difficulty of this task, the system has decided to grant the host the following items in advance. 1. The 5-5 opening divine technique, an exceptionally powerful martial skill. If executed, even when faced with the most formidable entities of the 3 realms and 6 paths, you can hold your own. Please note, this skill is one-time use only. Once expended, it is gone. 2. Invisibility cloak, a potent magical artifact that, when worn, conceals your form, rendering you undetectable even to the most powerful of opponents. What in the world? The task has yet to be completed, and yet the system has already bestowed upon me 2 artifacts. Is it preparing for a festival? Hakuin leaped up in joy. With the notification's conclusion, he could distinctly feel a surge of indomitable fighting spirit within him. This spirit was remarkably intense. It felt as though, even when confronted by the legendary ancient deities, he would harbor no fear whatsoever. Furthermore, upon looking down, Hakuin discovered a black cloak in his left hand. Upon touching its fabric, he found it reminiscent of silk, smooth and cool to the touch. Standing before a full-length mirror, he draped the cloak over himself and was astonished to see his reflection completely vanish. Su Xiaoqian, who entered the room carrying a plate of fruit, could not see him either. Brother Kuan, where have you gone? Why can't I find you? How strange, you were just here. Hearing this, Hakuin smirked mischievously and approached Su Xiaoqian to tease her. Ah, a ghost. Su Xiaoqian felt something brush against her and, terrified, let out a scream and fled. Ha! With these 2 divine artifacts, traversing the underworld is a mere stroll in the park. Hakuin laughed heartily. However, a moment's reflection made him realize something amiss. Given the system's notorious tendency to take advantage of others, could it truly be so generous to offer us these 2 artifacts before the task is even completed? Surely the difficulty of this task must be immense. The system is likely concerned I might perish, hence the premature provision of these life-saving skills. Indeed, Hakuin pieced it all together, understanding it thoroughly. Have you figured it out? Hey, you can go away. Hakuin rolled his eyes dramatically. Presently, both his followers and the system were fervently advocating for the exploration of Bus Route 11. Thus, how could Hakuin possibly decline? Without hesitation, he recorded a video to inform his fans. Gather around. Everyone, Brother Koan has made a decision. Tonight, we shall livestream the exploration of Bus Route 11, midnight sharp. Don't miss it. Through wind and rain, I shall await you in the spiritual exploration livestream. Meeting adjourned, with the triumphant release of the video. The anticipation among his followers soared. Comments flooded in below. 6666, Brother Koan, as expected, is the boldest man in the realm of spirit exploration. Brother Koan, Bus Route 11 leads to the underworld. Are you truly brave enough to go? Aren't you afraid you might not return? To the commenter above, you underestimate Brother Koan. He is a warrior capable of defeating even an 800-year-old tree demon. Absolutely right. What fear does a warrior have of the underworld? Let us go to the underworld. On the other hand, Hakuin glanced at the time and realized it was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with a full 6 hours remaining until the midnight broadcast. He decided to take a nap to replenish his energy. However, as soon as he lay down, his WeChat notification chimed. Li Man, Brother Koan, how long has it been since you last contacted me? Pouts. Without delay, Hakuin quickly typed, oh dear, I've been so busy lately, I must apologize for neglecting you. Li Man, ignoring me. Pouts. Upon hearing this, Hakuin felt a headache coming on. He sighed inwardly. Having too many female friends can be quite troublesome. One must appease this one, while also tending to that one. It's easy to lose track. Li Man. Brother Koan, I'm not really upset. After all, you're a big streamer now and must be very busy. By the way, ever since you dealt with that big bully Zhang Kai, he now avoids me like the plague. He's so scared of me. Giggles behind her hand. After reading this, a smile crept across Hakuin's face. You know, I can squat with a 3-ton barbell, so it's no wonder that big bully is afraid of you. If he dares to bother you again, just call me, and I'll give him another beating. Li Man, wow, Brother Koan, being with you really gives me a sense of security. Li Man, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Hakuin, let us skip the meal. Let us go for a game instead. Lee Man, then you come here, address of the Esports Hotel, oh my goodness? What are we waiting for, let us do OQ, Hakuin sprang out of bed with a leap. Chapter 50, bravely venturing into the underworld, here I come, Yama. At midnight, on the winding mountain road behind the Jinghai First Cemetery, Hakuin arrived at a dilapidated bus stop. The sign at this stop was rusted and long overdue for repairs. Beside it stood a conspicuous warning sign, danger ahead, do not linger here at night, consequences are at your own risk. This place will soon cease to be dangerous. Saying this, Hakuin kicked the sign over. Tonight, he intended to undertake a grand venture to completely eradicate this malevolent bus. Route 11. Previously, Hakuin had bravely ventured into the graveyard, robbing spirit currency, gold ingots, and candles, frightening the Ghost Kings into relocating en masse. Since then, the graveyard had been free of malevolent spirits, transforming the adjacent reservoir into a paradise for fishermen. On another occasion, Hakuin boldly infiltrated the mortuary, gravely injuring the seductive corpse and driving away the Blood Sea Old Demon. He later returned to the mortuary and eliminated the Blood Sea Old Demon. Although the seductive corpse was no longer present, the area around the mortuary had become peaceful. A third time, Hakuin ventured into the Lanrua Temple. Wreaking havoc in the sinister ruins and vanquishing the tree demon that had posed a threat to the mortal realm. Since then, Lanrua Temple has been free of malevolent spirits. Now, Hakuin was resolute. He would not rest until Bus Route 11 was vanquished. Contemplating this, he felt a swell of self-importance. Consider this, as a fierce outlaw, I engage in acts of slaying demons and restoring peace to the mortal realm. Goodness, I could weep for my own greatness. I am truly remarkable. After reveling in this self-satisfaction, Hakuin retrieved his outlaw balaclava, Taoist robe, and a formidable heavenly axe from his bag. With the balaclava donned and robe draped, he grasped the axe firmly. His outlaw aura was now fully realized. Next, he took out a drone from his bag and prepared for flight, activating the livestream on his phone. As the streamer's screen illuminates, the long-awaited viewers surge forth. A thunderous sound from the sky, Koengu makes a dazzling entrance. The familiar formula, the familiar flavor, the familiar bandit Koengu. Koengu, I adore you, I want to bury your little monkeys. What the heck, Koengu, have you changed your equipment, switched to an axe? That axe is truly majestic, can you give it to me, Doge? What happened to the peachwood stick? Casting a glance at the barrage. Hakuin explains, the peachwood stick was cumbersome to wield and lacked any panache, so I discarded it. Upon hearing this, many viewers slammed their thighs in anger. Damn Koengu, you are wasting precious items. Why did you throw it away? It would have been great to give it to me. Koengu, do you know where you tossed it? I'll go fetch it right now. Observing these boastful comments, Hakuin chuckled and directly got to the point. Fellow streamers, the location I currently occupy is a frequent haunt of the number 11 bus. Tonight, we shall board the No. 11 bus and see if it leads to the underworld. If it does lead to the underworld, then we shall undertake a grand heist. At that time, we will wield a giant axe and bravely storm the Hall of Yama. Seizing his Book of Life and Death, upon hearing this, the viewer's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The live stream is really about to rob the Book of Life and Death. Impressive, this is beyond impressive. Just hearing it is thrilling. Koengu, if you really steal the book, could you please add a few more years to my lifespan? I don't ask for much, just 1,000 years will suffice, Doge, to the one above. Your calculations are showing right in my face. Just then, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area at a breathtaking speed. The fog arrived so swiftly that in the blink of an eye, Hakuin found himself in a realm where humans and beasts were indistinguishable. Everything was shrouded in a white haze. Even the drones in the sky, equipped with night vision, could not discern what lay within the mist. At that moment, from the other side of the mountain path, the rumbling sound of an engine echoed. The sound grew closer and closer. Finally, a rusty, retro-style bus came to a halt before Hakuin. To his astonishment, the bus bore two striking blood-red numbers, 11, boom. The viewer's nerves were completely set ablaze. It's the number 11 bus. My goodness, this bus looks utterly eerie. Koengu. Hurry and get inside. At this moment, the folding door at the front of the bus creaked open. Fellow streamers, let us enter. With that, Hakuin stepped through the open door. Upon entering the bus, he first surveyed the surroundings. Inside, 4 or 5 individuals sat scattered about, all with ashen faces, clad in funeral garments. A few were even missing parts of their bodies. Clearly, they had met untimely ends. This scene caused the viewers in the live chat to gasp in horror. These people are undoubtedly ghosts. The streamer is truly bold, just look at him, he shows no fear. What the heck, I see my grandmother, that old lady is my grandmother. To the brother above. Shouldn't you go over and bid your grandmother a final farewell, Doge? At this moment, the door of the number 11 bus closed, the engine roared to life, the bus began to move steadily forward. Meanwhile, Hao Kuan continued to observe the interior, his gaze sharpened as he noticed the driver's seat. To his astonishment, there was no driver at all. What the heck? Is it driverless? Has the technology of the underworld advanced to such heights? It's even more impressive than the world of the living. Hao Kuan was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the viewers expressed their thoughts in the chat. Koen-gu, Steve Jobs has gone to accompany Yama. What do you think? Yama, I need a smartphone. Ghost Bai, I'll handle this, that guy named Jobs knows how to make phones. Yama, I need a car. Ghost Bai, then just get the president of Toyota. Doge, Yama, I suddenly want to launch a rocket. Ghost Bai, Musk understands this stuff, I'll be back shortly. Doge. At this moment, Hao Kuan found an empty seat and sat down quietly. Meanwhile, the bus continued its journey, stopping intermittently each time it halted. More ghosts boarded. After several stops, the number of ghosts on the bus grew, filling nearly all 50 seats. Subsequently, the bus ceased its stops, accelerating to 80 miles per hour. Moreover, the scenery outside began to change. The previous vibrant city lights vanished, replaced by a desolate and eerie landscape. Chapter 51, An encounter with the underworld soldiers on the road to the Yellow Springs. What on earth does this audacious streamer intend to do? Meanwhile, the viewers in front of the screen felt their hearts race. It's over, the streamer is really heading to the underworld. Did you all see that? A massive gate flashed by, it must be the gate of hell. Koen-gu, aren't you worried you won't be able to return? Koen-gu, I've always considered myself very brave. But compared to you, my courage is merely a mouse. Once more, I ask for 10 more centimeters. Koen-gu, just sitting here isn't very entertaining. Could you do something? Doge, fixing his gaze. Hao Kuan noticed a comment from Yao Yiling, and with a playful grin, he replied, "Wow, the suggestion from Brother Centimeter is quite constructive. I shall commence some action right away. Fellow streamers, watch closely." He proclaimed loudly and slowly rose from his seat, then he moved to the empty space by the rear door, brandishing the Tiangang Great Destruction Axe, and shouted at the newly deceased souls in the bus, credit cards and savings cards. "Quickly tell me your passwords, ghost money, candles, and ingots, none shall escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghosts turned toward him, all wore expressions of defiance. To this, Koen-gu chose not to engage in further banter. Clenching the palm thunder, he slapped one ghost after another, all the while shouting, password, ingots, candles, ghost money, hurry up and hand it over." Faced with such a brazen bandit, the ghosts dared not resist, promptly offering up the valuables that their relatives had just burned. Meanwhile, in the barrage, one viewer incessantly commented, "Koen-gu, you just robbed my grandmother." "Koen-gu, please don't rob my grandmother." "Woo-woo, Koen-gu, I bow to you. Quickly return the money to my grandmother." Hearing this, Hao Kuan glanced at the barrage startled, and quickly inquired, "Brother, which one is your grandmother? Please tell me." "My grandmother is gone, the one in the red funeral garment with white hair." Upon hearing this, Hao Kuan nodded, approached the old lady ghost, and cheerfully sat beside her, taking a handful of ghost money from his bag and stuffing it into her hands. "Grandma, I apologize for the earlier offense. I mistakenly robbed the wrong person. Here, take your money back." Hearing this, the old lady ghost trembled in fright and quickly declined. "I can't accept it." But Hao Kuan glared, "Damn it, if I give it to you, you must take it. If you don't, it means you look down on me. In my prime, I wielded 2 watermelon knives, cutting through from the southern Heavenly Gate to Panglai East Road without batting an eye. Do you dare refuse, old lady? Oh, damn it, this is hilarious. Old lady ghost, this kid must be out of his mind, first robbing me and then returning the money. Koen-gu is a good person. He has principles and never robs viewers' relatives. Exactly, Koen-gu is super spoiling of his fans. At this moment, Hao Kuan counted the valuables he had just seized, estimating over £100. With the system task goal of £1 million still far away, he pondered deeply. Damn it, what else can I rob? Suddenly, an idea struck Hao Kuan. He smacked his forehead. Oh wait, why not just rob the bus itself? A bus must weigh at least 5 or 6 tons, right? If I calculated, that would be at least £100,000 worth of loot, wouldn't it? Hao Kuan decided to act without hesitation. Making a beeline for the driver's seat. He slammed the brake to the floor, shifted into neutral, and pulled the handbrake. Then he addressed the ghosts in the bus. All of you, get off. This bus belongs to me, the ghosts? Seeing that the ghosts were reluctant to budge, Hakuin didn't waste time arguing. He conjured a sphere of lightning in his palm. Now, the ghosts dared not disobey. And they all exited the bus. Hakuin then opened the bag of ghost money and aimed it at the massive bus. The next second, the bag opened wide like a whale's mouth. And with a gulp, it swallowed the enormous bus hole. This scene left the viewers in front of their screens wide-eyed. What the heck? The streamer's ghost money bag is incredible. It can fit such a large bus? This clearly resembles a Taoist artifact akin to a bag of holding. Hello everyone, I'm Manyo Bai, Kuan-gu. Are you selling the ghost money bag? Name your price. In the realm of the underworld, a voice echoed, hello, is this the spirit of our bus has been stolen, hurry and catch the culprit. Presently, the bus was nowhere to be found, the gathering of spirits stood in place. Exchanging wide-eyed glances with one another, after a brief moment, it was the old woman who mustered the courage to speak with Hakuin. Young sir, since you have taken our bus, how are we to report to the underworld? Please have mercy and allow us one more ride. It would be better to wait until we reach the station before you take it again. Upon hearing this, Hakuin chuckled. If he were to wait until they reached the station to act, would there even be a chance to do so? The old woman was clearly attempting to make him suffer. Without hesitation, Hakuin began to spout nonsense with utmost seriousness. Currently, both the realms of Yin and Yang advocate for a low-carbon lifestyle. Therefore, we should wholeheartedly respond to this policy and walk to the underworld. Just think of the pollution caused by the bus, belching out black smoke. It shortens the lives of the living and hinders the rebirth of the spirits. I am doing this for your own good. Come, let us embark on our journey on foot to the realm of the dead. Consider it an exercise. The spirits were left speechless. The viewers in the livestream were in an uproar. What a sight this is! Are these the ghostly soldiers? Is this a ghost army passing through? Are you daft? This is clearly the realm of the dead. They aren't passing through, they are launching an attack. The guy above is spot on. I just counted, there are about 10 ghost soldiers in a row, and several hundred rows just passed, so the total number must be in the tens of thousands. Is the underworld preparing for a world war? I suspect something dreadful has emerged in the mortal realm, otherwise, the underworld would never deploy such a large force of ghostly soldiers. Suddenly, a commotion arose as the viewers noticed Hakuin's actions. What is he doing? Is he out of his mind? What in the world is he up to? In the livestream, Hakuin was seen seizing a running ghost soldier and reaching into his pocket, proclaiming, "Good sir, I am out of fare. Could you lend me a couple of coins?" The ghost soldier, utterly bewildered after hundreds of years of service, had never experienced such a request. In a daze, the soldier retrieved several pieces of ghostly currency from his pocket and handed them to Hakuin. Just take these and get out of the way. Our troops are on the move. With that, the ghost soldier broke free from Hakuin's grasp and rejoined the main force. This outrageous scene left the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Good heavens, Hakuin has truly embodied the persona of a bandit. He never forgets to snatch some ghostly currency, no matter the situation. He is utterly dedicated, a thief who never leaves empty-handed. I am a thief. And I greatly admire the host. Compared to him, I am but a petty thief. Meanwhile, Hakuin was relentlessly ambushing the ghost soldiers, robbing one after another. For those with wealth, he seized their coins. For those without, he took their weapons. To facilitate his highway robbery, he even piled stones at the crossroads to slow the ghost soldiers' passage, resembling a bandit on the road. However, just then, a towering warhorse approached, bearing a figure cloaked entirely in black. What are you doing? The voice thundered like rolling thunder, exuding an overwhelming authority. Hakuin paused, silently withdrawing his hand from the soldier's pocket and gazing upward. Perched upon the steed was an imposing figure, radiating an intense aura of darkness, clad in a black official's robe, wielding a massive black mourning staff, and wearing a dark hat. Everything about him was black, including the horse, had it not been for the slight glimmer of white in his eyes. One might have mistaken him for a mere shadow. The viewers immediately recognized him. Oh my, is that not the formidable ghost General Fan Wujiao, known as the 8th Ghost Lord? It must be him. I am trembling with fear. True to his title, the Ghost Lord emanates an aura that fills the screen. The host has incredible courage. Look at him, he shows no fear. Hakuin, run, there's still time. Yet Hakuin recognized the figure as well. The next moment, he exclaimed, "It's you, old 8. He slapped his forehead as if remembering something, then feigned familiarity. "Oh dear, old 8, I've missed you dearly. Come here for a hug." The 8th Ghost Lord, Fan Wujiao, looked utterly perplexed. Do I know you? Upon hearing this, Hakuin's mind raced as he prepared to spin another tale to distract Fan Wujiu and find an opportunity to escape. However, just then, the ghost soldier whom Hakuin had robbed stepped forward to identify him. Lord 8, this rascal has been robbing our military funds, Hakuin exclaimed. What? Do not speak without evidence, I reserve the right to sue for defamation. He shot a glare at the soldier before turning to Fan Wujiu with a grin. You mustn't take this to heart. This fellow is slandering me. However, the other soldiers, previously robbed by Hakuin, rushed over to corroborate. Lord 8, this fellow truly has stolen our money. You can search him, he is an intruder. Hearing the chorus of accusations, Fan Wujiu began to piece together the situation. Dismounting with his black morning staff in hand, he strode towards Hakuin with a commanding presence. You audacious ghost, not only do you dare to obstruct the ghost soldiers, but you also have the gall to rob them? You seek death. With that, Fan Wujiu swung his morning staff, which grew larger as it approached, looming like a small mountain above Hakuin's head. The live-stream viewers gasped in horror. Oh no, the Ghost Lord is attacking. The host is in danger, he is doomed if that staff lands. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Hakuin raised a massive axe to block the blow. The clash of their weapons erupted with a deafening sound, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding ghost soldiers. The viewers erupted into cheers, showering the screen with gifts as the live stream's popularity soared, surpassing 100,000 viewers. Many new viewers flooded the chat with questions. Is this a historical fantasy drama? What is happening? Why is a black staff clashing with a giant axe? Why are they not moving? Are they posing? The host is locked in battle with the 8th Ghost Lord. In the present moment, the scene unfolds with a striking confrontation. Ghost 8, wielding his formidable crying staff, strikes fiercely against Hakuin's heavenly destruction axe. Both parties, locked in a tense standoff, refuse to yield, each equally matched in strength, neither willing to lower their weapon. Meanwhile, Hakuin inwardly rebels in the situation. This 50-50 skill is truly impressive. It allows me to stand firm against Ghost 8, if only it could be a permanent ability. How extraordinary that would be. Conversely, Ghost 8 is engulfed in a tumultuous whirlwind of thoughts. Who is this young man, capable of matching my might? Such a peculiar occurrence. Could he possibly be a high-ranking official from the underworld? Yet, I am acquainted with all the prominent figures in the realm of the dead. Who might he serve? Perhaps it is best to refrain from combat until I ascertain the truth. Chapter 53, The Underworld Siege on the Fox Immortals. As Hakuin busies himself with scavenging the fallen, Ghost 8, sensing an opportunity, withdraws his staff and inquires with a tone markedly less aggressive than before, which department do you hail from? Upon hearing this, Hakuin sheathes his axe, mimicking the nonchalance of Li Xiaolong, and with an air of exaggerated confidence, he proclaims, I am a special operative under the command of the Emperor of Fengdu Buzhang Heng. Impressive, isn't it? Ghost 8's mind momentarily falters. Special operative? What is that? He turns to an recently recruited ghost soldier, Li Lingfeng, for clarification. Are you familiar with this? Li Lingfeng kneels and responds, reporting to you. 8 Master, a special operative refers to a unit specializing in unconventional warfare. Ghost 8, though somewhat enlightened, struggles to fully grasp the concept. His long tenure in the netherworld has limited his exposure to the mortal realm and its peculiar terminologies. He ponders the Emperor of Fengdu's motives for assembling such a unit. Could it be? Doubtful of Hakuin's claims, Ghost 8 discreetly probes further. Do you possess a command token? How can you prove your identity? Hakuin scoffs. Even if I had one, I wouldn't show it to you. I only heed the Emperor of Fengdu's orders. This revelation leaves Ghost 8 thoroughly impressed. He cannot help but mutter to himself. This young man surely possesses significant standing, for he would not dare to speak so boldly otherwise. Additionally, his weaponry exhibits extraordinary power, and his martial prowess is evident. He is no ordinary individual, resolving to disengage from the confrontation. Ghost 8 adopts a strategic retreat. We are occupied with official matters, kindly step aside and do not obstruct our path. With that, Ghost 8 mounts his steed, preparing to depart. However, Hakuin seizes the reins of the horse, inquiring with a tone of innocent curiosity. What official matters do you have? Ghost 8, exasperated, shoots him a glare. What does that concern you? Hakuin persists. Come on and just tell me. We are all brothers here. There should be no secrets between good brothers, Ghost 8 retorts. Who is your brother? Begone. With that, Ghost 8 spurs his horse and rides away, while his comical exchange draws laughter from the onlookers. At this moment, the previously halted ghost soldiers resume their march, a formidable procession. Approximately half an hour later, they vanish down the road from whence Hakuin came. Hakuin, taking a thoughtful puff from his cigarette, decides to alter his course of action. He addresses the drones above. Brothers, shall we revise our plan and follow the ghost soldiers to see what they are up to? the underworld can wait. It isn't going anywhere after all. Who's in agreement? Hit 1 for yes. The chat erupts with enthusiastic responses. 1111. Agreed. I share the same curiosity as the streamer. I'm more intrigued by what the ghost soldiers are up to than the underworld. Let's initiate Plan B. But I still want to see the underworld. Get rid of the one above. Kick him out. Seeing the overwhelming support for his idea, Hakuin retrieves an invisibility cloak from his supreme utility bag and dons it. Instantly blending into the surroundings, the viewers before their screens are left in awe. Wow, where did the streamer go? He vanished. What sorcery is this? This must be some kind of invisibility artifact. The streamer has so many magical items. Hello, I am Maniubi. Streamer, are you selling the invisibility cloak? At this moment, Hakuin stealthily follows the ghost soldiers through the ghost gate and into the mortal realm. Upon arrival, he finds himself in an unfamiliar location deep within a mountain range. Peering ahead, he notices a series of palatial structures, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace, rising from the mountains, under the command of Ghost 8. The thousands of ghost soldiers advance toward the palace. However, as they approach, a translucent yellowish barrier materializes around the palace, effectively blocking their advance. Ghost 8, wielding his massive black crying staff, begins to strike the barrier with fervor, creating enough commotion to attract the attention of those within the palace. Soon, a throng of strikingly beautiful men and women, adorned in flamboyant attire, emerges from the palace, led by a white-haired woman who reinforces the barrier to prevent its collapse. Observing that his solitary efforts are insufficient to breach the barrier, Ghost 8 commands his cavalry to charge. The sound of thundering hooves reverberates as thousands of cavalrymen relentlessly assault the barrier, which begins to show signs of cracking. Seizing the moment, Ghost 8 capitalizes on the fissures in the barrier, delivering powerful strikes, and with a resounding crash, a section of the barrier shatters, creating a gaping hole. With a rallying cry, Ghost 8 leads the ghost soldiers through the breach into the fray, where both sides engage in a fierce clash, their magical arts colliding in a spectacular display, reminiscent of a grand battle between rival factions in a video game. Meanwhile, Hakuin quietly slips through the breach and into the palace, finding refuge atop a gnarled tree to observe the unfolding chaos. His attention sharpens as he spots a lone handsome man being besieged by several ghost soldiers. The man is swiftly pierced by a spear, and as his form dissipates, he transforms into a fox. This shocking turn of events not only causes Hakuin's eyes to widen but also leaves the viewers at home in disbelief. What the? So they are fox spirits. I understand now. The underworld soldiers are hunting down the fox immortals. Wait, are there really fairies in this world? Are you blind? Did you not see the man turn into a fox? I thought I was watching a drama series. At this moment, Hakuin gazes eagerly at the lifeless fox body, licking his lips in anticipation, seizing the opportunity while the coast is clear. He stealthily approaches and begins to rummage through the fox's remains. Soon enough, he uncovers a small pouch, weighing a promising 5 taels. After weighing it in his hand, Hakuin swiftly stows the pouch into his utility bag. His gaze sharpening once more, he observes as another ghost soldier is overwhelmed and killed by a group of fox spirits, leaving behind only a suit of armor, weapons, and some ghostly currency on the ground. Ha, another bounty. Chapter 54. Can one be called a bandit without a greed for wealth? Hakuin licks his lips and quietly gathers the spoils into his utility bag. This scene incites uproarious laughter among the viewers. Goodness! The streamer is truly stealthy. While others are engaged in battle, he's busy looting. Facepalm, how greedy can one be? Can one be called a bandit without a lust for wealth? Dogeface. From that point onward, whenever a ghost soldier or a fox spirit meets their demise, Hakuin stealthily approaches to collect his share. As Hakuin puts it, even mosquito legs are meat. The system demands that he gather 100,000 pounds of wealth. Only by accumulating small amounts can he achieve this goal. Thanks to the invisibility cloak, his antics go unnoticed. After a while of scavenging, Hakuin begins to feel an unusual warmth enveloping him, escalating to an uncomfortable heat. Akin to a sauna. It doesn't take long for him to realize the source of his discomfort. Alas, this invisibility cloak possesses numerous commendable qualities, yet it is utterly stifling and suffocating. With that, Hakuin removed the cloak and stowed it away, then squatted atop the stone lion's head, indulging in a smoke. He intended to rest for a spell before resuming his scavenging endeavors. Just then, a vixen clad in blue came sprinting towards him. She was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the renowned star, Mimi. Adorning her were colorful trinkets giving her a woeful appearance. Trailing behind her were several tall and burly spectral soldiers, evidently intent on capturing her with relentless determination. At that moment, the blue-clad vixen stumbled over a corpse on the ground, crashing down beside Hakuin with a thud. She looked up and noticed a figure perched upon the stone lion. "Please, save me." The blue vixen extended her bloodied hand, issuing a heart-wrenching plea for help. Her pitiful demeanor evoked a sense of compassion in all who beheld her. The viewers in the livestream were equally moved, crying out in unison, "Streamer, hurry and save her! Kuan Gu, I implore you, rescue her! She is far too unfortunate. Kuan Gu, if you do not intervene, I shall unfollow. Damn it, you self-righteous individuals! Can you refrain from moralizing the streamer?" In the next moment, go away, I saw nothing." Hakuin waved his hand dismissively, wishing to ignore her. "Though you possess beauty, you are after all a fox. How could one consort with beasts?" Dealing with spirits was already stretching Hakuin's limits. The thought of associating with animals was beyond his current capacity. Furthermore, he had no desire to provoke the underworld. If he were to save her, wouldn't that be tantamount to opposing the netherworld? The implications of such a confrontation were daunting. "Please, I beg you, save me." The blue vixen, recognizing her dire predicament, leapt directly into Hakuin's embrace, clutching his neck tightly. Even bestowing a kiss upon him, Hakuin was taken aback, exclaiming, "Bo!" This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the pursuing spectral soldiers, their faces darkening at the sight. "What, they are being affectionate even in the face of death? Damn it, is that a French kiss?" They collectively loathed the romantic display of everyone's charge forth. "Let us eliminate this pair of deceitful foxes," Hakuin protested. "Brothers, I was merely passing by." He attempted to clarify, declaring it all a misunderstanding. The leading spectral soldier, a centurion, sneered. "Not long ago another vixen claimed she was just passing through. A misunderstanding, nonsense, prepare to meet your end." With that, the centurion swung his heavy blade towards Hakuin. "Why won't you believe me?" Hakuin felt a surge of panic, reluctantly retaliating. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous thunderball that erupted from his palm. In an instant, the centurion's soul was obliterated. This spectacle left the remaining spectral soldiers wide-eyed in disbelief. "What the hell? This dead fox possesses magical abilities, truly astonishing. This must be a boss. Quick, call for reinforcements." No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the spectral soldiers produced a bamboo tube resembling a firecracker, aimed it towards the sky, and pulled the string at the base. With a crackle and a whoosh, a firecracker soared into the air, exploding into a message. "A single arrow pierces the clouds. 1,000 troops come to meet." In an instant, the nearby spectral soldiers, drawn by the fireworks, rushed towards Hakuin. Realizing he had unwittingly summoned trouble, Hakuin felt as if he could never clear his name. "I told you, I am not a fox." With that, he unleashed several palm strikes, obliterating the spectral soldiers who had witnessed his true form. He quickly scavenged valuable items and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the blue vixen approached, planting a kiss on Hakuin's cheek, and sweetly said, "Thank you for saving me. Until we meet again." Hakuin, still stunned, watched as the blue vixen escaped the palace. Damn, they say fox spirits are adept at ensnaring souls. How true that is. After that kiss, I felt as if my very essence was drawn away. Rubbing his face to regain his composure, Hakuin resolved to vacate the area. However, at that moment, the spectral soldiers, lured by the signal arrow, had already arrived. They surrounded Hakuin, launching a relentless assault. Swords slashed, axes swung, and arrows flew. They attacked with unrestrained ferocity. "Damn it, I was merely passing through." Hakuin defended himself, yet the spectral soldiers paid him no heed, continuing their assault. Soon, he found himself cornered. Fortunately, he wore a robe that provided some protection, but if he did not retaliate soon his life would be in jeopardy. With little choice left, he retrieved the Tiangang Great Annihilation Axe from his satchel. Growling fiercely, "You leave me no choice." Power, split, Mount Hua. As the words left his lips, wielding the mighty axe, he leapt towards the hundreds of spectral soldiers before him. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed. A violent shockwave surged towards the spectral soldiers. In that moment, they could not even utter a cry before their souls dissipated. The force of Hakuin's strike was so potent that it shattered the massive palace behind the spectral soldiers. Such power was undeniably formidable. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of even more spectral soldiers, who rushed towards the scene. "Damn it, I truly do not wish to kill you all, you leave me no choice." Hakuin lamented as he continued to slash through the spectral soldiers, completing 1,000-soul slaughter in mere moments. At that juncture, several fox spirits soared into the fray. Leading them was an elderly matron, presumably a matriarch of the fox spirit clan. Upon witnessing Hakuin's rampage, she was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "This young man possesses remarkable martial prowess. Who would have thought that our fox spirit lineage would produce such a prodigy?" "Who is he?" Chapter 55, Streamer, whose side are you on? Why are you fighting both? Upon hearing this, the other foxes shook their heads in unison. "Elder, we do not recognize him, he is unfamiliar to us." The elder was momentarily stunned. Such a formidable individual was unknown to them. What a peculiar circumstance. After repelling several spectral soldiers, she intended to approach Hakuin for discourse. However, at that moment, the Ghost-8 elder, wielding a massive morning staff and flanked by several guards, strode in with an imposing presence. Fixing his gaze upon the slaughtering Hakuin, he recognized him instantly. "Hey, you, what are you doing here? Why are you killing my subordinates? What is your purpose?" Upon hearing this, Hakuin turned to face him, his heart racing. Damn it, the one-time skill of 50-50 had already been expended. If he were to engage the Ghost-8 elder now, he would surely stand no chance. He needed to concoct a ruse to deceive the elder. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Hakuin feigned surprise. Old 8, what brings you here? I'm helping you eliminate the fox spirits. There are so many of them, I can't seem to finish them off. The Ghost-8 elder was incensed. You're killing fox spirits? You are slaughtering my spectral soldiers. Are you out of your mind? You can't tell the difference between a fox spirit and a spectral soldier. Hakuin pretended to be astonished. What? So, I've been killing the wrong targets all along? They were all my allies? The Ghost-8 elder was speechless, while the elder matron was equally bewildered. A scene of absurdity unfolded, leaving the viewers in the livestream in stitches. Damn, this is hilarious. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. This is absolutely comedic gold. Streamer, with your ability to remain composed under pressure, you deserve an Oscar. This talent for absurdity is truly explosive. Doge, in that moment, to further convince the Ghost-8 elder of his feigned ignorance, Hakuin boldly charged towards the group of fox spirits, wielding the Tiangang Great Annihilation Axe. So you are the true fox spirits, take this, I shall avenge my fallen spectral brothers. With that declaration, Hakuin swung the axe downward towards the elder matron. In an instant, a colossal golden axe materialized, its grandeur threatening to consume mountains and rivers. Hakuin's full-powered strike caused both the Ghost-8 elder and the elder matron to narrow their eyes in alarm. As top-tier experts, they immediately recognized the potency of Hakuin's blow. The Ghost-8 elder instinctively stepped back, wary of the residual force. The elder matron, however, could not afford to be careless. She faced the descending axe, channeling all her energy into a counterstrike. With a resounding crash, she was forced back over 30 meters, her palm vibrating painfully from the impact. Upon reflection, the several little fox spirits surrounding the old woman were far less fortunate, as they were cleaved in half by the blade's energy. In an instant, dozens perished. Meanwhile, the viewers before their screens were utterly bewildered. Wow, why am I becoming more and more confused? Brother Cohen, which side are you truly assisting? One moment battling shadow soldiers, the next, confronting fox demons? Brother Cohen, attack them both, strike both sides. Dog head, what the hell, strike both sides, you're killing me with laughter. At this moment, after being forced back, the old woman displayed an expression of horror. She turned to Ghost Master Ba and said, Master Ba, let us refrain from fighting for now. Ghost Master Ba shot her a sideways glance. Why? The old woman pointed at Hakuin, gritting her teeth. This fellow is capricious, jumping from side to side. Do you not perceive the grave issue he presents? If we continue our fierce battle, it is likely that he shall reap the benefits in the end. It would be wiser for us to join forces and eliminate this brat first. Ghost Master Ba nodded. That makes sense. Hakuin shook his head. It makes no sense. I am merely passing through. Yet, Hakuin's words fell on deaf ears, as both parties disregarded him. In an instant, whether it was the shadow soldiers or the fox demons, all directed their weapons towards Hakuin. Damn, what kind of situation is this? Hakuin vented his frustration and then quietly retrieved an invisibility cloak from his supreme urine bag. As he donned the cloak, he greeted the drone camera. Dear viewers, the host may be in grave trouble. They are actually planning to team up against me. I shall log off for now. By the way, please shower the host with some small gifts. Thank you. Having said that, Hakuin logged off at lightning speed. Then, cloaked in invisibility, he executed his escape using the cloud leaping technique. Meanwhile, the viewers before their screens felt a mix of amusement and concern.
damn, this livestream is truly entertaining.
In the end, the Shadow Soldiers and Fox Demons actually join forces against the host, covering face. Do you think the host can escape?
Whether he can escape will depend on tomorrow's livestream. If the host does not stream tomorrow, that means he hasn't escaped. Doghead, I hope the host can get away. He must not perish just like that.
Meeting adjourned. At this moment,
on Hakuin's side, aided by the invisibility cloak, he swiftly evaded the pursuit of the Shadow Soldiers and Fox Demons after performing the cloud leaping technique and leaping several times through the mountains. He had completely vanished. Until dawn, Hakuin returned to Jinghai City. Upon arriving home, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of female ghosts. Their faces were brimming with tears as they sobbed, "Brother Koan, you have finally returned. We were so anxious. We thought we would never see you again. Truly, it is the Buddha's blessing that you escaped the clutches of the Shadow Soldiers and Fox Demons. Brother Koan, you must cease your ghost hunting live streams. It is far too perilous. From now on, we shall dance during the live streams to support you." Hearing the concerned words of the female ghosts, warmth filled Hakuin's heart. These ghostly maidens were indeed considerate. Hakuin suddenly felt that all the grievances he endured while working with his life on the line were entirely worth it. He wiped away the tears of each female ghost, soothing them. "Ladies, do not cry, your brother Koan is standing right here, safe and sound. Now let me see you smile." The female ghosts responded, By the way, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoqian approached. "Brother Koan, we have prepared the meal long ago, please follow us." Under Su Xiaoqian's guidance, Hakuin arrived at the dining room. The table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, 108 in total. There was even a bottle of Maotai. Observing the vintage of the Maotai, it did not seem like it was purchased. "Hana, well then, I shall not stand on ceremony." Hakuin laughed heartily, plopping down and digging in. Before long, he felt satisfied, let out a contented burp, and lit a post-meal cigarette. He then opened Douyin's backend and checked the earnings from the livestream. The gift revenue totaled 890,000. Just right. At that moment, his WeChat began buzzing incessantly. Picking it up, he saw a flurry of messages from female friends. Li Shui, "Brother Koan, did you manage to escape? Did Ghostmaster Ba do anything to you?"
Yao Yiling, "Koan, are you still alive?" Li Man, "Brother Koan, are you alright?"
Seeing the concern from these female friends, Hakuin chuckled and decided to play dead for a while, ignoring them, but he thought it wise to let them worry about him for a bit. As it is said, when a woman begins to worry about you, it is best to let that worry linger a little longer, for the longer she worries, the easier it is for her to fall in love with you. Heeding Confucius's words is undoubtedly wise. Chapter 56, The Mysterious Blue Fox Spirit Causes Trouble. Next, Hakuin attempted to apply for the system task settlement. Ding, initiating task settlement. Host's task is incomplete. Currently, only 250,000 genes of wealth have been acquired, leaving a deficit of 750,000 genes. Damn, I'll have to make another trip to the underworld tonight. I must strive to seize the remaining 750,000 genes. After grumbling to himself, Hakuin suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Thus, after refreshing himself under the attentive care of the female ghosts, he went to bed, in the midst of a hazy slumber. Hakuin felt someone slapping his face. He heard Su Xiaoqian's voice calling, "Brother Koan, wake up! Wake up! Someone is causing trouble at the door." Upon hearing this, Hakuin stirred awake, looking at Su Xiaoqian in confusion, asking, "What is going on?" To which Su Xiaoqian succinctly explained, "Brother Koan, a woman has come to cause a ruckus. She insists that this villa belongs to her and has even resorted to violence against us. Several sisters have been beaten by her." Hearing this, Hakuin's eyes widened. What the hell, is this really happening? Instantly, he leaped out of bed and hurried down the stairs, before he even reached the ground floor. He could hear a commotion coming from the living room. As he descended the stairs to the first floor, Hakuin spotted a woman clad in blue, sitting on the sofa with her back turned to him, boldly proclaiming, "You female ghosts, get out of my house, or beware, I shall eat you." Hearing this, the female ghosts timidly stood to the side, not daring to raise their voices in protest. Who is so audacious as to cause trouble in my home?" Hakuin sneered. Striding over with confidence, the blue-clad woman turned to look at him. In that instant, their eyes met, and they both recognized each other. "It's you? What the hell, how could it be you?" they both exclaimed in unison. Hakuin recognized this woman as the Blue Fox Spirit he had inadvertently saved from the Shadow Soldiers the previous night at the Fox Demon's lair. "Why are you occupying my house?" The Blue Fox Demon demanded. In response, Hakuin produced the property deed. Take a good look. The name on this deed belongs to me. How can it be that I am occupying your house?
This is clearly my property. The Blue Fox Demon pouted her cherry lips. Humph. But I was the one who moved in first. Upon hearing this, Hakuin laughed heartily, his laughter echoing with amusement. You think this is a joke? There is no first come first served rule when it comes to property. By your logic, if a woman loses her virginity, does that mean she becomes the wife of the man who deflowered her? It's only when someone pays the bride price and obtains a marriage certificate that they become a wife. Upon hearing this, the Blue Fox Demon was momentarily speechless. Her face flushed crimson, and she could not respond for a long while. After much contemplation, she decided to abandon reason altogether. How can you talk so much? Let me tell you, you've offended our Fox Demon clan. You're doomed. You'll definitely regret this. Humph. Listening to her weak and unthreatening words, Hakuin decided to tease her. I saved your life last night. Is this how you repay your benefactor? The Blue Fox Demon stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After pondering for quite some time, she finally managed to retort. Setting aside the fact that you saved my life? Aren't you also occupying my house? Upon hearing this, Hakuin was somewhat astonished. Oh my, I realize you little fox spirit have a future in female rhetoric. You've managed to conjure up a classic example of arguing while disregarding the facts? Is it possible that fox spirits are also skilled in debate? Seeing that the little fox seemed to comprehend what female rhetoric was, she immediately spat. Who are you calling female rhetoric? I am not. Give me a straight answer. Will you let go of this house or not? She demanded, hands on her hips, her expression infuriated. Not letting go. What will you do? Hakuin shot her a sidelong glance. Upon hearing this, the little fox gritted her teeth and stamped her foot in frustration. She contemplated attacking him but hesitated, fearing she might not win. Instead, she resorted to threats. Fine, if you won, let go. Then wait for your misfortune. Humph. With that, the little fox stormed off. Watching the little fox leave in a huff, Hakuin couldn't help but chuckle. TSK, this charming little fox is quite interesting. With that, Hakuin glanced at the time, 1:30 p.m. Subsequently, he began his routine of washing up, brushing his teeth, and having a meal. After finishing his meal, Hakuin noticed that Su Xiaochen and the female ghosts had already started a live stream dancing. In a moment of utter boredom, Hakuin decided to fetch a stool and sit by the side, quietly admiring the graceful dance of the enchanting female spirits. I must say, witnessing 36 exquisite beauties performing in unison is truly a feast for the eyes and an extravagant spectacle. Consequently, the viewer count in the Chinese ghost story livestream surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing 30,000. It is worth noting that this was merely the second session of the livestream. Quite astonishing. Indeed, this affirms the age-old adage, a gentleman's desires are but nature's whims. This phenomenon seems to captivate all, spanning an age range from 3 to 120. However, what delighted Hakuin even more was the fact that the viewers could only watch the beauties dance through the livestream. Whereas he had the privilege of direct interaction, he could choose to touch any one of them at will. He chuckled to himself. After watching for a while, Hakuin felt somewhat fatigued. He pulled out his phone and began to scroll through Douyin. A few swipes revealed several trending videos, all featuring footage from his own live stream the previous night. The sky has fallen, folks. Is there truly a realm of the dead in this world? Shocking. In the dead of night, a mysterious man reaches into Ghostba's pocket. A new war god has emerged. He actually managed to overpower Ghostba. Shocking. The Fox Fairy clan has been annihilated by the Yin soldiers. In the dead of night, a fox demon emits a chilling scream. Is this a reflection of humanity's decline or a distortion of morality? After watching a few exaggeratedly sensational videos, Hakuin couldn't help but feel that these content thieves were utterly devoid of creativity. Merely pilfering his livestream footage, haphazardly editing it, and distorting the sequence of events to concoct absurd narratives. Some ill-intentioned bloggers even went so far as to malign Hakuin, labeling him a notorious thief. Hakuin decided not to let this slide and silently clicked the report button. Subsequently, he returned to his bedroom, booted up his computer, and indulged in some gaming. Hakuin usually enjoyed playing PUBG and had previously been fond of League of Legends. However, the frustrating ELO system of LOL was quite torturous. Eventually, he transitioned to playing All Out Brawl for relaxation, yet, to his dismay, the game company had altered the All Out Brawl map just last week. How infuriating. It was akin to demolishing the retirement home for seasoned players. Thus, Hakuin swiftly quit LOL and switched to playing Battle Royale games. After finishing a quick match, Hakuin, utilizing his remarkable skills, wielded a rocket launcher to obliterate an enemy armored vehicle and triumphantly claimed victory. What a thrill! At that moment, in the VIP fan group Kuan Ge's Mount, someone tagged him how Kuan infiltrated the chat, intending to engage in some light-hearted banter. Chapter 57, the most formidable bandit in history emerges. Raiding the underworld for the people's wealth, Kuan Gu, have you escaped? Kuan Gu, are you alive? Kuan Gu, speak up, are you human or ghost? It's over, Kuan Gu is dead, my youth is gone. Kuan Gu was definitely pursued by Ghost Ba last night and then struck down with a single blow. Woe is me, may heaven be devoid of Ghost Ba, sobbing, I was planning to consult Kuan Gu about the Palm Thunder technique. But now what can I do? Just as the group members were enveloped in despair, Kuan Gu, fear not, my comrades, your Kuan Gu has returned. Upon uttering these words, the chat erupted with excitement. What the heck, it's Kuan Gu. It's him, the invincible little Neza. Kuan Gu is alive, my youth is restored. Seeing so many people concerned for his well-being warmed Haokuan's heart. After interacting with his fans for a while, he closed Douyin, intending to rest and regain strength for his nighttime venture into the underworld. However, just as he was about to drift off, Ya Yiling sent him a video expressing her concern and inquiring about his well-being. She was evidently quite worried about him. In response, Haokuan decided to boast, claiming he had been besieged by Ghost Ba and the Fox Demon ancestor, sustaining grave injuries and was on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Ya Yiling burst into tears, urgently wanting to come see him one last time. To this, Haokuan slyly replied, I'm just fine, I was merely teasing you. Go away. Ya Yiling angrily ended the video call. As soon as he set down his phone, another call from Li Shui came in. She first inquired who he had been speaking with. As the line had been busy, Haokuan concocted a vague excuse. Following that, Li Shui's words of concern were not much different from Ya Yiling's. Naturally, Haokuan's response was to frighten her as well. As expected, upon hearing that he was dying, Li Shui also cried and insisted on seeing him one last time. I'm just fine, I was merely teasing you. Humph, you're utterly annoying. After hanging up with Li Shui, another call came in from Li Man. Haokuan continued his routine of scaring her. Man cried, and he teased her again. At midnight, Haokuan appeared promptly on the mountain road behind the first cemetery of Jinghai, standing beneath the rusting bus stop, clad in tights and a robe, with a hefty axe resting on his shoulder. He began his live stream. Comrades, Hu Hanzhong, have returned. As the broadcast illuminated, viewers flooded in. Upon seeing Haokuan in good health, not a hair out of place, they exclaimed, my goodness, the host is alive? I can't believe it. Yuri, the first person to escape the joint onslaught of Ghost Ba and the Fox Demon. The host is truly formidable, no ordinary person could achieve this. To survive this. It's no wonder the host makes money. Tonight, my comrades, we shall once again battle in the realm of the dead. I promised you all last night, I will seize the book of life and death. I, the host, am a man of my word, let us go. With fervor and zeal, Haokuan suddenly realized a grave issue. He had no idea how to reach the underworld. The bus had already been sealed in a urea bag. What on earth? After some contemplation, Haokuan decided to release the bus from the supreme urea bag. The bus was ghost operated and should be able to take him to the underworld, right? But just then, a thick mist enveloped him. Then, another old-fashioned bus marked with the number 11 appeared before Haokuan. What the heck, another one? Haokuan excitedly licked his lips. A bus weighs 10,000 jin, this is a guaranteed windfall. Without hesitation, Haokuan stepped aboard. Just like last night, the bus moved sporadically, stopping and starting until it was filled with spirits. Then, without further delay, it sped straight toward the underworld, true to his nature of not leaving empty-handed. Haokuan decided to rob the bus. This time, he amassed quite a fortune, over 1,000 jin. Clearly the spirits tonight were wealthier than those from the previous night. At that moment, the bus passed through the grand entrance of the Ghost Gate. Above the entrance, 3 gilded characters were inscribed, Ghost Gate. A gleam of opportunity sparked in Haokuan's mind. Those 3 characters must hold great value. Immediately, he dashed to the driver's seat, slammed on the brakes. And after the bus came to a halt, he exited. Then, under the astonished gazes of his viewers and the spirits alike, he swiftly flew to the entrance of the Ghost Gate. With a mighty swing of his axe, he pried off the grand gleaming characters that read Ghost Gate. After collecting them, he stuffed them into the urea bag. Boom! The livestream chat exploded with astonished reactions. What the heck, you actually pried off the characters of the Ghost Gate? Goodness, how greedy can the host be? Underworld, what the hell, this guy is a monster. What do you think the denizens of the underworld will feel when they see those 3 big characters gone? Doghead, I imagine it would go something like this. King Yama gasps, who is this person as subordinate, so audacious and fierce? Ghost Ba, stomping in rage, exclaims, who did this, who did this? It's just too amusing to think about, facepalm. Meanwhile, after prying off the characters, Hakuin returned to the bus and drove through the ghost gate. In an instant, the world dimmed, becoming a hazy yellow. It was unclear how long they had been driving when Hakuin noticed that on either side of the road, an endless expanse of strikingly red flowers had emerged. Curiously, the leaves and flowers were separated. The flowers were on the left, while the leaves and stems were on the right. Hakuin smirked mischievously and addressed the livestream. Comrades, does anyone know what kind of flower this is? There's a reward for the correct answer. Upon hearing this, the knowledgeable viewers immediately entered a frenzy of guessing. First, let us rule out the doghead! Look at how clever you all are, doghead. Maybe it's a chrysanthemum, doghead, to the one above. Is that chrysanthemum even a serious guess, doghead? Hello everyone, I am Manyobi, host. We've all answered correctly, so what's the prize? Upon hearing this, Hakuin pressed the brake, grinned mischievously. The prize is these. Comrades, do you want these? I'll pick a few for you. We want them, but we're afraid to ask. If we accept the hostess, does that make us accomplices? This question is quite urgent. Waiting online, it does. It doesn't. This is a gift. In the realm of the underworld, a figure known as Yen Luo Wang proclaimed, what I declare is final. If I say it does not count, then it does not count. Do you comprehend this? With resounding applause, the audience responded with admiration, acknowledging Yen Luo Wang's formidable presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hakuin disregarded the desires of his viewers and leapt from his vehicle. Plunging into a luxuriant thicket, with a swift motion, he opened the supreme urea bag, unleashing a powerful suction akin to that of a water pump, which relentlessly drew in the ethereal flowers known as the bianhua. In no time, a vast expanse of these flowers was stripped bare, leaving the area stark and desolate. At least 100 to 80 acres had been ravaged. The stream of comments reflected the disbelief and astonishment of the viewers. The broadcaster is truly ruthless. Daring to seize the flowers of the underworld, this is an image project of the underworld. Are you risking your life, broadcaster? Well, there goes the greenery of the netherworld. Chapter 58 unfolds with the realization that pilfering ghostly currency was merely the beginning of moral depravity. Little did they know the depths to which it would plunge. Subsequently, Hakuin boarded a bus and continued down the road for an indeterminate duration until he encountered an immensely wide river. At least a kilometer across, cleaving the earth in two. Spanning this river was a lengthy, narrow arch bridge, insufficient for bus stops. Adjacent to the bridge lay a bus depot, where several vehicles adorned with the number 11 were parked. Without further ado, Hakuin commanded the spirits to disembark. Everyone off the bus, we have arrived. The spirits complied, dismounting in obedience. Once they were all off, Hakuin stowed the bus within the supreme urea bag. Then approached the bus depot to claim the 5 additional buses parked there. In total, that amounted to 6 vehicles, translating to an impressive 60,000 pounds. Hakuin reveled in his success, eagerly licking his lips. With merely 150,000 pounds remaining to complete his task, following the spirits, Hakuin stepped onto the Naiha Bridge, which was exquisitely designed. Every 5 steps a translucent jade lion graced the railing, a sight that bespoke of great value. Hakuin estimated that there were at least 10,000 of these stone lions. The prospect of riches invigorated him. He began plucking these small jade lions as he traversed the bridge, an audacious scene that left the viewers in awe. Broadcaster, are you truly here to explore the underworld? It is evident that you are here to plunder. Hakuin chuckled. Make sure to leave nothing behind. Not a thread or a stitch can escape my grasp. The viewers pondered the reaction of Yen Luo Wang upon awakening to find the underworld in such disarray. Yen Luo Wang, the sky has fallen, my friends. Shortly after, Hakuin reached the end of the narrow Naiha Bridge, where he found no more stone lions. Upon descending, he noticed a towering stone inscribed with the words Wangchuan Stone. Nearby, several spirits stood weeping, their gaze fixated on the stone. Curious, Hakuin approached and observed that the stone displayed the past lives of these spirits. Having watched, it is now my turn. He kicked away a spirit that had only glimpsed half of its past, eagerly positioning himself before the stone to uncover the mysteries of his own existence. However, to his surprise, the stone revealed nothing but a void. Intrigued yet unperturbed, he decided to move on. As he walked a few steps further, he stumbled upon a stall featuring a large cooking platform. Surrounded by towering stacks of porcelain bowls. A sizable iron pot, bubbling with water, occupied the center. At this stall, an elderly woman clad in blue garb tossed an unknown seasoning into the pot and stirred it with a long ladle.
Numerous spirits, shackled by iron chains, stood nearby, led by ghostly enforcers. Soon, the elderly woman filled a bowl with the broth and handed it to a reluctant spirit, who, under pressure, drank it in one gulp. Instantly, the spirit's eyes glazed over, leaving it in a dazed stupor. Can anyone guess the identity of this elderly woman? What is she doing? Rewards await those who answer correctly. Hakuin grinned, addressing the livestream. The audience began to respond enthusiastically. First, let's rule out that she is Mengpa. Mengpa is busy brewing the Mengpa soup. Hakuin observed the barrage of comments with amusement. Who says Hakuin would shy away from trying it? It's merely a small bowl of Mengpa soup. I shall partake. With that declaration, he boldly cut to the front of the line, much to the confusion of the elderly woman. That he dipped his finger into the pot, sampled the liquid, and remarked, "What a refreshing taste of water. Surely this soup has been diluted." The viewers erupted in laughter. Is this soup really watered down? Is even the food of the underworld becoming counterfeit? Mengpa, you better have a good reason for this. Unexpectedly, Hakuin's demeanor shifted. He suddenly appeared dazed and lost, murmuring, "Who am I? Where am I? What was I going to do?" His movements resembled that of a marionette. Alarming the viewers, the broadcaster has surely been cleansed of his memories by the Mengpa soup. Amidst the viewers' growing concern, Hakuin playfully winked at the drone overhead. Just kidding, everyone, I haven't lost my memory. I'm quite well, thank you. With a swagger reminiscent of his usual self, he continued down the Yellow Springs Road, leaving the audience both relieved and slightly irritated. After some time, Hakuin spotted a small hill, its slopes teeming with glimmering green eyes fixated on the ground below. The cacophony of barking echoed from within the mountain, a tumultuous chorus suggesting the presence of thousands of dogs. Licking his lips, Hakuin mused, dogs must be considered assets as well. With determination, he ascended the hill, armed with his urea bag and the formidable Tiangang Great Destruction Axe. The mountains soon echoed with the anguished cries of dogs as viewers watched through the drone footage, witnessing Hakuin capturing and seizing the canines, stuffing them into his bag one by one. Is he really robbing dogs now? Chapter 59 unfolds with Hakuin successfully descending the mountain with hundreds of dogs in tow. Though he aimed for more, the swift creatures scattered in all directions, leaving him uninterested in pursuit. Just then, the sound of chickens crowing reached his ears, igniting a spark of excitement. Chickens, let us seize them. Hakuin dashed towards the sound, employing a swift leap to reach the mountain ahead. Moments later, he emerged with hundreds of chickens, including a regal chicken of considerable size, towering like a human and weighing several hundred pounds. Its beak gleamed, reminiscent of titanium, sharp and formidable. This chicken was undoubtedly a treasure, not to be offered to any system. Having indulged in his musings, Hakuin descended the mountain and retraced his steps along the road to the underworld. Continuing onward, it was uncertain how long he had walked. Ahead loomed a city wall of unparalleled grandeur and magnificence. The wall stood at least 100 feet tall, its length unfathomable, stretching beyond the horizon. Fellow conquerors, surely what lay before him was Fengdu. Charge with me. With that, Hakuin unleashed his cloud-scaling technique, racing towards Fengdu. Upon arriving at the city gate, he was not disappointed. Engraved above the gate were the bold characters spelling Fengdu. Regrettably, these characters were not gilded but carved from stone, otherwise Hakuin would have undoubtedly taken them as trophies. As he passed through the enormous gate, he beheld a bustling scene within the city of Fengdu. Along the wide streets, numerous shops lined the way, with the incessant shouts of merchants filling the air. Miracle medicine, a dab of my elixir will ensure you withstand the tortures of King Yen later. Reincarnation services, for a mere 188.88 billion, you can bypass the tortures of the 10 kings and head straight to the reincarnation platform. Candied hawthorn on a stick, only 1,000 a skewer. Dream delivery services, just 100,000 per session, fair dealings guaranteed. Temporary ghostly messengers wanted, monthly salary of 880,000. Observing the throng of people, Hakuin felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if he were in an ancient marketplace. Meanwhile, the viewers watching from their screens were equally intrigued. Wow, so Fengdu is this lively. Now I want to go down and have some fun too. Dojimoji, it truly is fascinating. Seems more entertaining than the mortal realm. Suddenly, I feel like I don't want to live anymore. I want to go to Fengdu and start anew. Dojimoji. At that moment, Hakuin's gaze sharpened as he spotted an extraordinarily grand building. A sign hung from it, Heaven and Earth Bank. The establishment was bustling with patrons, and spirits came and went frequently. Moreover, the bank was heavily guarded by armored ghost soldiers, positioned every 5 steps and stationed 10 steps apart. A glance revealed these soldiers to be of a caliber far superior to the spectral soldiers he had encountered yesterday. Their ghostly aura was intense, Quite formidable, Hakuin decided against robbing the Heaven and Earth Bank. Our primary objective today is the Book of Life and Death, right, fellow conquerors? Upon hearing this, the viewers were quick to express their skepticism.
Oh, is the streamer backing down? The usually audacious streamer is actually not robbing the Heaven and Earth Bank. What a sight to behold, he is definitely backing down.
Amidst the barrage of teasing comments,
Hakuin chuckled, I'm not backing down, this is called being prudent.
With that, Hakuin continued down the expansive street. After some time, he focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, he spotted a conspicuous sign at the end of the street. Ahead, the 10 halls, no entry for the uninvited. Hakuin peered inside following the sign, and beheld the towering halls stacked upon one another, guarded by a heavy presence of soldiers. Immediately, he retrieved his invisibility cloak from his supreme pouch. Draping it over himself while addressing the camera, fellow conquerors, ahead lies the abode of the 10 kings of hell. The streamer is about to seize the Book of Life and Death. Pay close attention and learn well, do not blink. With this declaration, the viewers' excitement surged. After all this time, we're finally getting to the heart of the matter. I hope the streamer successfully acquires the Book of Life and Death.
Do you think the streamer can really pull it off?
He'll be lucky to get a feather. The Book of Life and Death is held by King Yen. Does the dog streamer really think he can compete with him?
The dog streamer couldn't even best the Ghostmaster, so it's absolutely impossible for him to defeat King Yen. I actually believe the streamer might just succeed.
As the viewers exchanged their predictions, Hakuin had already stealthily infiltrated the 10 halls. The 10 halls were arranged in a row from left to right. The first hall was Shenming Hall. Hakuin checked his phone and discovered it was overseen by King Qin Guang.
Past the second hall, Puming Hall, not it. The third hall, Zhouju Hall. No, the fourth hall, Taita Hall, and either. The fifth hall, Zhoulouan Hall. Ha, this is it. Fixating on the Grand Zhoulouan Hall, Hakuin chuckled. However, unlike the previous 4 halls, the doors of Zhoulouan Hall were firmly shut. Could it be that King Yen was off duty today? With that thought, Hakuin, cloaked in invisibility, quietly slipped past a row of guards at the door, gently pushing it open and sidling inside. Upon entering, Hakuin scanned the surroundings, and to his relief, he did not catch sight of King Yen. He exhaled in relief. Evidently, the esteemed King Yen was indeed not at work today. Gathering his courage, Hakuin began to explore Zhoulouan Hall. The hall was resplendent. Towering dragon pillars were adorned with golden dragons. The marble floors gleamed like mirrors, reflecting one's silhouette. Focusing his gaze, Hakuin noticed a massive desk ahead. On it rested a strikingly peculiar book emanating a purple glow. Intrigued, Hakuin leaned closer to inspect the cover, and his eyes widened in astonishment, for emblazoned across the cover were the 3 large characters, Book of Life and Death. I can't believe it, fellow conquerors, it is indeed the Book of Life and Death. Brothers, the Book of Life and Death is in my grasp. Hakuin lifted the book triumphantly, showcasing it to the camera. Boom! The viewers on the other side of the screen erupted in excitement, standing to witness the live broadcast. Wow, this man named Xiaoshuai has truly stolen the Book of Life and Death. 6666. MPV settlement screen. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Chapter 60, Streamer, you mustn't hoard it all for yourself, quickly help me paint mine in too. At this moment, the viewers were utterly astonished. What, was it really this simple to obtain it? This is far too easy, completely different from what I imagined. I could do it too, Dojimoji, you definitely couldn't. Whereas King Yen, he is probably off having fun, Dojimoji. Maybe he is out fishing in the Forgetting River, Dojimoji. Goodness, so King Yen is also a fishing enthusiast? At that moment, Hakuin caressed the Book of Life and Death, his face alight with excitement. He had never anticipated acquiring the book so effortlessly. King Yen truly left such a valuable item carelessly on the desk? Was he not worried about thieves? King Yen, I never expected there would be a thief bold enough to attempt to steal this. Subsequently, Hakuin settled himself into a grand wooden chair and began to leaf through the Book of Life and Death. To his surprise, the book even had a table of contents. The main categories included Xuanwu Kingdom, Shaohan Kingdom, Hua Kingdom, and Nanhou Kingdom. Clearly, this Book of Life and Death governed the souls of the aforementioned nations. As for Western countries, it likely had no jurisdiction over them. Hakuin selected the main category of Xuanwu Kingdom for further inspection. He then saw the following entries: Jinghai City, Jiangnan City, Beijing City, without hesitation.
Hakuin selected Jinghai City and continued his search. He eventually reached East Suburb Number 1, Building 88. Lo and behold, a long-awaited name appeared. Name: Hakuin.
Gender: male. Age: 24. Notable deeds: 1. Robbed the ghostly treasures from the graves of Maba Town. 2. Killed the Blood Seal Demon. 3. Slayed the Tree Demon at Lanrua Temple. 4. Remaining lifespan: 1 day. Cause of death: struck dead by King Yan's hand. I can't believe it. I only have 1 day left to live? And I was killed by King Yan?
Hakuin jumped up in shock. He immediately grabbed a blood-red brush beside the Book of Life and Death and scribbled over his name and personal information.
Transforming it into the shape of a poop emoji. Haha, done. From this moment forth, I shall not be bound by the Book of Life and Death. Haha, Hakuin was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the viewers were clamoring. Streamer, you can't just keep it all to yourself, quickly help me paint my name too. Koen Gu, I'll offer $1 million, help a brother out, paint my name too. Koen Gu, I'll offer 2 million. I'll offer 10 billion. I'll offer 1,000 billion. Hey there, are you offering money from the Heaven and Earth Bank?
At that moment, upon seeing the viewers' requests, Hakuin patted his chest,
assuring them, fellow conquerors, rest assured, in our line of work, we value camaraderie. Koen Gu will not forget you. How about this? For every 10 carnival gifts sent to the streamer, you will earn a chance to chat with me. At that time, you will voice your wishes, and I shall fulfill them. With that, a storm of gifts erupted in the livestream. 108 ways to write Koen, gifting streamer Carnival 10, hardware softening engineer, gifting streamer Carnival 10. Fainting one, gifting streamer Carnival 10, greetings, everyone. I am Manyobi. I present to you a grand celebration of gifts, 100 times over. The abundance of presents has left Hakuin utterly astounded. He decided to initiate video connections with the supporters in the order of their generosity. After a flurry of actions, he established a video link with the first supporter who gifted 10 celebratory tokens, known as Kunzi's 108 poses. As the screen lit up, a girl with exquisite features and heavy makeup appeared. She introduced herself, and Hakuin quickly located her name in the Book of Life and Death. State your wish, Hakuin asked directly. Koen Gu, I wish to be a wealthy lady in my next life. The girl exclaimed excitedly, as if her dream was within reach. However, at that moment, the phone signal began to falter, causing the screen to flicker with static, and her voice became garbled and indistinct. What, you want to be a big-bellied woman in your next life? Hakuin scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by her strange request. Alright, I shall grant you your wish, by my magic. With that, Hakuin seized the soul-reaping pen and made a swift motion in the Book of Life and Death. The girl cried out, no, I meant a wealthy lady, not a big-bellied woman. In disbelief, she screamed again, what, big-bellied woman? I thought I was fulfilling your wish. I have indeed transformed it into big-bellied woman. Hakuin shrugged nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Is the host deaf or what? Clearly the host must be the heir to deafness. Surely it can't be intentional. Perhaps the signal is to blame. My stream has started to lag.as for Hakuin. He glanced at the comments and finally understood what the girl had meant. He slapped his forehead, filled with remorse. My apologies, I truly did not mean to do that. The signal was terrible, and I couldn't hear clearly. Afterward, Hakuin picked up the soul-reaping pen and attempted to amend the girl's information, striving to change big-bellied woman back to wealthy lady. However, in his excitement, he inadvertently transformed her information into a blob of excrement. Oh dear. Being a wealthy lady isn't all that great. Perhaps it's better to be immortal like me. With that, Hakuin disregarded the girl's consent and painted her personal information into a perfect depiction of excrement. The girl was left speechless. The viewers responded with mirth. Pfft. Next, Hakuin prepared to connect with the second supporter, but suddenly an ominous alert echoed in his mind. Danger, 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 please host, flee the Hall of Judgment. Upon hearing this, Hakuin's heart raced. He could distinctly sense a formidable terror descending rapidly. This is not good. The King of Hell must be returning. Brothers, this place is no longer safe. I must take my leave. With that, Hakuin clutched the Book of Life and Death and sprinted toward the hall's exit. Midway, he turned back and used the celestial axe to seize a few golden dragons from the pillars, then kicked the doors open and dashed out. The doors slammed open, naturally catching the attention of the guards stationed outside. They scanned their surroundings but found no trace of the ghost. What is this? Oh no, something has infiltrated the Hall of Judgment. Halt, don't let it escape. In an instant, the guards flailed about like headless chickens.
chasing and striking wildly. Meanwhile, Hakuin had already vanished into thin air, aided by his invisibility cloak. On his way back, he unleashed his full magical power, utilizing the cloud ladder to soar at maximum capacity. Breaking the sound barrier, at last Hakuin spotted the unmarked archway. Safety at last, he descended from the sky, preparing to slip through the ghost gate. Just then, a ghost approached from the roadside, clinging to Hakuin's leg and weeping.
Koen Gu, save me. Chapter 61, The King of Hell. Which scoundrel has stolen my book of life and death?
Hakuin looked at him in bewilderment. Who are you? Do we know each other? The ghost promptly introduced himself.
Koen Gu, I am Manyobi. I just saw you live streaming and, while crossing the road without heeding the traffic lights, I was accidentally struck by a dump truck. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight.
Upon hearing this, Hakuin was taken aback. He immediately reassured him, Brother Nyobi, fear not, I, Koen Gu, cherish my fans above all. With that, Hakuin opened the Book of Life and Death, searching for the information of this supporter. Amusingly, the fellow's real name was indeed Manyobi. After a series of actions, Hakuin transformed Manyobi's personal information into a blob of excrement. Subsequently, Hakuin grasped Manyobi's spirit and burst through the ghost gate. Arriving in the realm of the living, Hakuin then stored Manyobi in a urea bag and returned to the accident site, forcibly inserting his spirit back into his body. The next moment, with his head askew, Manyobi stood up with a start under the astonished gaze of the nurse. He tilted his head and addressed her. Nurse, I can still be saved, the nurse exclaimed. A zombie has risen. As for Hakuin, he did not linger there but headed straight home. Upon returning, he began to stream indoors, fulfilling the wishes of those supporters who had gifted him. Lifespan increased, wealth increased, charisma with women increased, charisma with men increased, hardships decreased, of course. Hakuin was not one to assist everyone indiscriminately. When confronted with those who were utterly vile, committing heinous acts of murder and arson, he simply refunded their gift money and refused to assist. He also reported them to the authorities. After a grueling 6 hours, Hakuin finally completed his grand endeavor of treating his fans. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon the next day. He then bid farewell to the viewers and concluded the stream. Ding, calculating the task of robbing the underworld of £1 million of wealth, task accomplished beyond expectations. The host successfully looted over 1 million in wealth, even seizing the Book of Life and Death. Issuing system rewards. The Palm of the Tathagata. The Palm of the Tathagata. Have you ever heard of a palm technique descending from the heavens? This palm possesses boundless power, capable of crushing all in existence. Wow, this is incredible. Hakuin was so elated that he nearly leaped up. A palm technique from the heavens. It sounds far more impressive than the force of the mountain. Hakuin intended to experiment with it but feared the overwhelming power might create too much commotion. In his excitement, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Exhausted, he had streamed for over 12 hours the night before, and traversing the underworld had drained his spiritual energy. He promptly took a refreshing bath with the assistance of the female ghosts, then collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. At this moment, in the underworld, Thingdu, Hall of Judgment, the King of Hell had returned from the heavenly realm. He had gone to report to the Jade Emperor regarding his duties concerning the Book of Life and Death. Concerned that the Jade Emperor might discover some discrepancies within the book, the King of Hell had not brought it along and had intended to rely on verbal reports to sway the Jade Emperor. However, he soon realized that the Jade Emperor was not easily deceived. The Jade Emperor was relentless, insisting that the King of Hell retrieve the Book of Life and Death for his review. With no other option, the King of Hell had to return from the heavenly realm, preparing to enter the Hall of Judgment to fetch the book before making another trip to the heavenly court. However, as soon as the King of Hell pushed open the doors of the Hall of Judgment and stepped inside, his mind went blank. His eyes widened in shock, for the Hall of Judgment had been utterly ransacked. The golden dragons adorning the grand pillars had all been removed. The DCOR now resembled a war-torn version of Syria. There was nothing of value left. What the hell, burglars? The King of Hell could hardly believe it. He hurried to inspect the altar. Instantly, darkness clouded his vision. Where is my Book of Life and Death? It was nowhere to be found. Not only was the Book of Life and Death missing, but the soul-reaping pen and the judgment wood were gone as well. Just then, the head of the Spectre Guards who had been stationed at the hall's entrance entered to report, Your Highness. Earlier, a peculiar transparent entity stealthily infiltrated the Hall of Judgment while we were distracted and made off with the Book of Life and Death. I bear the guilt, please punish me with that. The guard bowed repeatedly. As for the King of Hell, he was not in the mood to punish anyone. He slumped into a chair, staring blankly at the dome of the hall. It's over, it's over. The Book of Life and Death is lost. What shall I do? If the Jade Emperor finds out about this, I will certainly be executed at the immortal slaying platform. Upon thinking of the immortal slaying platform,
the King of Hell's face turned ashen. At that moment, more bad news arrived in quick succession. Ghostmaster 8 rushed in a panic. Your Highness, thieves have stolen the 3 gilded characters from the archway of the Ghost Gate. The Jade Lion on the Bridge of Helplessness has also been taken. Even the flowers of the other shore have been uprooted. Moreover, just purchased from the underworld, several automated ghost-free buses have also been stolen. Boom! The mind of King Yama has exploded. Damn it, this thief is truly audacious. What will he not dare to steal?
In that moment, King Yama concluded that these recent thefts were undoubtedly the work of the same individual. Moreover, this person must possess considerable prowess, otherwise it would be impossible for him to carry out such acts without leaving a trace. Without a shadow of a doubt, King Yama immediately ordered Lord Ghostba to conduct a thorough investigation. Determined to capture this notorious underworld thief, Lord Ghostba did not hesitate, quickly joining forces with Lord Ghostchi, and dispatched an army of 100,000 ghost soldiers and 1,000,000 spectral officers to seek out the whereabouts of this rogue.
However, after a day and a night, Lord Ghostba scoured the entire realm of the underworld but failed to uncover any trace of the thief. Reluctantly, he returned to report to King Yama. King Yama felt as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had crumbled. With the thunderous might of the celestial hammer, the purple lightning, the theft of the gilded characters at the Ghost Gate, the emerald jade lions at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, the public transportation, and the blossoms of the other shore were, in essence, trivial matters. Yet, if news of the stolen Book of Life and Death were to reach the Jade Emperor's ears, even if I had 10 heads, it would not suffice to save me from punishment. With this thought, King Yama painfully supported his forehead. However, at that moment, he noticed Lord Ghostba's eyes twinkling with a clever idea, suggesting, Your Highness, why not enlist the help of the great sage equal to heaven? Seek a gift, request a 5-star review. Chapter 62, The Great Sage Equal to Heaven Takes Action. Yes, the Book of Life and Death was indeed stolen by this old son. Lord Ghostchi nodded in agreement. What old boss said is absolutely correct, only the great sage can resolve this matter. King Yama was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened. He sprang up from his wooden chair, his face alight with excitement, pacing back and forth as he said, You are right, that Sun Wukong has always been the scapegoat of the 3 realms. Any troublesome incident gets blamed on him. The elixir from the Taoist Lord was stolen, and they blamed it on that monkey. The undergarments of the 7 fairies went missing, and again it was the monkey's fault. The peach of immortality tree was uprooted, and it was also blamed on the monkey. If I invite him to take the blame for the theft of the Book of Life and Death. As he spoke, King Yama stroked his long beard with delight, laughing heartily. Ha, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, perfect timing indeed. Immediately, King Yama produced a communication artifact from the 3 realms. This item resembled a bronze mirror, yet it was of a more refined and solid quality than a typical mirror. He gently touched the mirror. The next moment, the visage of Sun Wukong appeared within it. Hello, great sage, are you there? Is my mic working? Sun Wukong, a bit crackly. Upon hearing this, King Yama lowered the volume slightly and greeted the mirror with a charming demeanor. Great sage, what are you up to? Are you busy? The ever-furry Sun Wukong squinted his eyes. I'm currently peeping at the 7 fairies bathing. What's up? King Yama rubbed his hands together, saying, There's a rather trivial matter that requires your assistance in taking the blame. For you, it would be as easy as eating and drinking. People refer to you as the great sage equal to heaven. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out an irritated snort. Humph, King Yama, you must be joking. Who is the great sage equal to heaven? I have noticed that you deities have no shame whatsoever. The elixirs from the Taoist Lord's furnace were clearly consumed by him, yet you pinned it on me. The undergarments of the 7 fairies were clearly stolen by the god of wealth Zhao Gongming, but you also blamed me. And as for Erlangshan's heavenly hound, it was undeniably killed and eaten by Li Jing. Yet you accuse me again, and the peach of immortality tree belonging to the Queen Mother. You dare to slander me for consuming 10,000 pounds? How could I possibly eat that much when I only weigh a little over 100 pounds? Oof, this infuriates me, old Yama. I am currently quite agitated. Where are you? I'll come find you for a chat. As he spoke, Sun Wukong silently retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang. King Yama, oh, great sage, what if I promise you some rewards? Sun Wukong, oh, rewards? What kind of rewards? Sun Wukong's eyes began to glimmer with mischief. In response, King Yama whispered into the mirror, the rewards include this, and that. After hearing this, Sun Wukong leaped for joy, bouncing around like a monkey, turned his backside to the camera and wiggled it, then said, Hee, So it's just the Book of Life and Death that was stolen. This blame can definitely fall on me. I'm in. King Yama, great. Soon after, King Yama returned to the heavenly realm, taking Sun Wukong along to the Lingxiao Hall. Upon seeing the Jade Emperor, King Yama knelt down with a thud, pointing at Sun Wukong beside him. Dramatically beginning his performance, Your Majesty, the sky has collapsed. The Book of Life and Death has been stolen by this monkey. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's pupils constricted, and he smote his dragon throne. Questioning Sun Wukong, mischievous monkey, did you truly steal the Book of Life and Death? Sun Wukong, yes, Jade Emperor, why did you steal the Book of Life and Death? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Then he turned to look at King Yama, with a silly expression asking, right, why would I, Sun Wukong, steal the Book of Life and Death? Why, Jade Emperor? King Yama. The next moment, King Yama transmitted his voice across the space to Sun Wukong, saying, Great sage, just come up with any excuse to cover it up, do not let the Jade Emperor find out. Sun Wukong understood, he truly understood. He raised his head proudly, nonchalantly stating, does this old son need a reason to steal? The Jade Emperor fell into contemplation. Perhaps he doesn't need one. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clapped his hands and spread them wide. That's right, the Book of Life and Death was stolen by me. No big deal, I'm off now. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's face instantly fell. He smote the dragon throne once again, shouting, Mischievous monkey. What do you mean no big deal, I'm off now? Do you understand the significance of the Book of Life and Death? Quickly return the Book of Life and Death. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head, but the Book of Life and Death is not with me. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was baffled. You stole it, how could it not be with you? Sun Wukong then shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, I woke up one day, and the Book of Life and Death was gone. Jade Emperor, old man, I'm off now. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, saying the Jade Emperor, infuriated, felt a headache coming on, and helplessly waved his hand. Go away, I do not wish to see you right now. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled, hoisting his Rui Jingu Bang and turning to leave. As he passed by King Yama, he silently gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up, whispering, Good buddy. To this, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, sending back a thought, Good brother in my heart. After Sun Wukong left, the Jade Emperor, with a stern face, questioned King Yama, beginning to squeeze him like a soft persimmon. King Yama, damn it, the Book of Life and Death is under your guardianship. With its theft, you must bear the primary responsibility. I command you to find the Book of Life and Death within 10 days, otherwise, prepare for the execution platform. Upon hearing this, King Yama was drenched in sweat. He quickly knelt and responded, Yes, I will certainly find the Book of Life and Death within 10 days. Seek a gift. Chapter 63, 3 Strikes to Break the Bonds of Brotherhood. At this moment, in the realm of Hakuin, he was utterly engrossed, neglecting food and drink, holding the Book of Life and Death, with the soul hook pen going back and forth that he was only marking the lives of the Japanese. Because the Book of Life and Death governs the lives of the Japanese, Hakuin showed no mercy, marking page after page indiscriminately. By the end, his hands were sore from marking, and he finally ceased. As for how many he had marked, Hakuin had not counted. At least 1 or 200,000 were certainly marked. It was likely that the crematoriums in Japan were now bustling, working around the clock, and 3 shifts might not be enough to handle the demand. By now, it was night. Hakuin first recorded a video, explaining to his viewers that he would take a day off due to personal matters. In truth, Hakuin had no real matters to attend to. He was simply succumbing to his laziness. At this moment, Li Shui sent a WeChat message, Brother Koen, what are you doing? Would you like to go out for a late-night snack? Afterwards, let us watch a movie? There is a new release called 749 Bureau. I heard from my colleague that its reputation far exceeds that of the Jinghai Fortress. Will you accompany me to see it? Upon hearing this, Hakuin chuckled and quickly typed, No problem. Before long, Hakuin drove to the entrance of the West Sub-Bureau of Jinghai City. Li Shui was already waiting at the entrance, clad in a stunning pink gown that accentuated her beauty. After she got into the car, Hakuin inquired, Where shall we go for a late-night snack? In response, Li Shui pointed towards a fork in the road ahead and suggested, How about some barbecue? It's affordable and plentiful. Hearing this, Hakuin felt a warmth in his heart. This girl, Li Shui, was unlike others. She was a virtuous and home-loving young woman, while other girls indulged in steaks. She opted for barbecue. Soon after, Hakuin pressed the accelerator, veering into a street bustling with night market stalls. After parking the car, the two proceeded to the stall where they had dined together for the first time.
Upon seeing Hao Kuan, the vendor couldn't contain his smile, thinking to himself that tonight's ingredients would be devoured solely by this young man. Before long, the skewers were served. As they ate and chatted, Li Shui asked, "Brother Kuan, did you really steal the Book of Life and Death?" Hao Kuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mystery in his tone. Could it be false? Look, with that, he opened a bag and revealed a corner of the Book of Life and Death to her. Wow, it truly is the Book of Life and Death. Li Shui marveled. The astonished Hao Kuan, with a sly grin, reassured her, "Rest assured, I have crossed your name off the book. From now on, you are just like me. We shall live forever." Unexpectedly, Li Shui appeared somewhat conflicted. "But what's so great about immortality? I believe that the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death is what makes life meaningful." Upon hearing this, Hao Kuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Finding some truth in her statement, "Shall I help you revert it back?" he asked. "No need, just let me remain immortal," she replied with a playful smile. Hao Kuan retorted, "Hey, you little rascal, I'm punishing you with a drink." He picked up a beer bottle to pour her a drink, but just then, a loud crash echoed from the roadside. Hao Kuan froze and turned around, his eyes widening in shock. "What the hell? My car has been smashed?" He saw four young ruffians clad in tight pants and sneakers surrounding his tank. 900.1 was vigorously smashing the car window with a large brick, another was striking the windshield with a baseball bat, while a third brandished a baton near the side mirror, and the last was kicking the door. The cacophony of clattering metal was incessant, and Hao Kuan's imposing tank 900 was rapidly transforming into a battered wreck. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hao Kuan bellowed, striding towards them with an air of authority. The four delinquents turned pale at the sight of him and hastily mounted their modified scooters to flee. However, one young man with yellow hair, having twisted the throttle too much, lost control and crashed into a tree branch. As he gaped at the scooter stuck in the tree, he was swiftly brought down to the ground by Hao Kuan's kick. Just as he was about to rise, Hao Kuan pinned him down. "Let me go," the yellow-haired youth shouted defiantly. "I'm a tough guy, you can't mess with me." Hearing this, Hao Kuan chuckled derisively. "With that puny frame of yours, you think you're tough? I could squash you with a single slap." He delivered a swift slap and demanded, "Why did you smash my car?" The young man retorted, "Because I felt like it," still defiant. Hao Kuan prepared to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Li Shui approached. "Brother Kuan, let me handle this. You're a public figure. Don't resort to violence." Recognizing the validity of her words, Hao Kuan stepped back. Li Shui then produced handcuffs and secured the yellow-haired youth before questioning him. "Why did you vandalize the car? What is your name? Who are your accomplices?" The young man defiantly replied, "What accomplices? I did it alone." "Go ahead, arrest me." Li Shui, slightly angered, said, "You're lying. I saw clearly that it was four of you who did it together. I'm a police officer. I expect you to cooperate. Confession leads to leniency, while resistance leads to strict punishment." The youth continued to defy her. "I want to confess." "So what? I've sworn brotherhood with my pals. I want to say a thing." Seeing his stubbornness, Li Shui had no choice but to take him to the station for further investigation. Meanwhile, Hao Kuan could no longer contain himself. "Why waste words on this fool? Li Shui, step aside. Watch me." He picked up the baseball bat left on the ground and swung it towards the young man's thigh with a resounding crack. The youth grimaced in pain, clearly dissatisfied. "Oh, you dare to show your teeth to me?" Hao Kuan swung again, still silent. "You're quite tough." Another swing followed. In the next moment. "Stop, stop, I'll talk, we'll all talk," the yellow-haired youth pleaded, bowing his head in surrender, rapidly divulging, "We are the Jinghai F4. The idea to smash the car was suggested by Zhang San. Brought me here on an electric scooter. Wang Wu smashed the glass. I was just a bystander. Officers, I'm a good person," he exclaimed. Hao Kuan found this amusing. So much for brotherly loyalty. All it took was a few swings to break it apart. Who masterminded this? Hao Kuan inquired, gripping the youth's collar. He had no prior connection with these ruffians and suspected there was a greater force behind this. As he suspected, the yellow-haired youth revealed, "A beautiful woman instructed us. She said that after the job, we should meet her at a hotel. She wanted to have some fun with us." Hao Kuan was taken aback, pressing further, "What did she look like?" After a moment of contemplation, the youth replied, "She was dressed in blue, with blue stockings and blue high heels. Very attractive, quite seductive." Realizing who it was, Hao Kuan thought to himself, "That vixen in blue, so she is the one behind this." With irritation, he pointed at his damaged tank 900 and declared to the yellow-haired youth, "You will pay for this." The youth, with a pained expression, protested, "Brother, I can't afford it. Look, I only have 3.6 yuan in my WeChat." He displayed his balance, causing Hao Kuan to gasp in disbelief before slapping him. "You can't afford it, yet you dare to vandalize. If you can't pay, then you will work for me." Subsequently, Hao Kuan confiscated the yellow-haired youth's ID to prevent him from fleeing afterward. He then drove the damaged Tank 900, with Li Shui and the yellow-haired youth, to the hotel the youth had mentioned. Upon entering, they found no trace of the elusive woman. She had already fled. However, on the table lay a note that read, "Hao Kuan, I hired someone to smash your car merely as an appetizer. This is the consequence of angering me, the Blue Demoness, until you return my villa. I will continue to wreak havoc on your life." Humph, signed the Blue Demoness, with a cartoonish face sticking out its tongue. After reading the note, Hao Kuan felt utterly bewildered, hands on his hips. Seething with frustration, "Damn it, this vixen has ensnared me." The night passed without further incident. The following day, news of Hao Kuan's audacious theft of the Book of Life and Death was rapidly circulating. Gaining immense traction online, his notoriety skyrocketed to the point that even elderly grandmothers were learning about this formidable figure through their old mobile phones. In no time, Hao Kuan's fame surged to new heights, amassing millions of followers on various platforms, earning him the status of a top-tier streamer. It was worth noting that Hao Kuan's millions of followers were genuine, devoid of any artificial accounts, something that other streamers like Xiao Yan could only dream of. Moreover, Hao Kuan's household became lively as numerous business tycoons and political elites arrived, bearing gifts to pay him a visit. Their intentions were clear. They sought Hao Kuan's assistance in erasing their names from the Book of Life and Death. Yearning for immortality, after all, those with wealth and power craved eternal life above all else, and with the means to achieve it at hand, they were unwilling to let this opportunity escape. To persuade Hao Kuan, they resorted to various means, offering money, women, houses, and cars. Yet Hao Kuan was resolute. How could he acquiesce to the demands of the affluent? Though he had a penchant for wealth, he had his principles. He was acutely aware of the true nature of these powerful individuals. If these troublemakers were to achieve immortality, what hope would there be for the hard-working masses to rise again? Do not be deceived by the current wealth of Hao Kuan. He still embodies the proletariat. Thus, Hao Kuan resolutely rejected their advances, refusing to accept any gifts they offered. In contrast, those in positions of power, seeing that softness was ineffective, resorted to coercion. They attempted to intimidate Hao Kuan into surrendering the Register of Life and Death. Particularly a so-called high-ranking official from Jinghai City, who concocted a pretext to dispatch a group to apprehend Hao Kuan. Upon hearing this, Hao Kuan merely chuckled. He was utterly unfazed. With a single strike of the dragon subduing palm, he severely injured dozens. He then issued a chilling warning. "Should anyone dare to provoke me again, beware that I shall obliterate your entire lineage." This proclamation left those with power trembling like quail. One by one, they shrank back, no longer daring to press their demands. Meanwhile, in the underworld, within the Hall of Rectification, the Ghost Master Fan Wujian executed a remarkably smooth kneel, gliding right up to King Yan Luo. Beaming as he reported, "Your Highness, we have located the whereabouts of the Register of Life and Death." Upon hearing this, King Yan Luo leaped with joy. "Speak quickly, where is the register?" In response, Ghost Master detailed, "It is in the hands of a mortal. One of my ghostly subordinates, while collecting souls in the mortal realm, fortuitously glimpsed a live stream on a human's mobile device. The footage revealed a streamer named Brother Kuan, who infiltrated the underworld days ago and absconded with the register. Moreover, he also pilfered the underworld's boss, the gilded characters at the Ghost Gate, the emerald lions on the Naiha Bridge, and the flowers of the other shore." Upon hearing this, King Yanluo's delight soared. "Do we know the identity of this individual? Where does he reside?" In response, Ghost Master faithfully reported, "According to my subordinate's investigation, he resides in Jinghai City, in the number 1 district, Villa 88. What are we waiting for? Dispatch the ghost soldiers immediately to capture him." King Yan Luo exclaimed impatiently, "Yes." Ghost Master replied, then turned to leave the Hall of Rectification. At this moment, Hao Kuan opened his window to greet the morning. Feeling quite splendid, clad in a bathrobe, he stood by the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the community, casually rolling 2 walnuts in his hands and smoking a cigarette, embodying the image of a retired elder. He felt utterly at ease, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At this time, Su Shaoqian approached. "Brother Kuan, there is someone outside looking for you." Without a moment's thought, Hao Kuan waved his hand dismissively, a look of annoyance on his face. Probably just another fool fixated on the register. "Tell him to leave." Hao Kuan had been thoroughly vexed these past few days, with visitors incessantly seeking him out, their intentions clearly centered on the coveted register, even after he had injured dozens with a single blow. Some still dared to come knocking. Hao Kuan mused that the register had become a hot potato he wished he could cast aside, yet he knew he could not dispose of it recklessly. If it fell into the wrong hands, it would spell disaster. "Brother Kuan, he isn't after the register," Su Shaoqian confidently replied. "He claims to be the leader of the 13 divine gates and wishes to meet you." Hao Kuan was taken aback. Instantly recalling, it's him, Lin Shersan. They had crossed paths during a livestream at Lan Ruai Temple, where Lin Shersan and his subordinates had valiantly attacked an ancient tree demon, ultimately leaving only Lin Shersan standing. Showcasing remarkable courage and valor that deeply impressed Hakuin. Have him wait for me in the living room. After giving the instruction, Hakuin shed his bathrobe and began dressing. Once clad, he descended to the first-floor living room, where indeed, the visitor was none other than Lin Shersan, clad in casual attire, sporting a crew cut and an expression of resolute determination, a demeanor forged in the crucible of battle. Upon seeing Hakuin, Lin Shersan rose from the sofa, approached him, and extended his hand. "Greetings, Mr. Hakuin, I've long admired you." Hakuin offered him a cigarette and, while smoking, inquired, "Mr. Lin, as the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasure Hall without cause. May I ask what brings you here?" Chapter 65, Act 1, Report later. The royal authority of the 13 Divine Gates, Lin Shersan issuing the circumlocution favored by merchants, stated plainly, "Mr. Hakuin, I wish to invite you to join the 13 Divine Gates." Upon hearing this, Hakuin raised an eyebrow and asked, "If I am not mistaken, this is your second invitation to me. I am curious as to why you hold me in such high regard." "You have 2.5 minutes to present your case." Lin Shersan smiled and replied directly, "Because you possess considerable strength, and you adhere to your principles. In recent days you have accomplished significant feats, vanquishing the Blood Sea Demon of the Righteous Tomb, cleaving the Tree Demon at Lan Ruai Temple, and bravely infiltrating the underworld to seize the Register of Life and Death. Such feats could only be achieved by one of extraordinary capability, although some of your actions may be questionable." Here Lin Shersan shifted his tone. "However, more than your abilities, we value your character. I have been quietly observing you these past days. I noted that when wealthy merchants and powerful individuals came to pay their respects, you did not acquiesce to their demands. This clearly demonstrates that you are a person who can uphold their principles." Hearing this flattery, Hakuin felt quite pleased. "You certainly know how to flatter. Delightful. Please continue, Lin Shersan, Mr. Hakuin, on behalf of the 13 Divine Gates, I extend this invitation to you once more." With that, Lin Shersan stood and extended his hand towards Hakuin. In response, Hakuin took a drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance, and posed a very practical question. "What are the benefits of joining your ranks? Please elucidate." Lin Shersan pondered briefly and began to elaborate. "Given your capabilities, upon joining the 13 Divine Gates, you will enjoy the privileges of a gate leader, with an annual salary of 100 million. Additionally, as a gate leader, you will have the authority to recruit and command your own personnel. In other words, you can assemble a team to follow your orders. Furthermore, the 13 Divine Gates will provide you with training resources at the beginning of each month. Moreover, once you become a gate leader, you will possess unimpeded access throughout Xuanwu country. When executing official duties, none shall dare to obstruct you. Should you display your gate emblem and the other party still refuse to cooperate, you will have the right to eliminate them without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Hakuin felt a surge of excitement. The right to eliminate them without hesitation. What if the other party is a person of high status? Can I still kill them? Lin Shersan nodded emphatically. "Indeed." Act 1, Report later. This is the royal privilege of the 13 Divine Gates. Wow, is it really that impressive? Then what are we waiting for? Let us sign the contract. Hakuin urged eagerly. Lin Shersan was amused by his antics and retrieved some documents from his black bag. Soon, the contract was duly signed. Additionally, Lin Shersan provided Hakuin with a black gold card, which, according to him, could be used at any bank within Xuanwu country to withdraw funds at will even if the card was empty. One could still withdraw up to 1 billion based on credit. Furthermore, he gifted Hakuin a hefty mobile phone. As Lin Shersan explained, this phone was for internal use only, equipped with a communication system linked to headquarters, allowing for one-click contact for support. The phone also contained contact details for all the gate leaders and senior disciples of the 13 Divine Gates, functioning similarly to a messaging app. Finally, Lin Shersan handed Hakuin a gate emblem, crafted from pure gold. On the front, it bore the inscription 13 Divine Gates, and on the back, 13th Gate Leader, Hakuin, a symbol of his status. Hakuin scratched his head, unable to restrain his curiosity. "My brother, if I recall correctly, you were the 13th Gate Leader, right? So, you've given me your emblem. What will you use?" Lin Shersan clarified. "I am now the 12th Gate Leader." Hakuin was momentarily startled, then became inquisitive. "What happened to the original 12th Gate Leader? Where did he go?" "He fell in battle," Lin Shersan replied, a pained expression crossing his face. "How did he die? Please tell me." Hakuin was intrigued. There should be no secrets between good brothers. Lin Shersan did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked Hakuin for a cigarette, and after a moment of contemplation he exhaled a cloud of smoke before revealing the details. He was slain by an ancient demonic cultivator. That demon used but a single sword to pin him to the ground. By the time we arrived, he was already dead. A single sword could slay a gate leader. What kind of formidable demon was that? Hakuin inquired, eager to learn more about this adversary. Upon hearing this, Lin Shusan spoke without reservation. The demon cultivator is affiliated with the 10,000 Laws sect, serving as the foremost general among the 28 constellations of the sect. It is said that he is an ancient practitioner whose mind has been compromised, rendering him unstable. As for the 10,000 Laws sect, it is a malevolent cult that has persisted for over 5 millennia. The followers within this sect are ruthlessly cruel, each more sinister than the last. Resorting to any means necessary to achieve their ends, they slay innocents as casually as one might butcher a chicken. Our 13 Divine Gate has been engaged in a fierce struggle against the 10,000 Laws sect for thousands of years. The description of the adversary is one that Hakuin can comprehend. He has heard the name of the 10,000 Laws sect before previously, when dealing with the Blood Sea Old Demon at the Yizhuang. That demon had shouted in his dying breath that the 10,000 Laws sect will not let you go. It can be surmised that this Blood Sea Old Demon was indeed a member of the 10,000 Laws sect. Hakuin, why not accompany me to the headquarters of the 13 Divine Gate? There you will find a historical exhibition hall where you can gain a deeper understanding of our origins, as well as insight into our formidable rival, the 10,000 Laws sect. After a moment of contemplation, Hakuin agreed. Shortly thereafter, at Lin Shusan's beckoning, a majestic armed helicopter descended into the vicinity, carrying Hakuin and Lin Shusan away into the distance. As Hakuin settled into the interior of this remarkably futuristic helicopter, he felt a stirring within. He was now, in a sense, enjoying the benefits of royal favor, indeed, high-grade royal favor. After an indeterminate duration, the helicopter soared deep into the mountains, where a pair of colossal doors slowly swung open, revealing a vast dark cavern. The helicopter entered without hesitation. Chapter 66. Everyone step back. Hakuin shall begin to show off. Once the helicopter landed on the helipad, the two disembarked to find themselves in an immense hollowed-out space within the mountain. The area bustled with activity, with trucks traversing through, creating a lively atmosphere. Under Lin Shusan's guidance, Hakuin arrived at the historical exhibition hall of the 13 Divine Gate. The hall was expansive, showcasing a plethora of artifacts, historical documents, specimens of monsters and demons, weapons, everything one could imagine. Hakuin began to scrutinize the historical documents and soon discovered that the 13 Divine Gate is a mysterious organization with a history spanning 5,000 years. Nearly contemporaneous with the 10,000 Laws sect, it was founded by a group of extraordinary individuals with noble intentions for humanity. As time passed, the 13 Divine Gate attracted numerous formidable practitioners. Steadily increasing its strength, the Gate routinely fulfilled its mission of exterminating demons and upholding justice in the mortal realm. As for other matters, the 13 Divine Gate refrained from interference, including the affairs of dynastic succession, allowing it to coexist peacefully with the rulers of each era. The rulers, in turn, would provide material support to the 13 Divine Gate, recognizing its contributions to maintaining stability in the realm. Having gained a general understanding, Hakuin departed the exhibition hall with Lin Shusan and proceeded to the training grounds where many skilled practitioners showcased their abilities, fireball techniques, water manipulation, earth escape, and various Taoist arts. However, Hakuin found these minor tricks uninteresting. He was of a different caliber, with techniques such as the Thunder Palm and the 18 Palms of the Dragon. He was in a league of his own. Lin, may I discuss something with you? Hakuin inquired. What is it? Please, go ahead, Lin Shusan replied, eager to hear. I would like to convert all the training resources provided by the 13 Divine Gate into cash for me. I have no need for the resources. Lin Shusan was taken aback. Are you certain you do not want them? Absolutely, Hakuin affirmed. As I mentioned, I am immersed in a different system altogether and do not require training resources. Why would I want such resources if I do not train? It would be far better to convert them into cash and purchase several luxury villas. Very well, Lin Shusan said, pulling out a calculator. After some calculations, he responded, in that case, your monthly salary would amount to 20 million. Considering various bonuses, your annual income would be approximately 300 million. That's splendid. Hakuin gestured enthusiastically. With an annual income of 300 million, his average daily earnings would exceed 800,000. It felt like a windfall. At that moment, a massive Tyrannosaurus truck rolled up and stopped before them. A tall, slender woman with a heart-shaped face, fair skin, and a baseball cap emerged from the vehicle, strikingly resembling Louis Fei, not merely similar. but virtually identical. No, there was one notable difference. Her proportions were more pronounced. Oh my, what a captivating sight. Hakuin's eyes widened and his heart raced. Before his journey, Lu Yifei had been his favorite star, the subject of countless daydreams. As this Lu Yifei stepped out, she greeted Lin Shisan with a cool demeanor. Master, I have retrieved the items. Lin Shisan nodded and approached the truck's bed. He pulled back a tarp to reveal a massive humanoid creature bound in dark ropes. Covered in crimson fur, the creature was at least 2 meters long, resembling a gorilla but far more fearsome. A talisman was affixed to its face. What is this? Hakuin inquired, leaning closer. Lin Shisan explained, this is a red-furred corpse hound. Such creatures often emerge from ancient tombs. If not dealt with promptly, they can wreak havoc. This one appears to be at least 500 years old. With that, Lin Shisan instructed, Feifei, please take this to the storage room and seal it in a golden coffin. Feifei nodded and was about to climb back into the truck when suddenly the red-furred corpse hound let out a terrifying howl. In an instant, a surge of crimson light erupted from its body. Snapping the ropes binding it, the next moment, it tore off the talisman from its face and stood upright, pouncing on a passing disciple, cleaving him in two with a single swipe. Chaos erupted around them. Not good, it's mutated. Everyone step back, Lin Shisan shouted, drawing the heavy sword from his back and leaping toward the red-furred corpse hound. However, the creature was formidable. It retaliated with a claw swipe that sent Lin Shisan crashing into a massive stone pillar. He fell to the ground, spitting blood. What the hell? Old Lin, you are utterly pathetic, Hakuin exclaimed, incredulous. It was one thing to be unable to defeat the tree demon after 800 years of training, but to falter against this small zombie, this was beyond absurd. At that moment, Feifei approached and rolled her eyes at Hakuin. Do not slander our esteemed master. He was gravely injured in battle, and his cultivation has suffered as a result. He was formidable in his prime. Hakuin glanced at her slyly. Miss Yifei, even if your master was once powerful, could he ever surpass my prowess? What Yifei? My name is Lu Feifei, she retorted, her irritation evident at the mispronunciation. Hakuin grinned mischievously. So it's Lu Feifei, you are quite beautiful. Would you consider being my girlfriend? Lu Feifei gasped. Who do you think you are? How dare you flirt with me? You are asking for trouble. She unsheathed her sword with a flourish, but in the next moment Hakuin dramatically revealed his identity. I am Hakuin, the master of the 13 Divine Gate. Lu Feifei, oh, the next instant she knelt before him. I pay my respects to the esteemed master. Hakuin was taken aback. Was the title of master truly so esteemed? He could hardly believe it. This was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Lin Shisan struggled against the red-furred corpse hound, his arms trembling and his complexion pale, clearly showing signs of injury. In a short while, he was again sent flying by the creature. Lu Feifei looked on with concern and turned to Hakuin. I implore you, Master Hakuin, to lend your strength to subdue this red-furred corpse hound. Hakuin nodded and stepped forward. For your sake, I shall reluctantly intervene. Everyone step back. Hakuin shall begin to show off. Lu Feifei, the onlookers. Chapter 67. Stealing hearts and capturing beautiful maidens. Lin Shisan was well aware of Hakuin's formidable prowess. Given that this individual was willing to take action, Lin Shisan was naturally more than eager to comply. With a swift leap, Lin Shisan evaded to Hakuin's rear. In contrast, the red-haired corpse hound, after letting out a furious roar, charged towards Hakuin's face. Ladies and gentlemen, behold and learn well, the path to invincibility lies within. Upon saying this, Hakuin conjured a sphere of lightning in the palm of his hand and struck it outward. With a thunderous boom, the lightning sphere soared forth and exploded. The red-haired corpse hound was utterly obliterated, its flesh raining down like a torrential downpour. This was over in a second. Lu Feifei gazed at Hakuin in disbelief. Previously, to subdue this red-haired corpse hound, Lu Feifei's specialized team of 13 had suffered near total casualties. Yet this newly appointed leader had dispatched it with a mere gesture. As for Hakuin, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Feifei. Am I impressive or what? Lu Wenwen interjected. I'm asking you. Are you impressive or not? Indeed, Lu Feifei nodded vigorously, though inwardly she mused, what a show-off this leader is. At that moment, Lin Shisan approached Hakuin, clasping his hands in respect. Brother Hakuin, I am grateful for your assistance. Hakuin waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. Oh, we are all from the same sect. What is there to thank for? If you truly wish to express gratitude, then do consider transferring Lu Feifei to my tutelage. This young lady and I share a special bond. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's cheeks flushed. She was no fool and understood all too well Hakuin's intentions in wanting her to join his ranks. This leader had an affinity for pretense, and typically those who revel in such displays are also rather lecherous. As Feifei, would you be willing to serve under leader Hakuin? Lin Shisan was more than willing to facilitate this arrangement. He was acutely aware that he was currently in a state of ineffectiveness, having been bestowed the title of leader due to his previously accumulated merits. It was indeed a title that did not reflect his current abilities. Should danger arise, he would be utterly incapable of protecting Lu Feifei. However, Hakuin was a different matter altogether. This man possessed extraordinary strength, with each move exuding the power to obliterate the heavens, if Feifei were to follow him. Not only would she be safer while executing her duties, but she would also acquire genuine skills. Leader, am I allowed to decline? However, Lu Feifei mustered her courage and shook her head in refusal. As soon as the words left her lips, before Lin Shishan could speak, Hakuin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, you're not keen on this? Many would desire to be chosen by me, yet they lack the opportunity. Enjoy your secret delight. Lu Feifei was at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Shishan patted Lu Wenwen's shoulder, encouraging, Feifei, you will not regret following Leader Hakuin. I am currently in a state of inefficacy. There is no future in following me. Go ahead, join Leader Hakuin. Hearing this, Lu Feifei felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, biting her lip before ultimately nodding in agreement. Now that's the spirit. Lin Shishan exclaimed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave with Feifei to rest. Farewell. Hakuin laughed heartily as he took Lu Wenwen's hand, preparing to depart. Leader Hakuin, please wait a moment, Lin Shishan called out. Stopping him, what is it? Is there something else? Lin Shishan pulled Hakuin aside to a secluded corner and spoke of a matter. From this moment forth, the area of Jinghai shall fall under your command. Leader Hakuin, I hope you can fulfill the responsibilities of the 13 Divine Gate, eradicate evil, uphold justice, and safeguard the peace of Jinghai. The lives and livelihoods of the 20 million citizens of Jinghai rest entirely in your hands. Yes, I am aware, Hakuin nodded. Let me inform you of another matter. According to the observations of the celestial artifacts at the 13 Divine Gate headquarters, Jinghai City is currently engulfed in ominous energy. The clouds have turned red. The upper echelons of the sect speculate that a formidable evil spirit may soon emerge in Jinghai City. I hope you can investigate this matter diligently. Should you discover any malevolent entities, eliminate them at the root. If you require assistance, you may call the headquarters using the phone I previously provided. Hakuin nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I will gather my forces for a thorough search of Jinghai City. Feifei, let us return home. With that, Hakuin disregarded Lu Feifei's consent and swept her up, employing his agility to escape. Upon exiting the 13 Divine Gate headquarters, Hakuin bounded through the forest with Lu Feifei in his arms. Glancing at the beauty he held, he felt a rush of delight. His visit to the 13 Divine Gate headquarters had borne fruit, not only securing the position of leader but also charming a lovely maiden. Truly, this journey was worthwhile. Meanwhile, in Jinghai City, at Dongjia No. 1 community, chaos reigned, with wails echoing and ominous winds swirling. It was 100-fold more terrifying than the onset of a thunderstorm, should anyone possess the ability to see the unseen. They would quickly discern that the vast community was teeming with various spectral soldiers. At this moment, Ghost 8 led his troops to encircle Building 88. Ghost 8 knew that Hakuin was the same individual who had thwarted his spectral soldiers and engaged him in battle. Fearing Hakuin's strength, he refrained from attacking immediately, instead revealing his true form and shouting through a loudspeaker at the villa, Listen, those inside, you are surrounded, lay down your weapons and surrender to the underworld at once. His voice boomed like rolling thunder. At that moment, a window in Building 87 creaked open, and an elderly woman resembling a landlord poked her head out, bellowing, What a racket at this hour, can you keep it down? The neighbors can't sleep, some of us have work tomorrow. Before she could finish, the old woman suddenly realized those standing below were not human at all, but rather ghosts in multitudes. Goodness, ghosts, she shrieked, retreating hastily into her bedroom. Trembling under her covers, with the interlude concluded, Ghost 8 resumed his shouting, yet there was no response from within. Resolute, Ghost 8 decided to take matters into his own hands and charged into the villa. After thoroughly searching all 5 floors, he found no trace of Hakuin, only 36 lost souls. Soon, Ghost 8 learned from these female spirits that Hakuin had departed at noon and had not returned. Upon hearing this, Ghost 8's expression turned conflicted. He could not afford to wait idly in the mortal realm for Hakuin to return, for according to the laws of heaven and earth, spirits were not permitted to disturb the mortal realm without cause. After some contemplation, Ghost 8 decided to take these 36 female spirits as hostages and left a note on the table in the villa. Chapter 68, Returning to the Underworld, deliver the Book of Life and Death to Yama. About an hour later, Hakuin, with Lu Feifei in tow, flew back to Jinghai City. During their journey, Hakuin and Lu Feifei engaged in profound conversation. From Lu Feifei, Haokuan gained a comprehensive understanding of the 13 Divine Gate. The organizational structure, from top to bottom, consists of the Grand Master of the 13 Divine Gate, beneath whom are 13 Divine Kings. Akin to 13 factions, each Divine King oversees 13 masters, and beneath each master are senior disciples, mid-level disciples, junior disciples, and temporary disciples. In essence, the 13 Divine Gate comprises a staggering 169 masters. Haokuan felt somewhat deceived. Initially believing there were only 13 masters, he was taken aback to learn that there were so many. However, while the title of master may seem commonplace, it carries significant prestige. One must understand that the promotion process within the 13 Divine Gate is as follows: temporary disciple, junior disciple, mid-level disciple, senior disciple, master, divine king, divine elder, grand master. This means that with enough effort, Haokuan could aspire to become a divine king. Of course, becoming a divine king is no simple feat. It requires not only military achievements but also a substantial following and immense strength. Firstly, the number of disciples under one's command must reach at least 30,000. Just this prerequisite alone eliminates many potential masters. Before long, the two engaged in conversation and returned to Dongjiano. One community, landing before building 88. Leader, is this your home? Lu Feifei inquired, pointing at the villa. Indeed, it is genuine, Haokuan replied. As he produced the key to unlock the door, she asked, what brings you to my home? Lu Feifei's cheeks flushed as she added, first, take me to the 13 Divine Gates. Jinghai branched, I need to store my belongings. Upon hearing this, Haokuan smirked slyly. The branch is rather underdeveloped at the moment. Lu Feifei felt a sense of foreboding. No branch? What kind of joke is this? Leader, how many people do you currently have under your command? Can you tell me? Haokuan silently raised a single finger. 1,000? That is quite a lot. Lu Feifei sighed in relief. 1 Haokuan corrected, wait, are you telling me it's just me? Lu Feifei exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Haokuan shrugged. Lu Feifei was utterly devastated. She truly felt as though she had boarded a ship of thieves. Observing her despondent countenance, Haokuan gently placed his arm around her shoulders and began to paint a promising picture. Do not let disappointment cloud your spirit. From this moment onward, you shall serve as the vice master of the Beijing branch of the 13 Divine Gates. Isn't that delightful? Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei pouted, whether I am the vice master or not is not solely for you to decide. At the very least, it requires approval from the headquarters. Furthermore, my achievements are insufficient. Haokuan raised an eyebrow at her retort. Are you worried about earning merit while following me, Brother Kuan? I am not one to be trifled with. With that, Haokuan conjured a sphere of lightning with his bare hands. Wow, the master is truly formidable. Even after witnessing the palm lightning for the second time, Lu Feifei found herself captivated. From now on, do not call me master, just call me Brother Kun. It sounds much more pleasant. With a smile, Haokuan turned the key and pushed the door open. Very well, master. Lu Feifei followed him inside. At that moment, the villa was shrouded in darkness. Not a light was visible, and the surroundings were in disarray. With furniture toppled haphazardly, Haokuan sensed something amiss and called out loudly, Su Shaoqian, Shanxian, Jejia, Yunyun, Lily, where have the ghostly maidens gone? As he murmured to himself, Haokuan switched on the living room lights. His gaze sharpened as he spotted a note on the coffee table. Haokuan, if you wish for your ghostly maidens to be safe, bring the Book of Life and Death and report to the underworld without delay. Time waits for no one. Signed, the ghostly Commander Famwuja. After reading the note, Haokuan spread his hands in resignation. It was now his turn to feel despondent. Great, the ghostly maidens have been abducted again. This is quite the predicament. At that moment, a notification pinged in Haokuan's mind. System task issued. Return the Book of Life and Death to King Yen and ensure that he is pleased. Upon hearing this, Haokuan couldn't help but vent his frustration internally. What the hell, system, do you want me to die? At this critical juncture, you want me to go to the underworld and make the king happy? What kind of joke is this? How am I supposed to please him? Go on, show me how. Task reward, Godly Martial Arts, permanent version, Godly Martial Arts, an exceptionally powerful martial technique enabling one to stand toe-to-toe with even the mightiest beings across the 3 realms and 6 paths. The next moment, Haokuan's expression shifted dramatically. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is but a trivial matter. Allow me to make a quick trip to the underworld. TSK. What a character. At this juncture, Haokuan lit a cigarette and began pondering how to complete this system task. After some contemplation, he decided to take a targeted approach. He promptly headed to the bedroom, powered up his computer, logged onto the Tenya Haijiao forum, and searched for entries related to King Yan. In Haokuan's view, every individual has their interests or vulnerabilities. As long as he could target them effectively, success was assured. Indeed, after browsing through a few posts, Hakuin gained a decent understanding of King Yan. A knowing smile crept across his lips. Filled with confidence, he quickly dashed downstairs and informed Lu Feifei, who was watching television. Feifei, I have urgent business to attend to. Guard the house well, or I might break your legs. What are you up to, master? I want to go too. I don't want to stay home, Lu Feifei protested. Hakuin shook his head vigorously. No, you cannot go. That place is dangerous. I cannot bear the thought of you putting yourself at risk. Love you lots. Lu Feifei's face flushed red. Are you out of your mind? Hakuin chuckled and, using a technique, vanished in a flash. Before long, he had traversed the Ghost Gate, stepped onto the Yellow Springs Road, crossed the Naiha Bridge, and arrived at the entrance of the Fengdu Hall. Who goes there? The guards at the hall's entrance blocked Hakuin's way. It is I, Hakuin. Upon hearing this, the two shadowy guards immediately stepped aside. Meanwhile, Hakuin strode forward with an air of indifference, pushing open the hall doors and entering. Inside the grand hall, rows of grim ghostly officers stood to either side, each wielding a menacing club. At the forefront, seated majestically, was the towering figure of King Yan, with ghostly Uncle Ba waiting at his side. The formidable Yan Luo Hall certainly lived up to its reputation. Upon seeing Hakuin enter, King Yan let out a cold laugh. Hakuin, you truly dare to show your face here. With that, King Yan slammed down a gavel. The sound echoed throughout the hall. Seize him. Throw him into the 18 levels of hell to endure relentless torment day and night, never to be reborn. Chapter 69. Striking a deal with the King of Hell. As soon as this declaration was made, ghostly Uncle Ba strode forward with fierce intent. However, Hakuin raised his voice. Hold on, King Yan. Allow me to finish speaking. Hearing this, King Yan motioned for ghostly Uncle Ba to step back, fixing his cold gaze upon Hakuin. What final words do you have? You insolent wretch, Hakuin smiled, maintaining a calm demeanor. King Yan, there is an old saying, too much debt brings no worry, too many lives bring no itch. I have caused such a commotion by stealing the Book of Life and Death. Yet you lightly punish me. Do you not think that is a bit lenient? King Yan's anger flared. Damn it, of course, I know that throwing you into hell is far too lenient. Do you realize the trouble you have caused me? Hakuin, I swear if there were 180 layers of hell, I would throw you into every single one. At this, Hakuin made a gesture to pause. King Yan, I understand your fury, but do not be so quick to anger. Have you not noticed a truly remarkable quality about me? Oh, you have a quality? King Yan laughed in disbelief. You a shameless wretch, possess a quality, pray tell. Hakuin raised an eyebrow and boldly declared, I dared to snatch the Book of Life and Death, which demonstrates that I possess ample courage. Such courage is not a trait found in everyone. Moreover, my ability to come and go freely in this underworld speaks to my considerable skill. Therefore, I am undeniably a talent. With that, Hakuin shifted his tone. Since I am indeed a talent, why not employ me, King Yan? King Yan chuckled. Hahaha, you really think too highly of yourself. You wish for me to employ you. I would rather toss you into a pot of hot oil. The next moment, however, when Hakuin uttered the following words, King Yan's mocking expression abruptly ceased. What if I were to act as your representative in the mortal realm? I am aware that you have long been stymied in your cultivation due to the lack of offerings from mortal beings, preventing you from advancing further. For over 1,000 years, you have yearned to ascend to the position of the Four Directions Ghost Emperor, yet, due to insufficient cultivation, that title remains a distant dream. Just like a monkey attempting to fish the moon from the water, King Yan retorted, who are you calling a monkey? But what if I could construct a few temples in the mortal realm dedicated to you, ensuring that you receive offerings day and night to enhance your cultivation? How would that be viewed? Upon hearing this, King Yan fell silent. Silence enveloped the hall. I'll go buy some oranges, you just stand there and don't move. According to the laws of heaven and earth, beings of the underworld can only enhance their cultivation by either absorbing ghostly energy or relying on offerings from mortals. However, compared to the former, the latter provides an immeasurably greater boost in cultivation. Why is the Emperor of Fengdu able to command respect in the underworld? It is because he has several grand temples dedicated to him in the Sichuan provinces. And why does King Qin Guang rank first among the 10 kings of hell? It is simply because he possesses one more temple than King Yan. Thus, King Yan has long sought a representative in the mortal realm to build him temples, and now that person has presented himself. With this realization, King Yan waved his hand to dismiss the ghostly officers. You all, step back. Upon this command, all the ghostly officers, including ghostly Uncle Ba, retreated. In an instant, the grand hall was left with only King Yan and Hakuin. As for Hakuin, how could he be oblivious to King Yan's intentions? It was clear that he wished to close the door and engage in a clandestine deal with him. With that in mind, Hakuin showed no fear, casually pulling up a stool, sitting down, and crossing his legs, smoking as if he were at home. Hey, pay attention to your image. This is the Hall of Judgment, a sacred place. No smoking allowed. King Yen warned, though his tone lacked the earlier ferocity. Oh, my apologies, Hakuin replied, yet continued to smoke. King Yen remarked, can you really build a few temples for me in the mortal realm? Are you trying to deceive me? King Yan's tone carried an undertone of scrutiny. Hakuin chuckled. Yama, why would I frame you? Is it such a daunting task to construct a few temples? I'm not boasting, but given ample time, I could erect 100. In due course, I shall ensure that you are revered day and night by the offerings of mortals. You will be ecstatic. 100 temples? The king of hell was taken aback. If he were to indeed have 100 temples built, he would become invincible. The daily offerings would surpass even those of Emperor Fengdu. At that point, his cultivation would soar, and becoming the sovereign of the underworld would no longer be a mere dream. Just how grand would these 100 temples be? They wouldn't be as small as a local land deity shrine, would they? Don't play word games with me. Perceiving Yama's skepticism, Hakuin shot him a sidelong glance. What land deity's shrine? If I'm building them, they'll be colossal, temples as grand as palaces, 100 of them. Yama gasped in disbelief. Stop boasting. Do you really possess that much wealth? In response, Hakuin clapped his hands, spreading his arms wide. If I lack funds, I will find a way to acquire them. Money is earned, not conjured from thin air, right? Yama pondered. That makes sense, but can you truly gather such a fortune? Absolutely, Hakuin replied confidently. I am the mortal realm. I am a popular streamer with millions of followers, wielding significant influence. If I so desired, throngs of fans would eagerly line up to offer me their financial support. Acquiring wealth is a trivial matter for me. Yama stroked his beard, unable to suppress his admiration. I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand. I shall, for once, place my trust in you. Let us make a pact. Within a year, you shall construct 100 temples the size of palaces, allowing me to receive continuous offerings from mortals. 10 years, a year is too short, Hakuin countered. 0.5 years, Yama negotiated. Agreed, Hakuin declared firmly. You agreed so readily? I should have mentioned 2.5 years earlier, Yama lamented internally. Yama, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Hakuin extended his hand towards Yama, requesting, please return our 36 ghostly friends. Yama nodded, and with a flourish of his sleeve, 36 graceful female ghosts appeared in the grand hall. Upon seeing Hakuin, Su Shaoqian burst into tears of joy, her eyes shimmering with affection as she called out, Brother Koan, Subsob. Noticing her on the verge of tears, Hakuin glared, hold it back. Don't you see I'm conversing with Yama? Save your tears for home. With that, Hakuin retrieved the supreme urea bag. Collecting the female ghosts, farewell. Wait a moment, Yama called out. Chapter 70. As long as one does not die from practice, keep practicing hard. The 13 divine gates are beckoning you. What is the matter? Hakuin inquired. Return the book of life and death to me. Yama rolled his eyes. Oh dear, I completely forgot, Hakuin exclaimed as he slapped his forehead, reaching into the supreme urea bag to retrieve the book of life and death, which he returned to Yama. After receiving it, Yama flipped through a few pages, noticing some had been defaced into crude shapes. A wave of frustration washed over him. He longed to strike Hakuin down. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. By the way, there is one more thing. You must also return the 3 gilded characters at the Ghost Gate, Peony Flower, Underworld Bus, and the Bridge of Helplessness adorned with a green jade lion. In response, Hakuin shrugged. I've sold all that previously. After completing his system task, the system had taken away all those odds and ends. Where was he to retrieve them? What, sold them? Yama's eyes widened, his expression akin to someone who had swallowed a fly. Come now, Lord Yama, you can't seriously be upset over this. Those items weren't even yours. Why fret about it? If it's too much trouble, just file a report with the Underworld's finance department for a replacement. Yama felt a headache coming on, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it, just leave. I don't want to see you right now. Deep down, Yama felt that this fellow was indeed quite unscrupulous, yet, he had to admit, if he weren't, he wouldn't trust him either. In this day and age, one must be unscrupulous to thrive. Farewell. Hakuin chuckled and merrily departed. On his way back to Jinghai City, Su Shaoqian emerged from the urea bag, saying, Brother Koan, I thought we would never see you again. Sob. Hakuin patted her head, comforting her. Oh, what's the fuss about? Did I not bring you all back? By the way, Yama didn't he mistreat you? Did he? Was Su Shaoqian shook her head. No, that's good then. Quickly, tuck your head back into the urea bag. I'm about to accelerate. It's windy outside. You might catch a cold. Okay, Su Shaoqian obediently complied.
Before long, Hakuin soared home, landing gracefully. Upon entering the living room where Lu Feifei was watching television, she was taken aback to see Hakuin return with a large entourage of ghosts. "Master, are you keeping female ghosts? You can't possibly have some peculiar preference, right?" Upon saying this, Lu Feifei wore a look of distaste. Hakuin took a drag from his cigarette, replying earnestly, "Oh, it's not that I want to keep them. The key is that these female ghosts are pitiful souls, the mortal realm has no place for them, and the underworld refuses to accept them. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I took them in." Lu Feifei rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "I can't believe that." Next, Hakuin began to arrange accommodations for Lu Feifei, insisting that she stay in his bedroom, justifying it as the master, "I must ensure my subordinates are well treated. You deserve the best bed." He then requested Lu Feifei to help him remove his armor, which frightened her into fleeing. Seeing that he couldn't manage to keep the girl, Hakuin remained unperturbed. Such matters require patience. Afterward, Hakuin commenced the task settlement. Beep, system task settlement underway. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the system task." Yama is now overjoyed. He can't help but smile in his dreams, having acquired such a talent as you. Dispensing system rewards. 5-5 opening divine technique, permanent version. "Wow, I've finally obtained the 5-5 opening. From this moment on, I shall no longer fear death." Hakuin felt elated. The night passed without incident. The next day, Hakuin summoned Lu Feifei to the villa to discuss official business. He inquired about the rules for recruiting disciples. Lu Feifei explained, "Disciples under the master must be personally recruited by you. The initial status of the recruits is that of temporary disciples. They must pass a combat assessment to be promoted to junior disciples. If they fail, the headquarters will not accept them." Aside from temporary disciples, the salaries for junior, intermediate, and senior disciples are uniformly distributed by the 13 Divine Gates headquarters. To ascend, disciples must be evaluated based on combat prowess and merits. The highest rank attainable is that of Master. To progress from Master to Divine King, that's a tall order. First, you must have at least 30,000 disciples. Moreover, these 30,000 cannot all be junior disciples. There are proportional requirements. You must have over 1,000 senior disciples, 9,000 intermediate disciples, and over 20,000 junior disciples. Temporary disciples are not included in this count. After listening to Feifei's explanation, Hakuin understood. In summary, to elevate from Master to Divine King, he needed to recruit 30,000 disciples, particularly those with special abilities, as ordinary individuals were of little use. Reflecting on the mention of special abilities, Hakuin suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He promptly opened the Douyin app and entered the Brother Kuin's Mount VIP training group. "Hakuin, everyone champions, how has your training been lately? Have you mastered the Palm Thunder, the 18 dragon subduing palms, and the cloud leaping technique?" Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement. "Brother Kuin, I've learned Palm Thunder." Attached video. "Brother Kuin, I've mastered the first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms." Attached training video. "Brother Kuin, I've become proficient in the cloud leaping technique." Hakuin opened each boastful video shared by his followers, finding that some had indeed made impressive progress. Their techniques showcasing a degree of power that qualified them as special ability users. He silently noted their IDs. However, others were less impressive, producing results akin to static electricity. Clearly, they did not meet the criteria for being labeled as ability users. At that moment, a user named, "Hello everyone, I am Maniobai," posed a question. "Brother Kuin, why are you suddenly so concerned about our training progress?" In response, Hakuin chuckled and typed, "Because I look forward to your growth. As long as you all practice diligently, I promise you will one day be able to join a mysterious organization like mine. This organization has tremendous influence. How exhilarating, by merely joining this organization. One can traverse the realm of Xuanwu with impunity. You may act as you wish, murder is devoid of consequence. However, this organization only welcomes those of exceptional skill and talent, thus you must train, as long as you survive the training. Push yourself to the limits." Upon hearing these words, the audience's interest was piqued. "Wait, what? An organization where murder is permissible? Is it really that formidable? A band of lawless rogues, perhaps? Dojimoji, goodness, I am utterly intrigued. Can the host divulge the name of this organization? Train, practice relentlessly."